small addition, situational pass rusher, sure. I have a feeling someone else will be willing to pay him more than what Brad Holmes will pay him.
I think you're right. And linebacker, inside, outside, doesn't matter, is not a position of high need for the Lions. You can always improve. And I have no problem with them, improving. I just don't think that this is one, and I don't know what he's going to command on the open market. But if it's anywhere, 1-2 years, whatever he might sign for in terms of length of contract, I'm guessing it's probably going to be 9-10 a year. That's not something I think the Lions should entertain.
Nope. I mean, if you're interested, part of the conversation starter, 248-539-9797. The other conversation mentioned Jared Goff. Brad Holmes on Jared Goff and the future in Detroit. What do you make of this? Non-committal doesn't mean they won't get a deal done. The big day I'm circling is March 13th. That's when free agency starts. You'd like to have him signed. And that is the camp that I'm in. I know I wasn't always in that camp, John. I was a doubter, a skeptic. I wanted to see him prove it in the postseason. He did.
Yeah.
He did. He was big in the LA game. He threw the 4th down touchdown in a game where red zone decided it. He made the throw to St. Brown at the end to ice it. They didn't turn around and hand the ball off and let him manage it. He had to make the throws. Against Tampa in the second game, 2 touchdowns, including a dot into the end zone, big throws. The NFC title game, I'm not putting that on Jared Goff. You got 2 bozo drops from Josh Reynolds.
Right, and he put the ball where it was supposed to be.
Yep, got to catch it. Catchable ball. Not always perfect, but catchable ball. I felt like he did enough to deserve an extension. I'd have no issue putting him north of $50 million for a season.
Yeah.
That would put him in the top 5. The other option, and we asked this, if you have reservations or hesitations, the other option is you can let him play it out. You can franchise tag him, but that's the average of the top 5 salaries, so it kind of feels like a moot point. And if you're going to play that game, he's always going to be a top 5 quarterback. Part of getting it done now is by year 2, 3, or 4 of that deal, it starts to look better and better and better. But we'll open up the phone lines for you. Do you have any reservations or hesitations? I don't know if you read into any with Brad Holmes. I think that's just tight to the vest GM speak, but this is the ultimate receipt. He likes to cash receipts. He believed in Goff before anybody else did. This would be the time to get it done, an extension any day now, right?
Yes, the extension needs to happen because you're not going to, if you don't extend him, then even the question isn't necessarily what do you do this year because you're going to have Jared Goff. What do you do the following year? And if it's we're going to franchise him, well, it's the average of the top 5, which who knows what it is by then. It's probably going to be north of $50 million. It may actually be there already.
It is. I think he'd be the 5th or 6th guy north of 50.
And so, but here's the problem. If you are going into a season with a franchise tagged quarterback playing on the franchise tag, that $50 million is not spread out over 2, 3, 4 years. That $50 million is a one-time hit
firm
on that cap that year. So it makes it very hard to continue. And what else is going to happen in that year? You're probably in year 2 of extending Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's also going to be the time, if you don't do it this year, where you're going to be extending Penei Sewell. The year after that, it's going to be Aiden Hutchinson. And you can make plans down the road to pay those bills when they come due, but you want to make sure that you're not having a $50 million bill when that happens. So you're going to extend Goff. It's going to happen. I would be shocked if it doesn't happen sometime in the next 2 weeks leading into free agency. And then you start thinking about all of the different reasons why. Why would they not do it? And I always ask the question, if it's not him, and when you're talking about making a change at any position, whether it's coach or quarterback or wide receiver or offensive lineman, if that's not the guy or the individual you want in that position, who are you going to go get that is going to be better? Because you're not going to make a lateral move. Now, a lateral move might be same caliber of quarterback but costs less. Who is that?
Well, and when you're on the edge of the Super Bowl, I'm not looking to save a penny here. They have cap space right now.
Yeah.
The cap's going to go up, and I think one of the best ways we talk about is the cap real or not. You look at what teams do when they want to make cap space happen out of thin air. They restructure their quarterback. It's the first thing they do. So if you get him on a 4-year deal plus the year he already has, 5 years, you can move money around when it comes time to pay guys as that cap goes up. You can't, I believe, if I didn't believe this, I wouldn't extend him. I believe you can keep a good team around Jared Goff after you pay him. And part of that is Brad Holmes drafts like a maniac. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. If Kirk stays put in Minnesota, Goff is the third best quarterback in his own division. I'd rather have Love or Kirk over Goff.
Okay.
John just made the most puzzled face I've ever seen.
Let's just go with let's work under the premise that you believe you're right. All right, Kirk Cousins. Okay, he is a free agent. What is the mechanism that you're going to use this year to sign Kirk Cousins? What is the mechanism that you're going to use this year to acquire Jordan Love? I disagree with the premise that both of them are better than Jared Goff. But if that's the case, how are you going to acquire either of those quarterbacks or quarterbacks that are better?
Ticket Texter says Goff didn't single-handedly do anything the team did. You could plug any mediocre quarterback in with last year, and they would have been in the same place. I don't know what planet that person is on. Yeah. Ticket Texter says Goff is McNamara. Go get your McCarthy. Minus the cheating. That's for you, John.
I still just don't understand why people are down on Jared Goff. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. He has done more with this Detroit Lions team than any quarterback since Eric Kramer. And I mean, he's won 2 home playoff games, took them to the NFC Championship game. He had them in position to win that game.
Texter says saying he's done something Detroit hasn't done in 30 years means nothing given how bad Detroit's been. Goff is Detroit good, not top QB money good. Another one says I'm a Goff supporter, but there's something to be said for building like the Niners. Strong roster, cheap QB. More. John, to your point, we may already have the next great QB on our team. Hendon Hooker, Trevor in Rochester. More pages of ticket text. 248-539-9797. Why did they draft Hooker then? Here's the reason I think they drafted Hendon Hooker. Insurance. It's insurance. At the time, Goff hadn't delivered in the playoffs. I was a skeptic. They didn't extend him, so on some level, they wanted to see him do more. And Hendon Hooker in the third round is insurance. He's mobile, quick release, coachable. It was an insurance plan, a backup plan. You got car insurance, you got home insurance. You hope your home never floods, never catches on fire. You hope you never get in a car accident. You hope you never have to use the insurance. Jared Goff played well enough, you're not filing a claim. Now, you still have him for the next couple of years if an injury happens or he develops into something, but the idea that they should forego paying Goff because of Hendon Hooker is ignoring everything that Goff did this season. Another one says people actually debating this. This team is close to a Super Bowl. Okay, now we get some rational thought. As they've ever been, says it'd be a good time to give him a key to the city. In what world do they not extend him?
Right, yeah, I mean, he takes him to the Super Bowl. I mean, they're one step away from statue. And if he goes to NFC Championship game, let's just say back-to-back years, wins playoff games in back-to-back seasons. Okay, it may be Detroit good, something Detroit has never seen. And they have an opportunity. They have a quarterback, and Brad Holmes said it last year, it's a lot easier to get worse at that position than it is to get better. So I ask people, where are you going to get better at the quarterback position?
Another text, he says, why did they draft Hooker? If you didn't believe in him, I think Holmes plans on moving on from Goff. Another ticket text. Holmes was non-committal, but I think it's being interpreted like he doesn't know what he wants to do. I think he knows what he wants to do. I think he's going to get him extended. Come on. Hi, guys. I was the skeptic. I made a lot of these points a year ago. He played well enough to really slay a lot of those dragons, and apparently some people still aren't on board. Let's get to Alan in Southfield. Alan, actually, we'll get to you coming up next. We got to get more Jared Goff feedback in. Alan, we'll talk to you next. 97.1.
Hey, right now, it is leap year. And we got a great opportunity at Planet Fitness. You can leap into fitness with Planet Fitness. Right now, join for just 29 cents down and $10 a month. No commitment. That's just 29 cents down and $10 a month, and because the offer is only good through Thursday, which happens to be the 29th of February. What you're going to get is a squeaky clean gym, a judgment-free zone. That's at Planet Fitness. You can also get a full-body workout in just 30 minutes if that's all you've got with the Planet Fitness 30-minute Circout. And you're going to get all this for just $10 a month and no commitment. If you want more, you can upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card and enjoy the amenities such as unlimited use of the Black Card Spa featuring hydro massage chairs, and total body enhancement, and more, along with access to over 2,400 locations nationwide, over 50 of them here in Southeast Michigan, unlimited guest privileges. And just talk about the ones in Southeast Michigan. The ones that I've been to, the one in Farmington Hills, which is about 6 minutes from the studio here, the Plymouth, where I live, Ann Arbor, obviously there, Utica. I've been to so many of them, and they're so easy. You walk in, everyone's nice. If you want to find out more about Planet Fitness and the judgment-free zone, visit your local Planet Fitness or go to planetfitness.com.
We put out the bat signal. Reservations, hesitations with Jared Goff. Read a bunch of ticket texts. Guys, I was you. I'm not that guy anymore. But Brad Holmes didn't make any promises yesterday, kept it very tight to the vest, and we said, is there a world where you justify a franchise tag? Is there a world where you justify not extending him? We've welcomed those phone calls this morning, 248-539-9797. Alan in Southfield, thanks for waiting patiently. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, thank you. It's been such a long wait. I almost forgot what I was going to talk about. But first of all, to the whole group there, nice transition to the new show.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Heather, it was cute showing your muscles.
Thanks. Yes. Let's not encourage her.
She's flexing. I love it. Go for it.
My neighbor happens to be a starter on the Lions, and I've met him once. He just moved in quite a few months ago, and he's not even there now. They're down south. But anyway, when he moved in, I did meet him for one day, and I told him that I was the self-proclaimed Jared Goff #1 fan in this town. I've called radio stations and pleading his case. And yes, there are 4 or 5 other quarterbacks that could win the Super Bowl with this team. And crazy enough, Derek Carr could be one of them, the way he finished last year. If a guy gets his rhythm, but more importantly, the general manager knows who he has. And I think more importantly with his statement talking about the contract, he's talking about everybody. He's talking to Aleem McNeil, I think, because if we get an edge or get somebody else, I don't want to embarrass you, and I want you to build on that year you had. And we want Goff to build on the year he had. Over 3 years, he's in top 10. The last 2 years, he's top 5 in every category, every. So how do you knock this guy? So lastly, ask St. Brown and Gibbs who they want as their quarterback. One play against the Rams, real quick. Gibbs was coming out of the backfield. That ball was placed to the right flank so beautifully that he had to accelerate to get the ball in the right spot. Eyes down the field, makes an 18-yard gain. Gibbs gets all the accolades. The quarterback put the ball on the tee. You guys have a great show. Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. I don't know about the Carr point, but everything else, I get it. Like the rhythm throws that Jared Goff, for as much as there's negatives with Goff, the limitations, the arm strength, the lack of mobility, he doesn't handle pressure well, you got to tell the whole story. When Jared Goff had a clean pocket, well, every quarterback's good. No, he was elite with a clean pocket. I think he was the second-graded passer in all of football. 27, 28 touchdowns, only 3 picks. Everybody's good clean. He's great when clean because he gets the ball out in rhythm with timing and accuracy. He has limitations. They've built an offense around him. They can continue to build a football team around him. I think that was part of what this year proved.
Well, it proved, okay, they hit a home run with Laporta. That adds another weapon. They hit a home run with Gibbs. That adds another weapon. They added Montgomery last year. We've talked last year about having to Goff-proof the offense. There are so many quarterbacks. I mean, just take a look at Justin Herbert. I think he's one of the really good quarterbacks. I almost said great. You've got to be able to win some games in the playoffs to be great, but they're going to Herbert-proof that offense by giving him an offensive line and hope that he is as elite in a clean pocket as Goff is. Now, he's a little bit more mobile. Mm-hmm. He's got a little bit more arm talent, but you're looking at all of these different quarterbacks around the NFL that people are talking about better than Jared Goff. Some of them are unattainable. You cannot get those guys.
Yeah, John, I'd rather have Mahomes. This is not possible.
Okay. The other ones who might be attainable in some way, shape, or form, and let's just say Carr. All right, I don't think he's that far off from Goff. I would much rather have Goff. I think Goff is a better quarterback. But if you had Carr, all right, or if you went and got him this year, how good would he be in year one of this offense? It's going to take him some time to get to know Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, J-Mo, Laporta, this offensive line, the blitz pickup, all of these different things that you need to know to have a successful season and have a top offense. It takes time. What did it do for Jared Goff in his first year? Now, there wasn't a lot of talent around him, but it was a horrific offense. Now, some of it was Anthony Lynn, some of it was the roster. But we saw when Dan Campbell took over the play calling, all of a sudden, hey, they go 3-3 in their final 6?
Stabilized, yep.
The next year, okay, they started off rough, 1-6, But once they got a rhythm under this Ben Johnson offense, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ben Johnson's back, right?
Yeah, yes, John, he is.
You have an elite offense since that 1-6 start.
Yeah, going on a year and a half plus the postseason, damn near 2 seasons.
And you haven't lost back-to-back games.
And again, I think a lot of that is the credit to the overall roster, clearly, but Goff is part of that. Let's get Terry in Detroit involved this morning. Terry, you're on 97.1.
Hi, it's Terry, first-time caller. I just want to do as quick as possible. I got 3 things. Number one, okay, I see the Lions in the next 10 years in the playoffs 8 to 9 times. You know, they'll go in the wild card, they'll go in win the division, they'll win some conferences, they'll win some Super Bowls. That's
Sign
their
me
new
up.
culture.
Yeah.
I'm also I see the cap is important in making that happen, this new culture of winning. I love golf, but the second thing I want to say is 2 number 1 picks, 2 and 1 number 3 pick for golf. We did it with Stafford. We can do it with golf. And number 3, I want to say, if you fantasize for a minute and we're sitting there and that happened, Goff is out, okay? We're looking at 55, 60 million in cap space. We're looking at the ability to manage properly for the next 2-3 years to keep all of our good draft picks. And we're looking at 2 number 1s this year and 2 number 1s next year.
Okay.
If you guys fantasize for that for a minute,
Terry, we can talk through it. I think it is straight out of
situation.
Okay, I think it is straight out of a fiction fantasy kind of deal.
I'm not going to waste my time talking about that BS. Sorry. It's just that's not reality. And I understand, fantasizing over trading your quarterback for 2 number 1s. Again, there's no guarantee in a draft, whether it's Drake May, it's Caleb Williams. I don't care who the quarterback is, that they're going to be as good as Jared Goff. And we're looking at a window now where you can go win a Super Bowl. I don't want to sit here and wait for year 2 or year 3 of a quarterback, hoping that in year 2 he's going to be good enough to be a Super Bowl quarterback.
And I'll say this today. His concerns about the salary cap, it's not the first caller to bring it up. I am fully of the belief that they can pay Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Aiden Hutchinson. I think you can fit all 4 on a cap that continues to rise by restructuring and playing the game. It's 97.1.
Well, the Knicks definitely bit their tongues after a more than questionable no call that allowed them to overtake the Pistons in New York last night, 113 to 111. Jalen Brunson said he's not going to say anything about it, and head coach Tom Thibodeau skated around it as well. Well, after diving into Asar Thompson during the play, Dante DiVincenzo said that he'll have to look at the tape before forming an opinion. The Pistons weren't so mum. Monty Williams called the officiating in that moment an abomination. Also, in his return to New York since the trade deadline, Quentin Grimes said that he was surprised that Knicks fans booed Evan Fournier during the game after he believed the veteran did a lot for the franchise while there, and Grimes also added, "Oh, that's Knicks fans for you." Detroit will play again tonight, this time in Chicago. The Wings will also be in action at home versus Washington, and the Tigers will play the Blue Jays and the Orioles in split squad exhibition play down in Florida. At this week's NFL Combine, scouts may have to use their imagination for several quarterback prospects who won't go through the throwing drills until their pro days. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels will not be participating. Drake May sounds like he's a little bit up in the air. However, former Wolverine J.J. McCarthy sounds like he'll throw this week in Indy to solidify his stock. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We've got Bill Burr tickets to give away this hour. LCA, March 10th. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com and LiveNation.com. Be listening this hour for Monty Williams saying abomination, which is the word he used. The next time you hear that, call in, and you will have your shot to win that pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation. John, a ticket texter has stopped me in my tracks. We'll get back to the phones on this golf stuff. How much of this is my fault? Texter says, Cookies, why are you so confused about the golf hate and these golf takes? You started this bleep. Is this like Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster?
Well, I mean, you did. You were a very vocal golf hater.
Oh, pretty loud. That's me. Hi.
Yes, you are loud. But I mean, you have, and if anybody is just tuning in for the first time, which if they can identify you as a golf hater, I don't think they're first-time listeners. You've also come out and talked about the fact that maybe you were wrong, or at least you're willing to change your opinion. Maybe you weren't wrong last year, but this year you want to be more right, and that is to extend Jared Goff for what he's done, for who he is, what he means to this offense, and what he means to this team.
I mean, call it this. I was wrong about him. I'll be wrong about other stuff. I'll be right about more stuff, I hope. But Jared Goff, it was a question to me, and I feel like questions were answered this season with 3 playoff games where I felt like he looked the part. There's debate about mobility and can he win the Super Bowl. I think when you're this close, it doesn't make sense to hit the eject button and play musical chairs at that position. They could extend him 4 or 5 years and find out 2 or 3 years in that he's not the guy, but I think at this point, it's the girl you brought to the dance. You dance with her. You see what you can get out of this. 248-539-9797.
I find the people that don't want, or they're not willing to buy into Jared Goff, they have the one flaw that he has, and you can call, I mean, some people call it a flaw, others would say it's not that big a deal. The one thing that they are looking for, those that want to move on from Jared Goff, they simply want a mobile quarterback. Goff is never going to be that. And since he's never going to be that, I think there's a percentage of fans that will never come around to Jared Goff. And I think even if he gets to a Super Bowl, say he loses that Super Bowl, they're going to say,
just like the Rams.
Yeah, it's just like the Rams. It's just, we need to have a mobile quarterback.
John, they're not wrong in the sense that his ability to ad-lib is not there. I mean, he does not have the ability to ad-lib like your even average quarterback does. That's a valid criticism. If you call in with it, you have eyes. You've seen him. He doesn't ad-lib, but you've seen him do enough to me where you do make him a contract offer to keep him in place for the at least foreseeable future, the next few seasons. Brad Holmes is going to have to make that decision. He said they've talked about it, and out of respect to Jared, they're not going to have those conversations with us on the radio. I think March 13th is a big day. That's the start of free agency. You'd like to have that in place. Is there anybody out there with reservations or hesitations, or is this a no-brainer?
Here's where I'm hoping that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, and I believe this to be true. I don't know it to be true. I believe it to be true. That when he says we do have a sense of the direction we want to go with our quarterback and with Jared Goff, that they have let Jared Goff know what that plan is. If it is, hey, we want to extend you, we just need to figure out the terms with your agent, that's one thing. If it's we're going to move on from you, that's fine. That it's a business. It's not always a great business, but it's a business. But if you can be honest with your quarterback, then he can go into this year knowing, hey, I've got to prove myself to 31 other teams or 30 other teams because Kansas City's not going to try and change their quarterback. But you've got to go into a season knowing where you stand. And if you know where you stand, you've got a lot of respect for Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, the organization. And if it doesn't work out here, it'll work out somewhere else.
Ticket texters, everybody's forgetting about the biggest thing, chemistry. The offense rallies behind Goff. I'll take the team that rallies behind their coach and their quarterback. Maybe it would be the same with another QB, but I'm not willing to take the risk after being so close. Separate texter says Goff was top 10 in every statistical category. There's no top 10 QB available. Be happy. Playoff runs, taking cracks at the Super Bowl. Another one says if they had a mobile QB on the 4th and 2, never would have even thrown it to Josh Reynolds. They get the first, and they win the NFC Championship game. One more says, why are you talking about the Lions? It's the offseason. Give us a break. Talk about the dumpster fire that is Michigan basketball. Phil in Dearborn. With all due respect, no.
Yeah.
And I'm not sticking up for him. We've dumped on him, but I mean, come on.
Confirmed.
Put him up on a pinata. John, you take swings. I'll take swings. Heather, you want to grab a bat? I mean, at some point, they are terrible. We know they're terrible.
Yeah.
The Lions are exciting. There's a lot still to look forward to with the Lions, especially this time of year.
The Lions are exciting. We've talked Red Wings more in the last 2 days than we've probably talked in almost the last year. about how exciting it is that they're in the playoffs. We would love to talk about the Pistons. The only reason we talk about the Pistons is because the NBA admitted they made a bad call at the end of the game, cost them probably their 9th win. And hello, we're 57 games in. It's their 9th win.
Would have been.
And that just topped, I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Michigan has 8 wins, right? So now the Pistons have one up on Michigan. That's the quality of both of them right now.
The Pistons are going to play 25 more games. I don't know who ends up with more wins. All right, back to the phones. We've got Meech in Detroit. Meech, good morning.
Morning. How you doing, man? I just want to say the Lions should be happy with Jared Goff because, for one, he's the best quarterback we done had in the Super Bowl era. He done been to 2 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl. And the Pistons, Michigan, and UAD, why do all of our basketball suck in the state of Michigan right now? That's just a quick question.
Something in the water, right? Even MSU having a down year. Something in the water.
I appreciate you guys' time, man. Thank you.
Hey, good
Thank
stuff,
you.
Meech.
Yeah.
Call anytime. Marcus, East Point, you're on 97.1.
Man, I am so frustrated with these callers and ticket texters. All I want to know is, who do they think is available that's better than Jared Goff? That's the only answer I want. That's it. Anybody who's available that's better than Jared Goff.
Yeah, let's do this. Marcus, let's play this out. Here are the quarterbacks realistically available for the Lions. Kirk Cousins. No, not a tangible upgrade.
I don't even think he's realistically available.
Well, you're right. Minnesota may bring him back. Justin Fields may be available. No, not
Cousins 10 years older than Goff.
Yeah, roughly not 10, but he is older.
A couple,
a few years older.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Justin Fields. I want him to stay in Chicago selfishly for Lions reasons. I don't want him in Detroit right now. I'd rather have Goff.
I like Justin Fields. He's just not ready for us being on the door of a Super Bowl.
Sure. That's fair. And then the only other options are rookies that you'd have to trade up considerably.
Or Russell Wilson.
I think at the end of the day,
Let him
the question should always be, like Brad Holmes said, if you think you're going to get better and there's no guarantee, you're probably going to get worse. But at the end of the day, this dude has proved everything except for maybe being able to throw the ball 50 yards down the field or a scramble. But all those strong arm scrambling quarterbacks, I didn't see very many of them playing in the NFC Championship. Period.
That's facts.
And here's the thing. If you have a plan in place that says, not this year, maybe even not next year, but in 2026, we have a formula and plan in place to be younger and better and more mobile at the quarterback position. I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear it because that's basically what you're talking about. It is not this year because you have Goff on, $32 million this year. Mm-hmm. Okay, let him play this one and see what happens. Okay, you don't have your answer for next year, so you're going to franchise tag him. So that's a $50+ million cap hit on next year's cap, which you're going to be paying Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Aleem McNeil. I don't think Aleem McNeil is going to break the bank, but you got to pay him. You got to pay him, and all this. And by the way, I think. I'm pretty sure that Taylor Decker's contract is up at that time. So if you're not going to be paying Taylor Decker, you're going to be paying another tackle, whether it's a left or a right, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Still got to pay it.
But it's 1 year's $50+ million. That's a direct cap hit. So if it's 26, what is your plan for finding a way? Because you don't want to be bad in 24 or 25. So you're not going to be drafting in the top 5. What's your plan?
That's why last year with the 2 firsts, it was at least a conversation. That was before Goff proved what he did, and before you're picking 29. It feels pretty clear cut to me, and I know I have not been that guy. Pretty clear cut to me. 9:35. Ryan Leaf, the kiss of death on one prospect in the draft. I cannot wait to get John's reaction to that at 9:35. Back to Aaron in Clinton Township. Aaron, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. And Heather, congratulations on the new show. It's the first time I've called since you guys have been up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I listen every day. anyways, on the topic, Jared Goff is the number one quarterback in our division. Anyone that disputes that, that's their opinion, and that's fine. But I think we need to pay the man. He's proven himself. A lot of those throws late in the game, in the NFC Championship game, were on the money. In the guy's hands, in the guy's face mask, in the guy's chest, and we're dropping passes. I think even if half those passes were caught, we're talking about the Super Bowl, and
Yeah.
I understand a lot of things are taken into consideration in these games. A lot of guys get nervous. The energy, you're in the moment, everything's on the line. You're feeling really, really, really nervous. I've been in those positions of playing high school football in big games. But Jared Goff is the man, okay? I'll say this, Jordan Love is really close. He is. But I'll still take Jared Goff over Jordan Love or any quarterback in our division.
Yeah, I mean, Love had his chance to cement himself in their second playoff game in San Francisco, where they had chance after chance to win that game, and he threw, I guess people are calling it a Favre-esque interception, but just a total brain breaker. Like, what are you doing throwing a crossbody middle of the field? If he leads that comeback or that game-winning drive on the road in San Francisco, that may have been a coming-out party for Love. Did not have that moment, and is still very young. So, I'm not placing him ahead of Jared Goff at this point. Ticket Texter says Peyton Manning was not a mobile quarterback. 2 Super Bowls later, Goff haters need to shut up. That's Roger in Mount Clemens. Another one says Goff shouldn't be paid like a top 7 QB. He won't carry the team on his back, so the deal needs to leave room to keep the line elite. Well, it's a moving target.
Yeah.
He'll get paid like a top 5, 6 quarterback in year 1. By year 3 or 4, he might not even be a top 7 quarterback in salary. And again, you restructure the money, you move it around, you borrow when you need to, you rob Peter to pay Paul. It's how all these teams keep the best roster they can. It's why people question whether the salary cap really is real with all the little tricks that these GMs do to keep options open.
And if he signs a 4-year $200 million contract, AAV of $50 million, he's not going to be a top 5 quarterback.
Nope.
And he's not going to be paid like a top 5 quarterback. And throughout the course of the next couple of years, or even before next year begins, he could be back to 7, 8, 9 in terms of what quarterbacks are making.
More coming in. We'll get to it. Plus, Monty Williams, play it for you. He went off on the officials. We'll let you hear that next. 97.1.
Hey, it's a bit of a roller coaster with the weather, but we know sunny skies, blue skies, green grass is right around the corner. So give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. You get green, stay green with Natural Way. That number, 888-GET-GREEN, for a limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, John Jansen, along with 97.1 The Ticket. And I mentioned Get Green, Stay Green. You could save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and get the early bird discount. Here's what you're going to get, the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. Certified applicators and arborists are going to come out, custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And they also offer pest control services. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. The reason they do that is because they are a locally owned company, have been for over 3 decades. So they want to make sure that they please their customers. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
9:35, Ryan Leaf with a kiss of death on a quarterback prospect. I need John Jansen's reaction to that. We got some ticket text coming in. We'll play Monty Williams. He finally said it. He's enough is enough. We'll get to it quickly. Ticket texters. Was that last caller Uncle Rico? Did he just compare his high school days with NFL pressure? And who is golf? Steve on the ticket text.
Yeah.
Another one says, what's with all these people calling him Jared Golf today?
I think people are just they're in their off-season mode, right? They're just trying to they're not fully enunciating their football players. Short-term memory.
Jared Golf. Yeah, I wouldn't pay golf. I'd pay golf. All right, Monty Williams last night. Pistons lose. Refs got the call wrong, and Monty said, you know what? I got to say something.
About time.
It's an abomination. Enough's enough. Kind of question why it took 57 games of questionable officiating where your star player can't get any calls and there's more than one or two games this year where the free throw disparity has been embarrassing, but Monty seemed to be above taking a fine. I don't know why 57 games is the breaking point, but it is nice to see a little bit of a pulse from the head coach.
I don't know, maybe he's just getting warmed up. Maybe he's just getting into finding his rhythm, just like we talk about the Red Wings and Kane and DeBrincat and all. They finally found their rhythm. Maybe he finally found his rhythm. Is this a turning point?
It's so facetious.
A watershed moment, an overtime goal. Like
the buck stops here.
Yeah,
8-49. Enough is enough.
Yeah, we were about ready to tie for the worst record in NBA history. Now we've got to go at it another night.
It was a bad call. The pool reporter admitted it. Listen, loose ball. Maybe that's the thought initially. It should have been called. And with a second or so left, probably means the Pistons win the game. I cannot summon the outrage that I saw on social media last night for a team that had lost their 49th game. Maybe it should have only been 48. Either way, I'm not really getting hung up on losses in a season chock full of them. The Pistons are well on their way to being, if not the one of the worst teams in NBA history. I cannot dwell on a missed call for a team this bad. We can talk about Monty Williams and his overall buy-in to this team because it seemed that he was above taking a fine for a long time, and as one of the highest paid coaches in the sport, never really rubbed me the right way. But that is something that guys in the locker room will see. He's been apparently doing everything the right way behind the scenes. Well, sometimes you have to apply public pressure. You have to be willing to get fined to do so. He did that. Now, can we address some other things with Monty Williams?
Sure.
Like running 4- and 5-man bench units and nuking your chances of winning 2 to 3 times a game, including early and late in that fourth quarter. Start of the fourth quarter, it's like, what are we doing running 4 bench guys out here in a close game? The Jaden Ivey thing.
Yeah.
Last night, you want to tell me Grimes was better in the fourth quarter, better two-way player? Fine, salute, have at it. That's the path to winning your 9th game. The path to being a really good team to me is figuring out Cade and Ivey together. Ivey sits the final 15 minutes of the game. Again, I'm not getting caught up in one loss. Big picture, if we're going to address some things with Monty besides emotion and caring, how about some rotations? How about figuring out this Ivey-Cade combo over the next 25 games? Because if they can't coexist, something some people have already decided, you're going to trade one of them. I'd like to use the 25 games to figure out if you can make 2 top 5 guards coexist rather than, well, Grimes gives us a better chance to win this meaningless game in a season where we won't win 15.
Well, that's the thing is, there are so many other things to talk about with the Detroit Pistons and how things have gone so bad versus a call. Like, and I understand it in the grand scheme of the NBA, this is a big story. The grand scheme here in Detroit or in Michigan is the fact that they're an 8-win team 57 games into the season. And if they get a couple of calls throughout the course of the year, what are we looking at? A 12-win team, 13-win team instead of 8?
Right. Yeah.
Like that. But that's the issue. It's, can they find a way? They've drafted, Troy Weaver has drafted, lottery picks. Cade Cunningham, number 1 overall. Jaden Ivey, lottery pick, and now you're saying they can't be on the same floor at the same time?
Listen, at least not last night, according to Monty Williams. 248-539-9797. If you're upset about the call on principle, I can respect that. Right is right, wrong is wrong. They got the call wrong. But the Pistons are jobbed. This team, if only they had a couple breaks. Yeah. I can't do that routine today. We will talk quarterbacks, NFL draft, and Ryan Leaf with his thoughts on one guy in particular. But first, Heather with the news.
I stay silent until my music comes. All right, you do the tune, I'll do the talking.
I'm not doing the tune. That is a bad idea.
Listen to this. After a night out in Oakland County, a man accidentally shot his friend when his friend had gotten out of the truck, there it is, to go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. So Holly police arrived at the scene and they found a man lying in the front yard. He had multiple injuries to his right hip and his butt. Oh. So here's what happened. His buddy, Thomas Wolford, was in the passenger seat while they were going home from a night out. And the victim was driving, pulled over to go to the bathroom. And as he was getting back in the car, his buddy had a gun in his pocket and was transferring it to a backpack and accidentally shot his friend right there. The victim was able to drive to another buddy's house where he got out of the car and called for help. So his buddy that did the shooting is now facing a ton of charges, including a felony charge and a misdemeanor as well. Stupidity
yes,
at its finest. Yes. So the altercation that broke out between Cam Newton and a whole bunch of other guys was apparently an altercation between opposing coaches at this youth football tournament and was the result of trash talking gone too far. That's at least according to two of the guys that were involved in the scuffle. These two coaches, TJ and Steph Brown, insist that Newton is to blame for everything.
Oh, I'm sure that's the accusation they're making, sure.
They say he had been, kind of taunting them the whole weekend, and he was demanding that they place a wager on their game, that he wanted to bet on it. Well, eventually they confronted him, and that's when he grabbed one of the coaches, and then, we saw the video, fists started to fly. So according to them, it's all Newton's fault.
They wanted to bet on a youth football game?
Yeah, Newton did. Yes. Put the money down. Speaking of fists flying, Taylor Swift's dad is under investigation for allegedly attacking paparazzi in Australia. Mm-hmm. Don't mess with my daughter is what he was saying. Wow. Yeah, so there was a photographer. His name is Ben McDonald. He filed a complaint claiming that Scott Swift assaulted him and then punched him right there in the face.
Closed fist?
That's what he says. He says, you know what? I'm okay. There's no really big injury, but I did feel the need to go file this police report. He has things on camera, and he did some investigating and realized that it was Taylor Swift's dad. Now, police have not said, yes, it was Scott Swift involved. They said it was a 71-year-old man and this photographer. So they haven't claimed him to be under there. But
Where was Travis?
Well, he'd already flown home.
Oh,
he did like a really quick trip. They went to the zoo. You saw that, and then.
But you get what John's saying. He's got to be the one to step up.
Yeah, he's the one that's got to step up.
He wasn't there. He really wasn't
Should have flown back just to swing on him.
Yeah, should have. Anyway, her reps say that there were two individuals who were aggressively pushing their ways towards Taylor and grabbing at her security and also threatening to throw a female staff member into the water. So it sounds like maybe there was cause to
throw a punch.
Yeah.
Defend his daughter.
Yeah,
honor.
For sure. Yeah. Okay, this is a really, really bizarre story. There's this small-time hardcore band that is now going viral for this odd, bizarre story that involves a singer dosing his bandmate with estrogen in an effect to steal his fiance. Right?
What?
So, yes. So they announced that they're going to split up. They're parting ways with the singer.
No kidding.
Because they say he wanted to steal the bandmate's fiance. Here's what it says. It says Diego, that's this guy's name, was providing his bandmate with pre-workout powder and a drink, but he was secretly loading it with estrogen. And this is the quote. The band says Diego was, quote, attempting to force a transition onto him for the last 5 months in hopes that he would give him the opportunity to swoop in once he looked stronger and more manly in comparison. It didn't work.
In his theory, he's like, I'm going to give you estrogen, try and make you transition to a woman.
That's what he thought.
So I look
Manly.
bigger and badder.
It didn't work. He didn't get the girl. All he did was give his bandmate, make him very, very sick. Like he kept going to the doctor saying, I don't know what's wrong with me. Like
Yes.
I've lost some weight. I've got muscle fatigue. My mind is changing. And
I'm growing boobs.
there's a great drop.
Please, if we don't do anything else the next 30 minutes, please put that on the board.
Save that.
That's Heather with the news. I don't care if the news music is in the background. That is incredible. Wow. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down, ask you questions, get to know you a little bit, and build a financial plan that fits your situation, just like they did for me. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
John, if you were a NFL quarterback prospect you're going to get picked apart in the next 2 months.
Yep.
You're not good enough at this. You didn't play well against this opponent. I don't know if you can play outside your system, whatever the case may be. But everybody weighs in. Everybody's got an opinion. Ryan Leaf has opinions too, and I can't think of anybody else that you would bristle at them giving an endorsement of you. But Ryan Leaf called J.J. McCarthy his most intriguing quarterback in the draft. He said it's fascinating what he's going to be. He said, I see him mocked in the top 10. He's incredibly talented. He's been undersold because of how good and talented the football team around him was. For me, he is the most fascinating quarterback heading into the combine. He says they didn't ask him to be Superman, but this guy's a 5-star recruit out of Illinois. Ryan Leaf, intrigued and interested in J.J. McCarthy. John, your read on J.J. McCarthy?
I think he is the most intriguing because he's the most least known. And it's shocking because he's only had one loss as a starter at Michigan. And I think everybody would agree Michigan's a pretty big program. And went to the college football playoffs twice, won a national championship, yet there's still questions on his arm strength, his mobility, his ability to make decisions, his accuracy. Because, he was very accurate in the first 9 games. Then you play Penn State. Well, he couldn't be protected, so you don't really know the answer as to whether he could be a good passer against Penn State. Maryland, whatever. And then Ohio State, right? And then, obviously, in the playoffs, his completion percentage went from, 72% down to right around 60% against the better teams. What does that mean? We don't have any idea. And so for him to throw, I'm not sure it's a great decision for him to throw at the combine because you kind of want to keep this mystery going. And he's a confident young man, and he believes that he can go out there and show that he can make all of the throws, he could do everything he needs to do. But when you turn the film on, we talked about this with Brad Holmes yesterday. Mm-hmm. The combine is supposed to confirm what you saw on film. Well, with a quarterback like J.J. McCarthy, not that I'm not talking about the Lions drafting him, but for other GMs that have the same concept of how they are approaching the draft and evaluating college players, if you're looking strictly to the film for J.J. McCarthy in a run-first offense, they didn't expect him to do a lot. How do you evaluate him? He's got a lot of tools. I mean, he's a really good-looking athlete. In terms of just his body makeup, he does have straight line speed. And here's another one. This is from NFL.com, just talking about him as a player. McCarthy is a lean, athletic quarterback with a live, loose arm. He is very consistent because of his ability to always throw from a firm base, and his feet and eyes are connected. He is selectively aggressive as a passer. He has the combination of velocity and accuracy to fit balls into tight windows, but he's also very comfortable taking checkdowns and piling up completions. So it's talking about his decision-making, his accuracy, all of those different things, and then it talks about some of the things, hey, the outside throws over the top, not great. Well, they didn't call a lot of those. You don't really know. A lot of those were incompletions, either drops or out of bounds. And so he is a kind of a wonder as to what he's going to be. I wish he had come back to Michigan for one more year. I think just in terms of his development as a person, as a player, everything could have used one more year.
I think what makes the evaluation, to use Leaf's word, so fascinating is you wish he had an extra 200 pass attempts, 300 pass attempts, which he'd get if he came back to school. But I can't fault the guy if the belief is he's going to go in the top 15. If he could go in the top 10, that's hard to pass up for a guy, especially you win a national title, you get to ride off into the sunset onto the next level. And I do see what a lot of these evaluators see, which is a guy who, no, he's not Lamar Jackson, but has the ability to extend plays, flip his hips, and uncork a ball down the field with some zip. I mean, he makes NFL throws. If you watched him play this year, you may have wanted to see more of them, but they are there on film, and as teams and GMs go back and start going through it, they're going to see, oh, that right there, that's a throw. He had one against Ohio State that was special. He had the raw athletic play against Alabama where he catches it with one hand, spins, and throws it down the field. He had one against ECU, and it's not about ECU, but you'll see it if you watch a highlight package where he puts the ball with zip into a tight window, leads the receiver exactly where it needs to be. Teams are going to see that on film, and they're going to say, we can project him to be a great quarterback. They're going to say he's got the height. We'll bulk him up. We'll give him the repetitions. We'll get him into the system. We've seen quarterbacks drafted on potential in the top 10 frequently. You talk about the unknowns. Trey Lance went 3rd overall. Now, it didn't work out, but he went 3rd overall on the raw potential. Jake Locker, raw potential, went in the top 10. Josh Allen. Don't tell me the Wyoming stuff was the sole reason that he got drafted in the top 10. It was, we think he can do more. And with varying degrees, some were more successful than others. I think fit's going to matter for JJ. I think the team that drafts him is going to matter for him. But the tools are there. I don't think you could take the where you go to school out of this or who you root for out of this. Like, to me, I see a guy who has the tools to be a first-round quarterback, and the fit will dictate whether or not he ends up hitting the ground running.
Yeah, and when the theme is always in everybody's evaluation. Other quarterbacks in this class had more volume in passing game, but it's hard to argue with McCarthy's results. And you mentioned a lot of really interesting case studies. And you're looking at it going, does J.J. McCarthy have more in his corner than Trey Lance did?
Yes.
Does he have more in his quarter than a Josh Allen?
In terms of pass attempts, I'm
just talking about in terms of him as a potential starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think people were super high on Josh Allen, so I think that's a fair point. Sure.
Well, but and so you're looking at it going, okay, well, he played against Ohio State and their secondary. He played against Penn State. He played against TCU.
Well,
played against Alabama.
He kind of played against Penn State. He didn't throw it in the second half.
But those are the opponents that you're looking at, and you're saying, okay, well, Josh Allen, he didn't have any of those data points to look at and say, well, how does he look against other NFL talent?
That's fair. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And when you're looking at that for J.J. McCarthy, sure, you're left wishing that you knew more answers. Everybody is in that same boat. You wish you had more answers. You wish it was more definitive.
Well, and I think that's in part why he's going to make the decision to throw. Whether it's the right decision or not, mystique can be valuable this time of year. I think he wants to prove stuff. That's his temperament, that he feels he's confident. He feels that he can go out and prove it to teams. Whether it's, if he had the tape, if he had maybe one more year, or if they had thrown it more, maybe there's a conversation that if everything else held true, he could go in the top 3, 4, 5 picks. He's not going to, because I think that's a missing ingredient. But Atlanta at 8, I know that's a popular thing right now. Teams like Minnesota and Denver, and teams in that early, just outside the top 10, are teams that I do think makes some sense for him. So where are you guys at? As you hear Ryan Leaf, of all people, say, this guy's fascinating. This J.J. McCarthy, first-round top 10 pick. What's your response? 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says he may throw more at the Combine than he did at Michigan.
It's possible, yeah.
More response. J.J. McCarthy probably said, who the hell is Ryan Leaf? John in Lake Orion. More. JJ should 100% throw at the Combine. He needs to show that his accuracy and arm strength is there, that it's legit, and that Michigan was holding him back. Capable of even more. We'll get some of your responses on JJ McCarthy, on whether or not you think or see this guy as a first-round top 10 selection. It's 97.1.
Hey, in an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure that the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminio and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 30 years, and he can help you with your injury case as well. David is ready to speak with you personally right now. All you got to do is give him a call at 855-CRASH, 855-65-CRASH, or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That phone number again, 855-65-CRASH, or getdavidgetpaid.com.
97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Costa and Jansen with Heather. We'll have Gator and Doug come in here. I'm not going to ask them the whole 2 Grand Slam, but there's one question I want to see if they get right.
Okay.
Clint today won $100 earlier on the 2 Grand Slam. Next chance Thursday, 7:25 in the morning. John, we just did some JJ chatter. He's become kind of the it guy in the draft. Everybody knows he's at the very top, but there's an intrigue, a fascination, even as Ryan Leaf says, with JJ McCarthy. I said fit would matter a lot for him, just because you want to have him getting quality reps and have him surrounded with some support. What's the best fit for JJ? He's not going to go in the top 5, but Atlanta at 8. You have Minnesota at 11, Denver 12, Vegas 13. All of those, to me, make sense. Seattle doesn't have a long-term option at 16, Pittsburgh at 20. I feel like he's gone by at least that point.
Yeah, I don't think he lasts past Seattle at 16, especially with the connection with Mike McDonald. I think the Saints, the Raiders, the Broncos. I mean, you start going up the list in terms of where, and it depends on what's the sense of urgency for a team to find a quarterback for the replacement for who they have. Is it Minnesota? Are they going to sign Kirk Cousins to a 2-year contract, a 1-year deal, or like a 3-year like we saw in Seattle with Geno, where yes, hey, we want you to be here and thank you, but we're going to have to plan for the future. JJ is going to come in. He's not the guy for now. He's the guy for the future. Would you help us? And I think Kirk Cousins would be the perfect individual for that. I'm not going to put your quarterback groomer on this list for Kirk Cousins, but I think you could go as high as, the Giants at 6. I don't think he is a 6 overall pick. I don't think he's a top 10 pick, but it's a quarterback starved league. And I think at number 6, they're going to be, after this year, 2 years into a 4-year deal. You're halfway into the Daniel Jones extension experiment. And I think they could be a team that would look and say, hey, we want to have who's next ready to go.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at the idea of Valenti having J.J. McCarthy as his quarterback. Yeah, I have the same vibe that you do. The talent profile is there. The potential is there to where someone could pick him that high. It's not the same thing as fitting him for a gold jacket or saying it's going to work out. Couple ticket texters. Doug in Oscoda says JJ has a long shot of making it if he's in the top 10 because he hasn't had to win games with his arm. He needs a team that will ask very little of him in the beginning. Another one says the great Valenti doesn't think JJ's a first-round pick. Well, that'd make it even better if they took him 6th overall in New York.
Yeah, but I don't think he's a first-round talent either. And I know a lot of people are going to be, I don't think he is a guy that, if a first-rounder, right? What do I want from a first-rounder? I want a guy to come in and start and contribute right away. JJ is not there. He needs time to season, as I think all quarterbacks do, but I think he is the least ready of that group.
And this next one, trade Hooker and a 4th to get McCarthy. Okay. Guff, what are we doing?
Trade Hooker and a 4th.
Hooker, a 3rd-round pick who hasn't played at all, and a 4th-round pick, of which I don't even think the Lions have a 4th-round pick this year.
2/3.
To go, yeah, you could give up the later of the 2/3, but you're not moving all the way into the territory where JJ's going to get
What if
picked.
he falls like Aaron Rodgers is and he's there at 29?
What if he falls to 31 and the other half of the afternoon show gets him?
Right. I know. That would be terrific.
Well, we didn't think Brock could get it done, so we went with JJ. 248-539-9797. Yeah, another person says they'd rather have JJ than Hendon Hooker. Yeah, but one guy was a late day 2 pick. The other guy, whether you love him or not, is going to be a first-round pick. I feel like whether you grade him as one or not, John, I think we're both saying the economics of the NFL, the scarcity at the position, the tantalizing upside of J.J. McCarthy has made this a real thing where he should go in the first round.
Yeah.
Or will go in the first
round. And here's the other thing. The Chargers at 5, they don't need a quarterback. In New York, you could sit there and say, okay, well, they've just signed Daniel Jones. What do they believe? Will Levis at 7 is there for Tennessee. I don't know that Atlanta, if that's a good fit or not, but there could be a team that trades into one of those positions. Because all the other quarterbacks are gone.
Atlanta, he'd have to likely play right away. The thing I like about Atlanta, tight ends, running game, that kind of feels reminiscent of what he was doing at Michigan. Not a perfect comparison, but the idea, hey, we can work off of this, we can play off of that. Minnesota, who you said earlier, they've got an offensive head coach who's from that McVay, Shanahan tree where you run to set up the play action, to set up the pass.
How about the Jets
and
at
the
10?
weapons, by the way, in Minnesota, where you're throwing to Jefferson and Hawkinson and Addison.
How about the Jets at 10? I mean, would there not be a more perfect scenario where you are going to sit as long as Aaron Rodgers is healthy? I think he's only got 1 year left on his deal. He's going to run it back one more time there, and then all of a sudden, you hand it off at that point.
It feels, though, not right or wrong, probably more wrong, that if you were going to run with Aaron Rodgers, they got to bulk up the offensive line. They kind of have to go all in and try to chase a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. It would be
thought
silly,
they'd have done that last year.
Silly to use a top 10 pick on a guy who's not going to play.
You go into the season.
I know.
We did a wide 9 before at the beginning of the season. And what's your wild take on this coming year? And I said that a quarterback not named Aaron Rodgers would take more snaps. And Zach Wilson ended up taking more snaps. They had a whole lot of guys take more snaps than Aaron Rodgers because their offensive line was horrific. They had a Hall of Fame quarterback. They paid a bunch of money. They gave up a bunch to get him, yet they didn't do anything last year to protect him. Why would you think that front office would look at it this year? You would think.
You'd hope. I guess I don't hope. I don't care if the Jets are a dumpster fire or not.
Oh, yeah.
Heads up, Tom in Clinton Township, he won the Bill Burr tickets this hour. He heard Monty Williams say, abomination, talking about the officiating last night in the Pistons game. Bill Burr, Little Caesars Arena, Sunday, March 10th, 7 p.m., courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com or LiveNation.com. If you missed some stuff earlier in the show, Odyssey Rewind. We had some fun with a wedding invitation. Tacky or not, fair or foul. There was a wedding invite that went viral where they said, we don't want your wedding gifts, just pay for your meal. Asking guests to pay for their meal. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, go back and catch it, plus all the other stuff we hit on today.
Yes. And elite Heather.
Elitist.
Elitist.
Bridezilla Heather, apparently.
Oh.
Maybe.
That's a little self-awareness.
Yeah, at least you can admit to it.
We hit on Jared Goff and a little bit of the Pistons stuff. Good mix of stuff today. Ticket Texter says, did that texter mean Hooker in a fourth? Does he mean Hooker the player or ...
Yes, or someone available.
Or someone else available. Yeah, there was a good... I don't want to say good conversation, but I think a fair conversation about the quarterback position in Detroit that we had earlier based on the Brad Holmes comments.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that have read into Brad. Is Brad Holmes not ready to re-sign or extend Jared Goff due to his answer yesterday? I thought it was a non-answer.
It was.
And it didn't, to me, show their hand whether they wanted to or not. It just was simply a non-answer, and it was very consistent with how he has answered a lot of other questions, very similar to that in the past.
Gator, I'm not going to ask you the 2 Grand Slam questions, except I do want to know one. I want to know if you could get this one, because I thought this was diabolical today from Tom, who put it together. Question 7 in the 2 Grand Slam. Who did the Red Wings defeat the last time they won a playoff series?
That is a little diabolical.
It is. Just take a guess.
Yes.
Not Nashville, but it was when they were in the Western Conference. They have not won a playoff series since they've gone to the East.
Oh, wow. Is it...
We got Gator's mic on. Yeah, is it? Okay. Maybe pot him up. There we go.
Wow. So it's a Western Conference.
Western Conference, which means we're going back more than a few years.
The Sharks?
Not the Sharks.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to keep guessing. It look really stupid.
2013, they beat the Anaheim Ducks. That's the last playoff series the Red Wings won, the 2013 Anaheim Ducks.
Getzlaf, Perry, and Ryan.
That sounds about right.
That is diabolical. I hear Tom cackling in the background.
Yep,
so
that's him.
Really proud.
I'm curious if Doug gets it. So we didn't ask the whole 2 Grand Slam, but there was one question that I thought was diabolical that Gov put in there.
Let's hear it.
Who did the Red Wings defeat the last time they won a playoff series?
Boston?
They were in the West still. You got to go all the way back to 2013, Doug. Red Wings are in the Western Conference. They would eventually lose to the Chicago Blackhawks, but
San
before
Jose?
that, no,
That's what I
close. In California, the Anaheim Ducks.
They lost to Boston recently, didn't they?
Yes, I think that was their most recent playoff appearance.
Yeah, it was 10 years ago, man. You know, I was thinking rebuilds can take 10 years.
If only we knew that ahead of time.
I know.
Dude,
Yeah, if only somebody
had said that.
It's ironic.
But you hurt our feelings when you say that.
What are you guys going to get after today?
Well, we got something we've always wanted and nobody cares, believe it or not. We'll get to that right out of the gate.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I had an observation last night
Yeah?
that I've got lookalikes for John Jansen.
Oh,
I was watching. I had recorded WWE Legends, and I was watching.
Like where this is going?
the most recent one. Well,
Did you see his eyes light up when you said that?
So Randy Orton.
Oh.
Viper. John Jansen looks just like Randy Orton, the Viper. And then I was also thinking this, watching the TV series Reacher. If they were to have somebody to go back in time and play Reacher's older brother, they already kind of did that in
the first season,
you
yeah.
should be it.
I was disappointed that I was not offered that because I could be close.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like, you could absolutely pass for that guy's brother. 100%.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
You're welcome. Two handsome men, John.
Two handsome guys.
Make it
I
three
appreciate
because
that.
it's you.
You don't have to say nice things to him.
Yeah, I do.
Karschen Anderson next, 97.1.
Fans always love when their team gets talked about, and this morning on Get Up, we were the lead story. And I'm not sure Detroit cares at all. We're the lead story because the Pistons got absolutely robbed last night. Absolutely robbed at the end of that game. The truth is, it's back-to-back games that the officiating has screwed over Detroit, and, you know, we're an 8-win team. And Monty Williams went to bat for his team, and it's the lead story on Get Up probably because it's New York, and the Knicks got the win, but nobody seemed to think that the Knicks got the win fairly. After the Paolo Banchero travel at the end of the Orlando loss over the weekend, you couple that
bunny hop that he did.
Yeah, the Jalen Duren got whistled for a foul on both plays. The Banchero where he's straight up in the air, which I guess is debatable. How about the Cade Cunningham shot his first free throws in 3 games last night?
Unbelievable.
Jalen Brunson shot 11 in 40 minutes last night. It's I don't know, man. I get it. Detroit, you probably don't care all that much relative to if a bad call screwed the Lions last year, if a bad call screws the Red Wings in games coming up when they're battling for a playoff spot, hell, maybe even the Tigers. This might be the team that we can absorb a bad call and it not have long-lasting ramifications.
But it's been bad call after bad call after bad call this season. And the reason that it happens is because the Pistons are a bad team and the NBA doesn't care.
I don't think they do.
I'm not sure, you want to go conspiracy theory, you could do it. I mean, the Knicks were 34-23 going into it. Very competitive basketball team. Would they like to have New York be in the New York market in the playoffs? Make sure? Absolutely. You want to go full-on conspiracy? I'm here for it. Mm-hmm. Because the Pistons absolutely got screwed. The Pistons are bad enough to lose games on their own, right?
Yep.
Like plenty bad to lose games on their own. They don't need help from the officials. And last night was egregious. I mean, to the point where even the official admitted afterwards that he had made a mistake. He wasn't going to say that Fontecchio was foul, even though Fontecchio was clearly fouled too. He's like, no, not that one, but this one, yes.
Not you, you.
Yeah, right. We made a mistake. I'm glad that they admit that they made the mistake this time. They didn't after the Orlando game. But what is it going to do? Nothing.
After the mistake in the Orlando game, they said it was the correct call. After this mistake, they actually admitted it. And I'm not sure which is worse. I mean, I guess I'd prefer that they admit when they made a mistake.
But how do you hold them accountable now?
Well,
so what happens next?
You get a demerit.
Is it demerit system? So, I mean, next time the Pistons play, what, they're gonna start with a 2-point lead? I mean, no, nothing's gonna happen. I don't know if the NBA is going to tell the officials in the next Pistons game, hey, take it easy on the Pistons. I don't think that's going to happen. But it's obvious that the Pistons have been used and abused by officiating crews this year, and it just came to a boiling point last night, and Monty Williams had enough. He unloaded after the game.
Which good for him.
Yeah, you heard in the update, he had a little bit of what he had to say. Cade Cunningham said he was livid about it, and Cade got teed up earlier in the game too, and it seems like the officials just have such a quick whistle for and quick intolerance of anything that's said negatively in their direction, and it's getting to be like baseball umpires. They just don't have thick skin at all. The skin is way too thin,
mm-hmm.
and it clearly their judgment affected last night. Don't know why, but it's brutal, and I'm glad that Monty responded the way he did.
Oh, he responded.
I kind of wished maybe he had responded like that earlier in the season. I mean, this is not a 20-win basketball team, right? Right now, they've got 8 wins, and they got cheated out of 2 wins in a row. I feel bad for you, Doug Karsh, in your bet. That Doug should be having a chance now to look forward to perhaps
a third game in a row.
A third game in a row, and instead, no, we're starting at 0. But I mean, this Piston team, could they have had a dozen wins at this point if there weren't all these egregious calls against them? I don't know.
Could. I don't.
They certainly should have at least one, which would have been last night. Because if that foul was called, Pistons had the lead. You're going to the free throw line with a chance to make a couple. Maybe he doesn't. But then the Knicks have to come all the way down the court with whatever it was, 3 seconds left to try to do it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't remember the team foul situation. But
all right, it's the NBA. You can get the ball to half court.
Yeah. But the score was tied, right?
I thought the Pistons were up by 1.
No, it was tied because Josh Hart made the layup and got fouled.
And made the free throw, and they went up by 2.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I thought he missed the free throw.
Maybe he did miss it.
Yeah. Whatever. At the end of the day, I mean, I guess we really collectively as a sports, we don't care as a sports community because our team has 8 wins. God bless Monty. Do we have that in the system? It's probably readily available, right? I'm sorry, Kang, to just drop because he said something in there that made me snicker a little bit.
The Pistons were up by 1.
Were they?
111 to 110. Hart makes the layup to go up 112 to 111. And then he makes a free throw with 1 second left. It was another possession.
Why was he shooting 2?
Because there was a
he missed. Remember, he take the free throw.
Yeah.
Missed the free throw. Got a rebound. Got fouled in the rebound.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is after the game, Monty Williams. He called it a big time game.
I know. But I watched it last night. And
God
I'm like,
bless
all
him.
right, hold on.
God bless him. The Pistons dropped to 8-49. And,
I'm sorry. What's that?
Pistons dropped to 8-49.
8-49.
8-49. All right, we had a question for our audience that we asked on Twitter before the show. You haven't seen it yet, have you?
No.
Okay. I don't want you to look. I want you to see if you can guess what the audience says. It's a poll. It's a Twitter poll. We'll get to that today at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to shoot your shot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the National Basketball Association. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Anything exciting last night, Gator? Anything fun?
I mean, I enjoyed watching the biography of Randy Orton, WWE Legends, that I had recorded.
Okay. What network was that?
I believe it's A&E. I think they do those Sunday nights. So they just started a new season of it. But was interested in watching that.
Gotcha.
So I did because I recorded it. Otherwise, no, not too much going on. Today's interesting. You know, walked into the station and it's warm. It feels like it's already like past 60 degrees, and you know we knew it was going to be warm in the middle of the week. It's kind of like the calm before the storm because we're supposed to get storms. And you look outside, and I mean, there's not a branch that's moving just yet, and we're supposed to get potentially big time winds and potential hail and stuff. So, I don't know, just trying to enjoy the weather here.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So I mentioned the Twitter poll.
What, you didn't watch any MAC baseball last night?
I did not. That was over the weekend.
Oh, sorry.
Western took care of Pepperdine, like 7-2. Pepperdine. What a setting, Pepperdine baseball.
Oh, is that nice in Malibu?
Yeah. All right. So we tweeted out a question this morning. Spring sports, Detroit fans, what are you most looking forward to? Your options are A, the Tiger season starting, B, Stanley Cup playoffs, C, the NFL draft, D, March Madness.
Good choices, Doug.
Yep. These are all things that kind of get the juices flowing in the springtime.
I would think the people responded with number one, Red Wings playoff.
It's Stanley Cup playoffs.
Sorry.
Yes, I was.
Playoffs.
It was interesting because I was thinking I put Red Wings playoffs, but it's not a guarantee, so I just put Stanley Cup playoffs.
I'll say Stanley Cup playoffs.
Okay.
Follow that up with the draft, then Tigers, and then I think March Madness is probably a distant fourth.
Okay. You got two of them right. Do you care to move anything around?
No, I'm not.
Right?
I'm not playing Mastermind here. No.
Is that what it is on The Price is Right? Is that what it's called?
No, that was the game with the pegs that I played
yeah.
as a kid.
Okay. The number one answer is Stanley Cup playoffs with 56.5% of the vote. Number two, with 20.6% of the vote, is the NFL draft. Number three,
Tigers are fourth,
is the Tiger season starting, and number four is March Madness. You got it all right.
Well, don't be a jerk about it.
Well, I just refreshed it, and when I refreshed it, it moved the NFL draft past the Tigers. The Tigers had been ahead of the draft.
Okay,
that's pretty close.
So
when I refreshed it, it flip flopped.
What was the final percentage on?
56.5% say Stanley Cup, 20.6 say draft, 16.3 say Tigers, 6.6 say March Madness. Some of the tweets that came back to us, Pat writes in, it's been so long since we've had Red Wings playoff hockey. Our winter was consumed with the Lions and their playoff run. So looking forward to the Wings being back in the playoffs. April and the D is back. Well, let's hope so. They're in a good spot now, but there's a lot of hockey to be played. From Delmonico on Twitter, tough choice between the Tigers and Stanley Cup for me. Pick 29 doesn't measure up, and March Madness is great, but college basketball has really fallen off over the years. Jennings says, I couldn't find the Monty being fired option. I will say this, Jennings, I like Monty better today than I did yesterday. I loved him going to war for his team last night, and I'm not sure in year one it's even worth talking about, given how much money he is owed. Blake says, a playoff hockey beard. TC and SL says a lot of people in for heartbreak if it's the Tiger season starting. I don't know that I would agree with that. I think that the start of baseball season and having anything but a disastrous baseball season, people still like to go and people still enjoy it.
Well, it's summer, you know? I mean, when your options are limited with your sports entertainment in the summertime, because we know the Pistons aren't going to be playing into June. It's possible the Red Wings are going to be playing for a little bit here, and that's going to be fun. But once you get to June, July, August, you know, before there's football, there's only baseball. And if you want to go to spectator sports, what you do, and it's fun to go downtown. Even when the team's bad, it's fun to sit in the old ballpark and have a hot dog and a beer and just relax.
Yeah, let's be clear too. I like all these things. I think they're all great. I was interested to feel where our audience is. I think the freshness of a reinvigorated hockey crowd that was we were a spoiled hockey crowd.
Yes.
Haven't won a playoff series in a decade, have missed the last 7 playoffs. A chance to reintroduce ourselves to those postseason runs. I mean, look, we're at a time, this town, every spring, it was a requirement that there was the introduction of a new Red Wings song. I mean, think about that. Every spring, there was always like a new Red Wings song that debuted. And Fox, because it wasn't Bally's, Fox had the April and the D, the variations on that. There was such excitement about what was happening with spring sports. Now, unfortunately, our Pistons will not be participating.
Are they going to bring back April and the D?
As a marketing ploy?
The song thing again?
I'm not sure. Bally's is probably, their creative group right now is probably not looking for new projects.
Well, there's not a whole lot that they have to do. They just have to announce the contest and people submit their entries, right?
Yeah. But
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. With that said, they've breathed life into the hockey crowd. And it's really cool to see. And this could be very fun. This could be very, very fun.
They play tonight at home against Washington. The Fighting Ovechkins are in town.
Mm-hmm.
They score a lot. They give up a lot. So we'll see if the Red Wings can continue this nice win streak they have. It's a 5-game streak. They're continuing to put some more distance between them and the teams that are chasing the final wild card spot. The Red Wings are in the number 1 of the 2 wild card spots. And the Red Wings are chasing something bigger and better, too. They're trying to get to number 3 in their own division. They're 4 points behind Toronto. I think Toronto has a game in hand on the Wings, but they're in this final 24-game stretch. The schedule looks like it's favorable to the Red Wings for this final push, which is a good thing because they might find themselves in the top 5 seeds of the playoffs rather than just scrambling for the wild card spot. Now, they have to keep playing at this level that they're playing at, which may be a big ask for them, but maybe this is what this team is supposed to be. So maybe it's not as big of an ask, but we're going to watch them, and it's going to be fun. They have a couple games left before the trade deadline, which is next Friday, March 8th. And I think that there's reason for excitement. We're dying to see a Red Wings playoff series at LCA. We're dying.
So if you get out of the wild card spot, which the Red Wings are attempting to do right now, you play the team that's in second place in your division. So if the Red Wings can catch up and pass Toronto, it would be a first-round matchup as it stands right now with the Florida Panthers. But the Panthers are only 2 points behind Boston with 2 games in hand, which means if the Panthers take care of business and just win those 2 games, they actually will be in first place in the Atlantic. And the Red Wings could have a first-round playoff series with the Boston Bruins.
Be fun.
Yep. Which means we could reignite our hatred for Brad Marchand.
That guy.
Can't stand that guy. Could be great, though, right?
Could be.
Could be great.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Gator?
Doug?
Tigers in action today. A couple of guys making their spring debut. We'll talk about that in the 11 o'clock hour. But we have found a 2-rounder. A 2-round mock draft. What do the Lions do? What should they do? And it also will spark a debate over another possible move. We'll get to that today at 10:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Got some stuff planned for the entire 4 hours of the program. But Gator First found something here that we like to do. It's called a mock draft. You ready, my friend?
I am.
Try and limit ourselves to one of these per week. And usually we do 3. So here we go. It's a 2-rounder. And the way this works is be ready because we want you to text in your picks in real time for the Lions. First pick, Bears go Caleb Williams, quarterback USC. At 2, Washington goes Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU. At 3, Drake May goes to the New England Patriots. All right, so here we go. I'll just go over the names that people might be interested in for Detroit and other interesting picks. Wide receivers go 4 and 5, Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors from Ohio State and LSU to Arizona and the Chargers. Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State, goes to Atlanta. Dallas Turner at 9, the edge rusher from Bama, goes to the Bears. Other picks of interest. Leatu Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA, goes to Minnesota at 11. Quinyon Mitchell, the corner from Toledo, goes to Denver at 12. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback Michigan, goes to the Vegas Raiders at 13. New Orleans at 14, take defensive tackle Byron Mitchell. Terrion Arnold, cornerback Alabama, goes 15 to the Colts. 16, Johnny Newton, defensive tackle from Illinois, goes to the Seahawks. Other picks that may interest Detroit fans. Jackson Powers Johnson, the interior offensive lineman from Oregon, goes 19 to the Rams. Cooper DeJean, cornerback from Iowa, goes to Philadelphia at 22. All right, here we go. At 25, Green Bay takes Nate Wiggins, cornerback, Clemson. 26, Tampa takes Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. 27, Arizona takes Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback, Alabama. At 28, Penn State takes, Buffalo takes Penn State edge rusher Chop Robinson. So let me go. So here's who's on the board at 29. One of these is the pick. Defensive end, Darius Robinson, Missouri. Defensive end, Braylon Trice, Washington. Defensive end, Adisa Isaac, Penn State. Cornerback, Enos Rakestraw, Missouri. Cornerback, Kamari Lassiter, Georgia. Defensive tackle, Devondre Sweat from Texas. One of those is the pick. If it's up to you, Scott the Gator Anderson, who are you taking at 29?
I would take Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback, Missouri.
Okay. Text us right now who your pick is, or you can even just write it down, but we want you to lock it up right now, who you would take at 29. If it were me, down to 2, I'm considering a third. It would either be Darius Robinson from Missouri, Kamari Lassiter from Georgia, or Tavondre Sweat from Texas, the defensive tackle. And that's who I think I'm going to take. I'm going to take Tavondre Sweat.
No love for Rakestraw,
huh? I like him a lot, but I'm starting to really warm up to Sweat. So, and Rakestraw could be the guy. Kang, I know you're busy back there. Have you heard the field of players available?
Yeah, and I would probably take, having to make a pick here, Kamari Lassiter, Georgia.
Okay. All right, so we all got our pick. The mock continues. Now, I want everyone to write down who you're taking because it's important when you get to the next pick to know who you got with the first pick. Continuing on, picks that might be interesting for Detroit fans. Darius Robinson ends up going with the third pick of the second round to the Cardinals. Actually, I'm not going to do that because I'm kind of giving away who the Lions took. So I'll leave some of the names. Suffice it to say, everybody that was there in the first round is gone by the time the Lions pick at the second pick.
Fair enough.
Michael Penix goes to the Giants at 39. We'll circle back to that. Bo Nix, the quarterback from Oregon, goes to the Vikings at 42. Other picks, Jonah Ellis, edge rusher, Utah, goes to the Raiders at 44. Chris Braswell, edge rusher, Bama, goes to New Orleans at 45. Roman Wilson, wide receiver, Michigan, goes to Cincinnati at 49. Jalen Polk, wide receiver from Washington, goes to Philly at 50. TJ Tampa, cornerback, Iowa State, goes to Pittsburgh at 51. Marshawn Nealand, edge rusher, Western Michigan, goes to the Rams at 52. Who do we got here? Brandon Dorius, edge rusher, Oregon, goes to Houston at 59. At 61, the Lions are on the clock. Here's who's available. Edge rusher Muhammad Kamara, Colorado State. Guard Zach Zinter, Michigan. Guard Cooper Beebe, K-State. Linebacker Edgerrin Cooper, Texas A&M. Cornerback Kalen King, Penn State. Under these circumstances, who would you take?
I'm torn between Cooper Beebe and the edge rusher from Alabama.
Muhammad Kamara, edge rusher from Colorado State?
No, from Alabama.
We didn't have it.
I thought you mentioned Alabama.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay. It would be Cooper Beebe, the offensive guard from Kansas State.
Okay. Kang, under these circumstances, who would you take?
I'd probably go with the guard as well. The one Gators.
Cooper Beebe?
Yeah.
Okay. Pick is in for me, and I will take linebacker Edgerrin Cooper, Texas A&M.
That's why I thought, I don't know why I associate him with Alabama. But
Okay.
Cooper is the guy I would have said. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's quite all right. So you're changing your pick?
Yes, Edgerrin Cooper is the guy.
On draft night, you can't do that. Once you turn the card in.
Right. Well, if I see the name in front of me, I would recognize it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, talented, and I know they have linebackers, but I keep thinking back to kind of buying into the best football player available.
Well, yeah, there's that part of it. The other thing is that, I'm a big Zach Zinter guy, and I think that I can get him in the third round.
Ooh, you're gonna roll the dice.
I'm going to roll the dice. I don't like to say this. There's a couple of Michigan guys that I have no problem getting in the middle rounds if they're there. Zinter if he's there, I'm interested in him. Mike Sandro still, I'm interested in him. Chris Jenkins might be interested in him.
Yeah, Jenkins is going to be interesting where he fits in.
All those guys seem to have that same kind of second to fourth round grade. So,
all right. So what we want you to do right now is text us at 248-539-9797. Who did you get? Who were your two picks? If this is the way it plays out come draft night. So, Gator, your takeaway from this was you got Enos Rakestraw, the corner from Missouri, in the first round, and you got Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M, in the second round. I got Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle from Texas, in the first round. Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker from Texas A&M, in the second round. Kang went Kamari Lassiter, cornerback from Georgia, in the first round. And Cooper Beebe, interior offensive lineman, Kansas State, in the second round.
I ain't mad at it.
You know what I'm starting to feel? I'm starting to feel really good about this draft. And I happen to think it's a good draft for the Lions to have defensive needs.
I think you're right, because it seems like a lot of offensive tackles are going to be gone in the first round. A lot of quarterbacks gone. A lot of wide receivers gone.
Exactly.
And, don't have to worry about the tight end position. If people going to take a Brock Bowers or look at other tight ends, they can be gone. Keep knocking out those other positions that we don't need. And the Lions can focus on, and we're falling into the trap. Don't focus on need. I guess you're looking for the best player that's going to be around. But it seems like there could be some high-end defensive backs available to him at 29. And you might find someone like Edgerrin Cooper, who projects as, from a lot of people, as the number one outside linebacker in a draft. But if there just isn't that need, this could be one of those guys where he's just a great football player. Don't pass on him.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling pretty good about this draft, given the Lions' needs and what could be in their wheelhouse in terms of where they pick. Of course, the combine changes all that. It's ongoing right now. What we want you to do right now is text us over the two players you got under this scenario. We'll read some of those. We'll tell you who the pick is today at 10:52 and set the table for another topic. Because if this mock draft is indicative of how things may go, at least similar, I think the Lions will have other trade options. And we'll get to that today coming up as well. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Here's one of the keys when you're executing the mock draft, and we ask you who would you take under this scenario. One of the big things you have to do is not select a player that's already been selected. First guy took Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas. We told you he went with pick 14 to New Orleans. So you can't do that.
Can't do that.
No. From George in Livonia. Lions first round selection, Rudge Escher.
There we go.
Funny.
Thank you.
Darius Robinson from Missouri. The second selection is Zach Zinter. Go Blue. Doug and Oscoda takes Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle, Texas. And then Kalen King, cornerback, Detroit native.
Penn State.
Yeah, Kalen King, cornerback, Penn State. Bruno in Dearborn says, at 29, Detroit takes Enos Rakestraw. I'm on Rakestraw for now, but want to make sure he'll be 100% healthy. Round 2, Zach Zinter, guard, Michigan. Unnamed texter, I'll take Rakestraw at 29, and I'll take Muhammad Kamara, edge rusher, Colorado State in the second round. What else do we got here? Unnamed texter writes in, I will take T'Vondre Sweat, although he wrote Josh Sweat. I'll take T'Vondre Sweat in the first round, Cooper Beebe in the second round.
What if the Lions did something like this in the offseason? Re-sign Graham Glasgow. Go in free agency, sign Michael Onwenu, and then in the draft, you take Zach Zinter.
You want an entire Michigan interior?
I mean, it's not what I
offensive
want,
line?
but the players are all really good.
They
And
are.
Onwenu is a really good guard. He's available in free agency and probably won't cost you an arm and a leg. Bringing back Glasgow. I mean, Onwenu's going to cost more than Glasgow, but Glasgow is more than capable. He showed it last year. And then I'm going with a future, Zach Zinter, because he's got time to heal up.
I would only do that if those were the best players that I had access
Yes,
to and
I'm
made
not doing it
available.
because of Michigan. Lord knows that.
Yeah. From an unnamed texter. I'm sorry, this is from Angel in a porta potty.
Oh, well, that's odd.
Yeah. I'll take Lassiter, the cornerback from Georgia, and Zinter from Michigan.
Lassiter is interesting. He's the one that has the size, right? Is he like the 6'3"?
I think it's Wiggins.
Or is it Wiggins?
Yeah. I think Wiggins is the bigger of the corners that are available. The one from Clemson. 6'2" it says here. So I thought he was 6'3", 6'4". Maybe it is Lassiter. I want Rakestraw, then Zinter. That's from Abe in Southfield.
Lassiter's only 6 feet.
All right, there you go. It is Wiggins. Rakestraw, of course, he'll measure this week. So we'll find out exactly.
So 5'11".
Rakestraw in the first round and BB all day in the second round. That's from Philip at work.
Phil.
Okay. All right, so it was a mock draft done with CBS Sports, and the Lions at 29. The pick is in. And according to CBS Sports, the Detroit Lions select Braylon Trice, edge rusher, Washington. Now, this was Rick Spielman and Ryan Wilson. Rick Spielman, of course, brother of Chris. Does this mean anything that they take Braylon Trice in this mock?
Why? Because Rick
Spielman made the pick? I'm going to go ahead and say it means everything and expect the Lions to take Braylon Trice. Rick Spielman writes, Lions could go offensive line here. They need guard help, but they can get that on day 2. Instead, Detroit takes Braylon Trice to pair with Aiden Hutchinson. All right, so they get an edge rusher there. Who do they pair it with? In the second round, and again, it's Rick Spielman picking for the Lions. At 61, the Detroit Lions select Cooper Beebe, interior offensive lineman, Kansas State. How would you feel about this haul of Trice and Beebe?
Beebe, I have no problem with being an interior offensive lineman. That's what they need. They need a guard. I don't know enough about Trice, I guess. I mean, I'm intrigued, but it's not. I don't know.
I thought Trice was a pretty good player. I mean, he was obviously Washington's best edge rusher.
Yep.
We got a good look at him with Michigan. That's only one game, of course, but he has been projected a first-round pick for a while. So, based on not going through pro day yet, not going through a combine, not going through interviews, I like this haul.
It's early, but I don't mind it either, and I'm getting excited about the players available. That's becoming clear. The more and more I look at these mocks, the more and more I think, God, it's a good year to need a defensive lineman, edge rusher, defensive tackle, and corners.
Well, here's what's interesting with Braylon Trice is if you just look at a bunch of different rankings, but ESPN has rankings for each position. They go top 8 for edge rushers, and then they have 4 different people evaluating, like Mel Kiper, and they have Reed, Miller, and Yates all do their evaluations. Braylon Trice is 6, 6, 6, and 7 among the evaluations. There's nothing wrong with that because the players above them are names that you've heard of. So wondering, is this like the seriously deep position in the draft?
Yeah.
Or is this where you start to get to that territory? You're like, I don't know. We're looking at best player available.
I mean,
getting the 6th best edge rusher may not be as great as getting the best interior offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care where you rank in terms of the best.
No,
one
I'm
in
just
a given
throwing
draft.
it out there based with what
I think
they
it's
have.
I think it's a deep year for edge rushers, and a deep year for defensive tackles, and a deep year for corners. And maybe not the high-end guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I'm not sure how high-end it is.
You know what it is? It's the bucket of players, is the term that Holmes likes to use. The bucket of players that are going to be available at 29, and again at 62. What are they, 60, 61? I think are players that can help them.
I guess what I'm looking at is am I getting the value out of the sixth best edge rusher versus, the sixth best defensive back? Like, which group is going to have more of the higher end talent? Where am I going to get the better player, at corner or at edge rusher?
Well, there'd be a number of things affect. First of all, I would only be making that decision if I literally evaluate an edge rusher and a corner exactly the same. If I think one's slightly better than the other, I'm just taking that. But then what does the bucket of players look like for your pick at 61? Like, is there a whole bunch of corners that you will still like? Because after Lions pick in the first round, I mentioned the names. Darius Robinson goes 35 to Arizona. Enos Rakestraw goes 36 to Washington. Kamari Lassiter goes 37 to the Chargers. Who else do we have on the board there? Tavondre Sweat goes 46 to the Colts.
So here's where things get interesting when you start thinking about what do you think Brad Holmes is going to do? And I've said I think Brad Holmes is going to trade out of this pick. Either trades up or he trades back, depending on...
Well, those are the two options when it comes to trade.
Sure,
you can't trade and stay the same.
I mean, sure. I'm not sure which players he really evaluates that are must-haves and got to, I can't go higher than 20 to get him or whatever it is, but if that guy's there, then go get him. But if you look to trade back, in this mock draft, the Giants at 6 take what, an offensive lineman, if I'm not mistaken?
They take Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
So they take the big offensive tackle at 6, which I always think is smart when you do that. However, the Giants, they do need a quarterback. So when you look at the draft value chart and take it for what it's worth, the Giants also have the 39th and the 47th pick in the draft, 2 second-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
They total up 940 points. The pick for the Lions at 29 is valued at 640. The pick for the Lions at 61 is valued at 292. Could you trade 29 and 61 and get 39 and 47? That way the Giants move back into the first round. They can get the quarterback because they want the 5th year. They can select Michael Penix at that point. I think they've got him taking Penix in the second round. But if you want the extra year, it could make sense. Plus, you're not taking a chance and hoping that one of the other teams doesn't sneak him in the first round and take your guy.
Well, that's the biggest talking point out of this mock that I mentioned, is the Giants taking Penix at 39 and Minnesota taking Bo Nix at 42.
2 really good picks to get in the second round, but again, they're not getting that 5th year.
And so I think the possibility of trading back to one of those two teams is strong to quite strong. And, the Giants, there's a lot of talk about what they're going to do with Saquon, but there was absolutely, leading into, well, they got to start over at quarterback. Meanwhile, the Vikings, the weirdest thing is that Brad Holmes and the Adolfo Mensa, the GM at Minnesota, they've traded before. They're not scared at all of trading with one another.
But they don't have a 3rd-round pick.
They don't. The Lions have it, but they have the Lions' 4th-round pick. Would they give you your 4th-round pick back and a 2nd-rounder next year for Detroit to drop back to 42?
In addition to 42.
Yes. Yeah. They give you 42. They give you your 4th-rounder back that the Vikings currently have, and the 2nd-rounder. And I thought the Vikings wouldn't, but the Vikings actually have 8 draft picks. They have extra draft capital as it is.
Because you have 2 4ths and 2 5ths and 2 6ths.
Yep. So that might be another deal you could swing. Now, you might like one or the other better, but trading out of that pick at 29 is for a quarterback hungry team, and there's 2 of them at the top of the 2nd round. Makes a ton of sense to me. Makes a ton of sense. So Brad Holmes and the Giants, the Brad Holmes and the Vikings do business, and the Lions add extra draft capital. We've done a lot of studying of this draft over the last, dozen years or so. And this year we've given it the least amount of attention we ever had because our football team played deep into January. The one trend that the great teams seem to be able to do over and over again, the teams that scored the highest in the draft, I'm talking Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Seattle, and New England, is they had they seem to more often than not have extra draft capital. They just have more kicks at the can. They just have more stones to throw at the target. And while it is an inexact science and you can do better than others when it comes to scouting, it felt like the teams with the most draft picks typically did the best.
Well, it's fun because there are a lot of teams that if they decide not to go with quarterback with their first round pick and their first half of the draft first round picks, would they be interested in trading back in at the end and give up that capital? Because it's not just the Giants we mentioned or Minnesota. I mean, what's Atlanta going to do at 8? And you've got Denver at 12 and Vegas at 13 and New Orleans at 14. These are all teams that might pass up on the quarterback the first time around, but then it's too good to pass up to get them late in the first round.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to your phone calls and feedback. Would you make either of these deals? Do you like their draft position? What was your haul in this mock draft? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Couple debuts for the Tigers today. We'll touch on today at 11:20. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's that time of the year right now. You got to start thinking about your lawn and what it's going to look like in the summer. You want it to be green and lush. Do what I do. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. For a limited time, you purchase the full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name. And you don't want to wait because you hate to see crabgrass in the summer. You take care of it now, you won't see crabgrass. You sure as hell don't want to see dandelions either. Take care of it with the first application. It's so important for crabgrass control, for stopping dandelions. You don't want those to go to root at all. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Schedule early. Call right now. Natural Way is great. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They have certified applicators and arborists that are going to help you out, custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They're a locally owned business for over 30 years, a company I've used for about a dozen years right now. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's Natural Way Lawn and Trees Service. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN.
The Red Wings return home tonight to LCA to face Washington. Patrick Kane, fresh off another game-winning goal, has logged a point in 8 straight games. Alex DeBrincat is enjoying the ride with him. Hear all the action on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. The Pistons are looking to shake off their rough loss last night versus the Knicks as they shift their focus towards Chicago. 3 of the 8 Detroit wins this season have come on the second day of a back-to-back, believe it or not. Tip is set for 8 as you can hear all the action on WWJ News Radio 950. And the Tigers have their first split squad action of the spring this afternoon. Casey Mize set to make his first appearance on a Major League mound since April 2022 as the Tigers face the Blue Jays in Lakeland. Mize coming off Tommy John surgery, and today will also mark his first time dealing with the pitch clock in an official game. Then in Sarasota, Matt Manning pitches against the Blue Jays. Manning, also plagued by injury in 23, made just 15 starts thanks to fracturing the same foot twice throughout the season. You can hear Mize outing on 1270 The Bet with the first pitch set for 105. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell at the podium in Indianapolis. Anything he says that's interesting, we will pass along. Talk some Tigers today at 11:20. Kane's got the idea for a store, and I love it. And Gator, I think you're going to hate it. But in case we strike out and start a business venture, Kang and I.
Well, you guys going to freeze me out, huh?
I think you're going to hate the idea. But I guess that doesn't mean you wouldn't invest in the company. But we'll get to that at 11:50. We'll give you the option.
Oh, will you?
Yeah.
That's nice of you.
Yeah.
At least consider me. I appreciate that.
Kang, am I wrong? Is he going to hate it?
Yeah, I don't think you'll like it.
Would you
Gator.
ever want to be a part owner in a store you hate?
No, now I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you'll be caught up in that dilemma.
Listen, it could be a good investment. I may never set foot in a place, but it could be a good investment. I think I know where you're going with this.
Anyway, we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. Let's get back to your open line call. Steve in Dearborn, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Hey.
I got an idea. I think the general manager of the Lions loves to maneuver around and make trades and so forth. I do think they will trade back. But also I think they'll possibly take into consideration trading next year's number one draft choice for draft capital this year, simply to get next year's player this year, because this year is what counts. They have, I think I can see them doing something like that, and I think Mr. Holmes can surprise a lot of people. So that's
all right. So let me just, Steve, are you talking about? When you talk about trading next year's pick, do you mean next year's first round pick?
Correct. Okay.
So are you thinking in terms of trading next year's first round pick with this year's first round pick to move up for one player? Or are you trading next year's first round pick?
If we trade next year's first round pick, to probably get a number 2 and for it. That would be good, because there's enough talent out there that they can fill these weak points that they have in the team, in the defense primarily.
So find a team that will give up their second round pick this year and their fourth round pick this year for next year's Detroit Lions first round pick.
I would just, my opinion, I'm no expert, just to swap another team's number 2 for our number 1 next year. Just an even split. You don't have to embellish it more than that.
So somebody gives up their second round pick this year for the Lions' first round pick next year.
Yeah, because there's some teams that probably got two second round picks.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate the phone call. You look confused.
Well, why would you give up value like that? That's giving up
because there's a player you absolutely love and want to have. I remember in the Bobby Ross era, the Lions traded a second round pick to San Diego for San Diego's first round pick the next year, and the Lions ended up having 2 first round picks the following year. I think it was San Diego was totally enamored with some player. So
when they took Aaron Gibson.
I don't remember who they ended up getting with the pick. Well, I don't remember.
That's when they had 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, is there a player with a first-round grade, in your view, that if you're midway through the second round and New Orleans at 45, Chop Robinson's still on the board, would you give up your first rounder next year to give Chop Robinson this year?
I don't think you go first round, but I think because, again, the value of a first-round pick is the 5th year. So is it worth doing that and also dropping significantly in where you're selecting? I get it, it's for next year. I think you can make the trade without having to do that. I think you would end up giving your second-round pick and then some.
I guess, but when you're talking about hesitating of trading a 2025 first rounder because of the 5th year, you're worried about the season 2029.
Well, no,
I wouldn't care about that one extra year in 2029 if you got a player that you think can help you now.
Yeah, I'd find a way around it. I think there are other ways to do it without having to give up a first round pick because that's value you're giving up, and I don't want to give up the value. I'd rather give up the value in terms of later picks to make up for that than to go ahead and give up that first round pick.
Okay, so I don't know who the player is that you'd covet, but what kind of trade would you pull to get a second round pick?
Well, you'd give up your second round pick, and then then the Lions have 2 third round picks.
Yes,
I might consider. I mean, depending on who it is, you're trying to make it up there. When you look at the draft chart and all that stuff. So, the Lions pick at 29, the Lions are picking at 61. That's 292 points. So you're talking somewhere halfway in the middle. You're saying New Orleans at 45. That's 450 points. So somewhere along the lines, I got to come up with almost 200 extra points. Not quite 200 extra points. I mean, you could do that by giving up your second, third round pick.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he sounded like he was looking for an additional second rounder. And if he was going to do that, I think a first rounder next year would get it done.
I consider everything. I'm just reluctant to give up a first round pick to get a second round pick.
I am too. What I would like about a move like that is that would strike me that they are really going all in to win now. I mean, they are really trying to win now.
I don't know if that tells me that because you're talking about draft picks and are unproven. Going all in to win right now, you do that by free agency.
Yeah, I have such a low expectation for free agency in terms of them going outside the team, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays itself out.
Well, free agency determines what you're going to do in the draft,
and
to an extent.
There's, and they did make a free agent signing yesterday.
They did,
and it's interesting because they made Jalen Reeves-Maybin the highest paid, primarily special teams player in the history of the game. I think it was a 2-year, $8 million deal.
It's 2 years with a maximum of $8 million to the value of it. I think there's a $2.5 million signing bonus. But it maxes out at $8 million. So, yeah, it's money. It's the largest money to commit to a special teams player. But Germ, as he's affectionately known from the coaching staff, he's versatile on his team. Obviously, he's a Pro Bowler. He's an All-Pro, not even just Pro Bowler. He's an All-Pro when it comes to special teams, which is great. But he plays a handful of plays on defense, or maybe even more than a handful when asked to, and he's quite capable of it. I think he's a good guy to have. When I saw this, the first question that came to my mind, though, was, is this one of those things that Dan Campbell has warned himself about, that you don't fall in love with your own guys?
Mm-hmm.
And here's a guy that clearly he's a team guy, does everything asked of him. He's a hard worker. He's that, to be a special teams player, it's kind of like that overachieving type player. Does that scream the guy that you fall in love with and don't do it? Or does this make all the sense in the world because he does have more than just special teams value? He has defensive value when you need it. Because he's made some big plays on defense.
Telling you, I wondered that same thing. He's not falling in love with his own guys here, right? Or is it speak to their commitment to keep the band together?
Well, it's also a 2-year deal. So it's not like this very punitive to the cap deal. It's also a $4 million cap hit, I'm guessing, if it's a 2-year, $8 million deal, something like that. So I think it's done in a way where there's a mitigated risk with doing it. Because it's a special teams guy that you're rewarding. It's not like you're giving him $10 million a year.
248-539-9797. Eric, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
How you doing, guys?
Great, thank you.
First time, long time. It's the first time on a radio show. But I've been thinking about this idea for a couple of years now. you make a lot of fuss about the quarterbacks and paying them and all this. Me, I would trade Patrick Mahomes and trade him to the Chicago Bears for the first pick. I would get the Bears first pick for the next 2 or 3 years, the second round picks, or whatever, cash.
What? I'm sorry, I'm confused. You would do what?
Take Patrick Mahomes and trade him to the Chicago Bears. My paradigm is don't pay the quarterback. Like they always say, don't pay the running back, don't pay the quarterback. You keep the quarterback pay scale on the cheap. You can re-sign all your players. You can sign other players from other teams. You have all this money, and if you don't have to pay the quarterback, and you can plug in. Patrick Mahomes went to the Super Bowl on his rookie contract. So was Joe Burrows. All you want to get is a great quarterback. If you have,
Patrick Mahomes also won Super Bowls in his next contract.
Yeah,
I know, but you're going to always re-up on a top-notch quarterback because you're going to always.
But you don't have to re-up with him. He's signed to he's got 8 more years left on his contract that pays him $50 million a year, and his contract is going to look very pedestrian in the next couple of years compared to other quarterbacks because you're not paying him what you're going to have to pay everybody else.
I'm saying you don't have to pay any quarterback. You get a rookie quarterback every 4 or 5 years. He's going to be great, and he's going to be plugged.
He's going to be great. There's the flaw.
Yeah.
That's the flaw.
You
just
idea.
assume he's going to be great.
Well, San Francisco is doing it now with Brock Purdy. He's not great. Think if you have Jordan Love in there or C.J. Stroud.
Okay, did San Francisco do it before? Or are they just kind of maybe they kind of lucked into this? I mean, there's no guarantees, and they did it with the guy who was at the end of the draft. I mean,
there is a guarantee if you have Patrick Mahomes, you have Patrick Mahomes.
San Francisco,
that is guaranteed.
Last I checked, they also tried to do it with the 3rd overall pick in Trey Lance, and it didn't work. And you would think that's a guarantee because you're taking your quarterback on a rookie contract.
You would have the first pick, not the 3rd pick or the 4th pick. You would have the first pick, so you would get a top-notch quarterback.
You don't think the 3rd pick would have been a top-notch quarterback?
Well, he's not the first pick.
Well, no, but he's the 3rd pick overall. I mean, there's a reason you moved up.
Just
and
out of
gave
curiosity, Eric, does this have any impact on the Lions, or are you just talking that you would just never have a?
No, it doesn't because Jared Goff probably don't have the same value.
All right, thank you. I mean, look, it's been 5 years, 6 years since a quarterback on a rookie deal has won the Super Bowl. It's been all veteran quarterbacks. Now, some others have gotten there, and there's more than one way to do it. The commitment to that philosophy, to want to trade Patrick, if you're Kansas City, to want to trade the best quarterback in the game that just won the Super Bowl to stay committed to the philosophy it's insane to me.
I agree. I mean, it's not like they don't have the track record to show that they're still doing it. I don't think Kansas City had the best team last year, but they ended up.
They've won 2 Super Bowls in a row.
They just continue to win. Like they do something special when it comes to the postseason because they have the best quarterback in the league.
One of his examples was, well, look at the Niners. The dude that just lost to Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't win.
All respect to Purdy, but they lost to the guy you want to trade away to build a team like them.
And they were fortunate to be there.
I mean, look, you have your philosophy, but to think to be so committed to the philosophy that you're going to give up on something that's working at a championship level to stay committed to the philosophy, to me, is missing the point of why you're playing the games, why you own a team, what you're trying to achieve season in and season out.
It's ludicrous when you're in the midst of a dynasty to say, "Oh, I'll give up this quarterback because I'm going to guarantee that the first pick overall." Which, by the way, he didn't even offer who the quarterback would be. Let's assume it's Caleb Williams. He assumes that Caleb Williams is going to
make a move like that. Think how much money you can give Germ. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Couple of debuts today for the Tigers. One, Casey Mize gets a start for the Tigers, coming off injury a year ago. And Riley Green, who's been banged up a little bit, will have his first start in spring training in Lakeland. Gator, any thoughts? Green, Torkelson, Canna, Urshela, Keith Baez, Carson Kelly, Justice Bigby, Akil Badu. There's your lineup.
A couple names I'm interested in there. The youngsters.
Yep.
With Colt Keith and Justice Bigby. Justice Bigby come out hitting already. That's good. See if he can keep it up. Push for. I don't think he's going to get a roster spot, no matter how he really performs in the spring, unless he does something incredible. But he's a guy who could be on a quick call up as an outfielder. I'm not sure what he is defensively, but he can hit. That's for sure. He hit at all the levels last year.
Something to keep an eye on. 248-539-9797. That game gets underway this afternoon. We'll keep you updated here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Tigers, meanwhile, is currently third place on what you're most looking forward to in Detroit spring sports. A question we have tweeted out. Stanley Cup playoffs, 56.8% of the vote. NFL draft, 19.6% of the vote. Tiger season starting, 16.9% of the vote. March Madness, 6.7% of the vote. Jeremy tweets us, NFL draft, baby. Joe says, I want playoff hockey at LCA so bad. How incredible would it be to get a home playoff football and home playoff hockey in the same year? Alex says, don't forget the Masters. That's the start of true spring for me. Nubs gets dubs. I'm dying to see playoff hockey at LCA. The Red Wings feel dangerous. They also rank 8th in both power play and PK, which I think will benefit them in the playoffs.
Did you watch any of the match, speaking of golf, last night?
Did not at all.
It was played all in the dark because they played it in Florida. It was interesting. The concept was interesting. Playing in the dark, having it all lit up, it's kind of fun, using the technology to track the ball and all that. But the foursome, I'm not sure if the foursome was the most intriguing foursome.
Well, it was just golfers, right?
Well, yes, and it was 2 female golfers, 2 male golfers. You had Rory and Max Homa. You had Rose Zhang and Lexi Thompson. Were there for the women folk. Then you have Ernie Johnson with Charles Barkley, I think Trevor Immelman as well, doing some commentary. I like Barkley to a point, and then it's like Barkley just talks to hear himself sometimes.
Yeah.
And wants people to talk about him and his golf game and all that. So it gets to be a little much, but not as good as years past, because I don't think it was anywhere near as intriguing with the people you had. Although Max Homa is entertaining.
Yeah, that was the scouting report going in, but we'll see how it does. Going up against The Bachelor on Monday nights.
Oh, so I know.
And Piston basketball.
Obviously, you were watching The Bachelor.
I did see the end of The Bachelor. I got to tell you, it was the most dramatic rose ceremony yet.
Really?
Yeah. Let's go to Connor in Troy here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Connor.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. I just started listening to the show a couple months ago. I'm a bit of a younger guy, but I went to the first playoff game this year, and, man, that was an experience. And I just wanted to call in and just pay Goff. The last caller, whoever called, just saying that the Bears need to trade for Patrick Mahomes is, I just can't with that mindset of another.
Connor, did we lose you? Hold on. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I just can't get with the concept that a new quarterback is just automatically going to make our team better or perform the same. You know, we got this team built around Goff, and we need to pay him. I'm not saying we need to give him top of the market money, but we need to work out a contract here that's reasonable enough, and I hope he does understand that we need to be able to pay his weapons and stuff like that. And, you know, I just wanted to say I really like you guys' show and everything, and thanks for all of your good topics.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. The golf thing, I'm not going to say I'm worried, because I'm not. Does it seem maybe a little quiet on that front?
No.
No?
I mean, not for me. I mean, I don't know what you're expecting to hear. A lot of chatter. I think when it happens quickly.
I hope so. Maybe they're sorting out. I'm just trying to figure out if I've got my timeline messed up here a little bit. Do they want to figure out Goff's extension before free agency, or do they want to do free agency before they figure out Goff's extension?
I don't know. I don't know what benefit. NFL contracts is so weird. There are benefits to doing it by a certain date. I don't know if any of that fits in with the Lions because he still has a year left on his contract. I would think that you'd want to have. I want to get free agency done before I extend the quarterback, because you've got literally a full year to extend the quarterback.
Right, I hear you, but if you're signing contracts of players, if you sign any beyond this year, it impacts what the pool of money you have with Goff. Kane, do you think they want to get the Goff deal done before free agency?
If you want to extend Goff, you should get it done as soon as possible. Is my theory. Not that they don't want to, but I'm saying if this is like your number one priority this offseason, extend Goff, get it done quickly, and then you can move on with the rest of your offseason. Free agency being important, of course, knowing how much money you're going to have for those free agents once your Goff deal is done. The draft will take care of itself. Everyone's got their pool of money for the draft that they have to set aside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone knows kind of pockets where you're drafting, how much money you need to have because those are slotted areas. But yeah, I don't think it's been terribly quiet, Doug. I kind of agree with Gator in the point, like when it happens, it's going to happen quickly. But I would like it done before free agency. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering when we're going to start hearing news. Maybe I'm just getting curious. Dan Campbell's at the podium right now in Indianapolis. Anything interesting he says, we will pass on. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings in action tonight. Taking on Washington, Alexander Ovechkin. I mean, things are cranking up. We're seeing that Detroit is as excited about the Stanley Cup playoffs as anything going on in spring. At least our audience is. So we asked that question via or via Twitter. You can go vote and comment there. But hey, man, it feels like this is now a crowd that is grateful to have a competitive hockey team. There was the era of, I think, Red Wing fans that would get down to the Joe back in the day and have a entertain me attitude because they were so good. But now we have a team that hasn't been good lately, and I think we're very, very thankful. And the question is, can they get out of a wild card spot? Can they further solidify their playoff spots? Because I don't think we should think of that as a given at this point. But they've really done a nice job the last couple of weeks, coming out of the All-Star break, really, to create what now is a 7-point lead over Washington. Washington has a game in hand. They have an 8-point lead over New Jersey and the Islanders, who are up next, right after Washington, isn't the Isles?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, it's just, look at that record since the new year has begun. 16-1 in games where they score 3 goals or more. 16-1. I mean, last couple of years they couldn't score 3 goals in a game, and now they're on a tear like that. Love it.
Yep. And it's just fun. It's just fun to see him playing games with premium on him. And Patrick Kane. Look, I'm kind of still holding my breath here a little bit, given his age and the injury he's coming off of. But when he's out there on the ice, I don't know that it could be going much reasonably better than that. Remember, Kane said before they signed him, I expect to be better than I was the last time I was healthy and played a full season. And it's kind of ironic. In Chicago, he played 54 games in 22 and 23 and scored 16 goals. He's got 27 games in Detroit and has 12 goals. So he's on a much hotter pace than that. Now, then he got traded from Chicago to the Rangers and scored a goal every 4th game there. But he's almost a goal every other game guy here in Detroit. Like, he is better. He's healthy. Yeah, he's better than the last time he played. The last full season he had in Chicago, 21-22, he played 78 games, had 26 goals. And he's trending better than that. Everything he said is kind of turned out to be true.
He's a fantastic passer. He's great to have on a power play. Look, he's not this amazing two-way player, right? He's an offensive guy, and you're getting that out of him. A point a game. You need that another player like that in your top 6 forwards, and he's been that. He's been fantastic for this team, and now they're starting to play well with him. Earlier on, when he first got here, they weren't winning with him. He looked great, passes right on tape to tape, but they weren't winning games, and it felt like to a point that the players were kind of standing around in awe and, oh my God, we're playing on the ice with Patrick Kane. He's really great, guys. You got to play though. You can't just watch him. They figured things out, and now they're playing much better hockey since the new year, and he's a big reason why. He's just helped to solidify the offensive side of this team, and the other big part is Alex Lyon, of course, and what he's been able to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lyon's been a real find for them, and you just ride him as long as you can. Ride that Lion as long as you can, and see how far he can take you. It's like each passing game. It's the same thing with Kane. I grow more and more faith that, oh, wow, this is here to stay. And, it comes down to, DeBrincat. Could that have gone much better as far as that signing? Yzerman's made a lot of moves, and they seem to be paying dividends. Now, we are, 2 weeks away from the trade deadline? Less than that now?
It's a week and a half.
Yeah, so we're talking about another opportunity where a lot of guys get moved. Yzerman could be a player. I almost want to, get Red Wing fans' thoughts. If they stand pat, if they don't make a big move, because we just went through this with the Lions, people were mad. People were mad when Brad Holmes didn't make a move. Will they be as mad if Steve Yzerman doesn't make a move and they see a trade take place for a player that they wanted?
I don't think so, because you're not hearing big names being floated around in rumors. Years past, like back when the Wings were really competing in the 90s and in the 2000s, trade deadline day was huge because it was to see, the great teams were trying to add to it and see how much better they could be. And what Colorado would do would often hinge on what the Red Wings would do. And there were monster names being bandied about at the trade deadline. You were just waiting until that 3 p.m. deadline, wherever it was, and keep refreshing to see, what trades came in at the end. It's not like that right now. You're not hearing any of these big names being moved from the smaller markets to the bigger markets, or the have-nots to the haves. So I don't think fans haven't been poisoned yet because they haven't heard a name floated out there like, oh, hey, you know what? Pittsburgh's interested in moving Sidney Crosby. Whoa, wait, what? We're not hearing that.
No, but there was a story on ESPN.com where an agent is quoted about the trade deadline. Quote, I think it's going to be insane. I don't know what that means anymore, because what you're citing is back when there wasn't a cap and there was free movement. And there was a lot of teams that were just willing to unload players and a lot of teams willing to just take on salary. Meanwhile, an NHL team executive in the same story says, I feel like it's not going to be a great deadline, to be honest. It doesn't seem like there's a lot out there. So, one guy saying it's going to be insane, somebody else saying he doesn't know.
Was it 1998, I think, the trade deadline? The Red Wings traded for Chris Chelios and Bill Ranford and Ulf Samuelsson and Wendell Clark. All that happened. And none of those guys really played except for Chris Chelios, who then spent like 10 years with the Wings. But it was nonetheless an exciting day because the names were being thrown around there, even though those guys were at the end of their careers.
I'm pretty sure I was driving around in a Channel 25 news car on that day, listening, and the Red Wings made like 2 trades while I was on one story.
Yeah.
Like we were driving out to Davison for a city council meeting or something. I went in the car and they make one trade on the ride out and another trade on the ride back.
I was in my basement with a hockey stick, a tennis ball, and a milk crate, shooting at the milk crate, listening to the radio.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's funny. 248-539-9797. Anyway, Red Wing fans heading down there tonight. What do you think the buy-in price is tonight?
I don't know if the buy-in price has gotten out of hand yet for the Red Wings. I suspect it hasn't yet. But interest is there. Like, people are going to take time out to watch the game, or if they're driving around, they're going to listen to the game. But going to the game, I think they're getting sellouts, but I don't know if it's like, it's $100 to get into the LCA tonight. I doubt that, but it's probably around $30. I'm sure there's some cheap seats.
The buy-in price is apparent, according to SeatGeek, $41.
Okay.
Although I'm not sure where those tickets are, because when I refresh it, it says the cheapest is $60.
All right.
So it's starting to creep up a little bit. Now, you remember, those numbers are a little misleading, because anytime I go to buy off a secondary supplier, all the fees and everything take it from like 60 to 90 real fast. In fact, let me see if I go to checkout. These tickets that are $60, I don't know. These tickets that are listed at 41. Okay, so this is, I clicked on the right button. With fees, the buy-in price is $60. Okay, so that's with fees. It includes $19 in fees. So,
I'll get me started.
I know. I'm glad you can list them now, what the actual price is, instead of what the ticket is listed at. Because what the ticket is listed at is often way lower than what you actually end up paying with the fees. So $60 is the buy-in price for Red Wings hockey tonight as they take on Washington. 248-539-9797. All right, I mentioned it earlier. Kang has an idea for a business. Okay. I don't think you'll want to invest in this business. I don't think you'll ever want to shop there. The question is he onto something? Is there going to be a market for this? We'll get to that today at 11:50. Little March Madness tournament seating update. We'll touch on that coming up today at 11:48. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 to ticket. Hey, when it comes to hockey, no one does better than Twin Peaks. You know how great that playoff run was for Detroit's football team. Now the hockey team's doing the same thing. They're following suit. And Twin Peaks has all the action as you gear up for the playoffs. Stop in tonight, Detroit, Washington. Puck drops at 7. Get there early so you get a front row seat to the action. They pipe in the volume for the biggest games. And you know what, Twin Peaks, why they're so great on game days? For starters, you won't find a colder beer in the state. Their beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees. When you combine that with a mug that's only used once a day because there's a 6-hour freezing process, you get a frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up the beer of the month, which is Sam Adams Cold Snap, and see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with the Scratch Kitchen, and you got a recipe for success. Try some of their signature dishes like the house smoked items like the ribs or brisket. If you're a wing guy, check out their hand-cut, breaded-to-order boneless wings, and they got something for everybody. And the best part, of course, is Twin Peaks girls. Detroit hockey in action tonight, Thursday, and Saturday as well. So stop in and cheer them on while they race for the playoffs. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. We brought this up a few weeks ago because it just flat out stood out. And now it turns out our team's taking a look at this dude. He didn't play college football. He actually played for the Toronto Argonauts of the CFL and had an invite to the Senior Bowl. Still eligible for that. Went to the Senior Bowl. And apparently Detroit is now hosting this player for one of its 30 pre-draft visits. That player is Quantez Stiggers. Now, you find a better name in the draft than Quantez Stiggers, good luck. 22-year-old, played last year for the Argos. Excelled at, he was at the Shrine Bowl, my bad. He was not at the Senior Bowl, the Shrine Bowl. So, they've already got one player from the CFL Lions, Matthew Betts, who was the league's defensive MVP last year. Now Stiggers is coming in as well.
Well, to interview.
Yes.
The other guy they signed.
Yes. They signed Betts. Stiggers is one of the 30 pre-draft visits.
What did Stiggers do in the CFL?
I'm not really sure. He did enough to get a Shrine Bowl invite.
Running back, receiver, what do we?
He's a corner, I'm sorry.
Corner.
Yeah. Made a name for himself the year prior in the fan-controlled football league where he was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year, leading the league with 5 interceptions.
And this guy did not play college football.
Nope. Never played college football after dropping out of school following the death of his father, but jumped into the CFL this season and had 5 picks with the Toronto Argonauts to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Quantez Stiggers. And I mean, if you have a limited number of pre-draft visits, you have 30 of them. They must seriously be considering Stiggers to even, you're not going to waste a visit because his name's cool. You might.
What? That's preposterous.
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't do that.
Yes, you would.
He's 6 feet, about 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, interesting. It's interesting. He's from Atlanta. Interesting story. Look, I have no problem bringing guys in, talking to guys.
Little Stiggers.
But when you only get 30 interviews.
Yep.
It's interesting that they bring him in for that.
Yep. So anyway, hey, no stone. Look under everyone.
Grew up in a family of 13 children.
Yeah. Is he from Georgia, I think?
Yep.
Okay.
He's from Atlanta.
And why didn't he play college football? Was it because his dad passed and gave up the dream?
His father was involved in a serious car accident, this according to Wikipedia. Serious car accident in February of 2020, Valentine's Day 2020. Later died in September of 2020. He was a brand new freshman at Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee. His father's death caused him to enter into a significant depression that resulted in him dropping out despite being on scholarship.
Well, best of luck to Mr. Stiggers. In the meantime, we yesterday talked a little bit about March Madness and the Spartans with the loss to Ohio State. They are now firmly on a lot of people's 9 line as a 9 seed potentially here, which, I mean, 8, 9, color of the jersey. It doesn't really matter all that much. Could it get dicey for them? Well, their next game's against Purdue. A win over Purdue would go a long way to kind of ending any talk of them not making the tournament. A loss to Purdue, then they take on one of the best Northwestern teams we've seen in a while. Then they finish at Indiana. Indiana is reeling. You don't want to be on the 12 line. The 12 line is out. The last 4 at-large bids are your 4 11 seeds. So Michigan State on the 9 line. Then there's the 10 line and the 11 line that gets you in. But if you drop to the 12 line, that is the first out. So while they have fallen a little bit, still have some cushion between themselves and the edge of the tournament. Oakland University, the Golden Grizzlies, right now trying to win the Horizon. They are on the 14 line, according to Jerry Lunardi.
So they can only get in if they win the conference tournament?
Yeah, I don't think they get in that large. I don't know their secondary numbers I haven't paid, but there's very few teams. You know, the Horizon can be, I think, more than a 1-bid league, but
how do you feel about that? Like when you get to these, as I like to call them, the crap conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do respect what
he's
done. I do like Coach Campy. If you win the conference, but then lose in the second round or third round of the conference tournament.
Yeah.
You don't get in?
Yeah. So I think the truth is, I think it's up to the conference who they give their automatic bid to. I don't think it's necessarily the NCAA that determines that. I'm almost sure the conference does. And I think every conference gives it to their tournament champion. So you can throw out months of data for a couple weeks of data, or a week of data, or a weekend of data. Yeah.
This is one of the flaws in college basketball.
Well, yes, Horizon will be a one-bid league, and Oakland is matched up with Iowa State in the East region, according to Lenardi, and Michigan State is on the 9 line facing TCU. If they win, they take on top seed Arizona. This would all be out in the West. So there you go. All right, I mentioned that Kang had the idea for a business. It would be a grocery store. And have you decided that would be the name that you mentioned
Yeah,
earlier?
I think so right now. Everything's up for debate, but it's just some first thoughts.
It is a membership-only grocery store.
So kind of like a Costco type thing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Called Fast AF.
Gotcha.
The theory being you have to do your shopping fast. If you go to the self-checkout and you're too slow,
you get booted?
Your membership gets revoked.
Wow.
Keep this in mind. Membership is free, but you can have your membership revoked. If you're going to shop your groceries at Fast AF, you have to keep it moving. You're not putting your cart in the middle of the aisle. You're at checkout. You have to keep pace. And if you're not keeping pace, you're out. You're out.
Is it only keeping pace once you're checking out?
No, it's the whole experience, Gator. Now, listen, this may not be the most profitable business. I admit this. This is very selfish of me, but I think there is a market for it, especially when I had an investor right away in Doug Karsh.
I'm in. I would shop at Fast AF.
This might be a predominantly male store, even though it's open to everybody. I just feel like more men would go to this store, this type of grocery store.
Get in, get out.
It's basically speeding up the process. I've talked to our boss, Jimmy Powers, about going to Costco, the way guys do it compared to the way our wives do it. When we go in, we have a plan. We know where everything is. We go directly to that place. We pick up what we need.
Execute.
We get out.
It's execute.
Yep. There basically is no window shopping. That's basically what this store is. You go in, you hit your spots, you check out, you put your, even going through the aisles with your cart, there's no hemming and hawing. And then if there's gas, like a Costco, you said, Gator, you get gas. You know what kind of gas you get. You have your payment ready. There's not just fumbling through your wallet, figuring out how I'm going to pay for this. There's not, do I get 87? Do I get 93? And what pump I'm going to use?
My man, if he has gas at his at his grocery store, Fast AF, it's going to be like a NASCAR pit stop.
Exactly.
Yeah, you were talking about move fast. Now, there are, I know at Meijer, you can basically check out yourself with your phone. You can scan everything as you put it in your cart. But you have to go to the end and they do. It's not that big a deal. It's the fastest grocery shopping experience I've ever had. And I dig it a lot. But they have to then check your cart to make sure that you've paid for everything that's in there. You've scanned. Have you ever done that, by the way? The Meijer thing where you scan your own groceries as you go?
No, I haven't. It's very interesting. I've seen it. Obviously it's there at Meijer and I think at other stores too. I have not done that yet.
I did it for the first time this past weekend.
How'd it go?
It went well. And the good news was there wasn't a lot of people doing it. And so when I got to the end and they had the woman there to check it, it moved quickly. And it might cut into the business at Fast AF, but I like the concept of Fast AF.
Well, I've always had kind of this idea, but it really got sparked last night when I went to Costco. Mm-hmm. And I went to this customer service area. I had to return something. And behind me was a couple kind of bickering a little bit about whether they should be in line to return something. It was a married couple. The wife said, "Don't worry, we won't be here in too long. The line will move. It's worth it to return this." And the husband was like, "This is not worth it. This is taking too long. I want to get out of here." And so I just feel like it's a different mentality sometimes for the people that just want to get in and out, even for returns. Hey, have your receipt ready or have your phone out ready. Have everything ready to go. If you don't, it's almost like there's a shot clock.
Yep.
And if we don't get this done, in 45 seconds. We got to move on to the next customer.
I think what you have said that really hits the nail on the head is I think men would love this.
I don't understand why you think that this isn't something I would want to be part of.
I don't think you want to be rushed.
When it comes to shopping?
When it comes to anything.
I mean, I don't like to be rushed, but when it comes to shopping, I'm all on board with how guys shop. We hunt. We're hunters. We know what we want. We know what we're doing. Not going to dilly-dally. I'm all on board with this.
Hey, you can't write checks here, Gator.
No, there's no check.
Okay.
No.
I'm just saying.
Show me the ID card. Here's the credit card. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
get in and out.
Yeah.
100%. I'm 100% on board with it.
And now, at Fast AF, would you train to get your membership? Would you train people how to use the U-Scan?
Okay, so there's definitely going to be people there to help usher this along, to help you. Hey,
Because when you
I
get
get
fresh
it.
produce and it has to be weighed and you
I
get
get
codes and all that, that's the knock that I have against the quick checkout or the U-Scan. You scan yourself out.
You gotta
If
look
I've got
stuff
fresh
up.
produce, I'll wait in the checkout line.
To have somebody else,
Yeah.
look it up for. Yeah, thank you for being considerate, Gator.
Yes.
We need those people because there's a lot of people that don't realize they're very slow. They don't know the codes. They don't know how to search them. You should not be in the U-Scan.
Now, I do appreciate that when you go through the self-scan, that there's that person kind of lurking around that works there that's ready and a moment's notice that, here you go. The limes, we got them right here. Here's the code. Boom. There you go. Thank
Doug-
you very much.
Doug, you know the code for bananas, right?
I don't.
I believe it's the same everywhere.
Is
They-
it like 4011?
Bam.
Is it?
Bam.
You guys.
Yes.
Bam. I don't know if they...
Avocados, 4225.
What's kale?
Don't know.
Wow. No one knows because no one buys it but Doug. No, seriously. I think all the grocery stores got together and said, let's just 4011 for bananas. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but it's the same everywhere. But yeah, you got to know this stuff. And then I think, hey, it makes the experience a lot quicker for everybody.
This is awesome. The PLU for avocados is 4225. If you had, seriously, I did not know until you asked me. And then I nailed both bananas and I nailed avocados. Woo! What about apples? What about Honeycrisp apples?
See, there's a lot of apples.
Is that 4252?
There's too many apples, man.
Fuji.
Yeah.
Macintosh.
Honeycrisp. Yeah.
Google search.
Granny Smith.
There's apples that have merged with other fruits. Grapples.
Yeah. Crabapple.
What's the code for Honeycrisp apples? 3283. Blew that one.
You just lost it.
I like it. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell just asked a question about Jared Goff. We'll tell you what he said today at 12:05. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Brandon in Shelby Township. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Going very well, thank you.
So a little talk about King's Grocery Store. The one thing I see at Sam's Club all the time is you have people try to sell you phone plans that you don't want.
Yeah.
You know, they just pop out of the aisles and try to sell you something. They're not allowed. You know, get them out of there.
Banned.
Oh, they will not be at
We're
Fast
going
AF.
in-
No.
Yeah. No, not allowed in Fast AF. We're going in to get our shopping done. We know what we want. We want some bacon. We want some whatever. No phone plans.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Kang. In addition to that, no free samples at the end caps.
No, I'm sorry.
There's nobody, hawking food or drinks or anything like that. You're there to shop and get out.
Yes. AF.
AF.
Yep. Yeah, Brandon, that makes sense.
Yes.
We don't want any free samples. We don't want any diversions. Like, no matter what the diversion is, in and out, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. The point is to make the grocery shopping process as quick and painless as possible.
No bottle return?
No way.
What about coupons?
What? At Fast AF?
Yeah.
Sorry, the lowest price you can get, Doug.
Okay, good.
I like where your head's at.
We go to Jim. You're next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, real quick, is there an ATM machine? Is there going to be an ATM machine there, Kane?
If there is, you better be Fast AF, right?
That's what I'm saying, man. But, I mean, I was like 3 cars back the other day, and I looked down at my phone, and I'm just wondering. I'm like, what is this guy doing? What are you doing? You put your card in, you pull the card out, you get your money, you leave.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah, if there's an ATM machine, it has to be outside, right?
It's got
It has to be outside. And
Yep.
drive through. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, ATM. I should. It's not ATM machine. It's like NFL.
Well, now that we're talking about this, maybe it's a whole line. Like that's just a bank, right? Bank AF and hardware AF. Like let's get this thing
I
moving.
think everything
Let's
has
get-
to have Fast AF to it. It's bank
let's get
Fast
it
AF.
all moving so we can get in and out.
Bank
God.
FAF.
This is
There you
how
go, guys.
brands get built.
Gas
Yep.
FAF.
Yep,
Is this what it was like when Steve Jobs got together with his friends?
might be. I'm looking for real estate AF. Let's go. Let's get it done,
Yes. There's a whole line.
dude. Secretary of State AF.
Oh.
Let's go.
Dude.
Actually, they made it a lot quicker.
They've done a lot.
The call ahead, the make your appointment thing really helps.
You know what else helps? I forgot about this year because getting close to my birthday, and I'm like, I gotta get new license tabs, right?
Yep.
Last year, it could do 2 years at a time.
Woo! Did you use the kiosk?
I did it online.
Oh, okay, yeah. Kiosk is good. The online is good.
Yes.
Look at you.
Listen, I've used the kiosk for a long time.
Okay.
And then I found out, wait, you can just do it online. It's easier. Even easier.
Good for you. All right. So we mentioned before the break that Dan Campbell spoke at the podium down at Indianapolis Combine. Topic of Jared Goff came up. Quote, to me, Jared Goff is a winning quarterback. You can win in this league with that guy. And you can't say that for a lot of guys. So I'm glad that he's here. I'm glad he's ours. And you could argue that he's grown more than a lot of players we've had. I want to circle back and focus on the line. You can win in this league with that guy. And you can't say that for a lot of guys. I think, Gator, we deal with a lot of phone calls from people that don't think you can win in this league with that guy. And I think it's because of his lack of mobility.
I think there's two things. I think that's a big part of it. And the other thing is that the great Sean McVay gave up on him.
So I think there's a second thing, and I don't think that's what it is necessarily. But let's start with you can win in the league with this guy. I don't know that we've ever had a football coach in Detroit with more credibility than Dan Campbell. If Dan Campbell says it, do you believe it? Because, I mean, let's face it. We've taken calls from people that want to move on from Goff.
Oh.
We've taken calls from people that rather see Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I do, partially because of what he has to say. But for me, I'd go by my own eyes. It's the eyeball test. How has he gotten better? Because the other part of that statement is the end of it where he says he's gotten better. Yeah, as much as anybody else has on this team. Halfway through that first season, it was a rough start for him in Detroit. And then little hard love, some tough love from the coach and being frank and honest, even speaking with the media about it. And Jared Goff changed and got more comfortable. They brought in Josh Reynolds. There's his old buddy. Here we go. And he played very well down the stretch of that first year and turned that into the second year where he was great the second year. Turned that into the third year. They went 12-5 and won 2 playoff games, got to the NFC Championship game. Yeah, it's a good trajectory that he's on. He has gotten better. And you can win with him. Absolutely, you can win with him.
So,
is he the reason they lost?
No, he's not. There were probably a player or two. I'm sure if he went over the second half of that game, he'd probably show you a player or two that he wish he'd made.
And I'm glad that he would, because that's what leaders do. They'll fall on the sword. But we know better. He's not the one that dropped the pass. 2 of them. He's not the one that fumbled the football. Now, I don't need to single out those guys that did those things, because it is a team effort, and the defense, let you down too. But as far as the pie of blame is concerned, his slice for the loss in the NFC Championship game is very thin.
Very, very small. But I guess you can't win with a quarterback that's not mobile crowd. Do you believe Dan Campbell when he says that? Do you go, okay, Dan Campbell said it. Dan Campbell said it. I'm going to roll with it. I mean, you don't have much of a choice, but.
Well, it's either you believe in Campbell or you don't. I think I'd love my quarterback to be more mobile than Jared Goff, but it works in Detroit because they've got the other things going for them, because the offensive line is so good. If the offensive line starts to take a decline, we'll see how it affects Jared Goff as a quarterback. Does he need to have that line, in being working as an elite unit for him to be at optimum effort?
Now, if this is the extent of the quote, and we didn't, the press conference going on while we were on the air, but if this is the extent of the quote, there's something that he didn't say about Jared Goff that I want to know if it means anything. We will get to that today at 12:15. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, the weather is crazy. It's warm one day, it's freezing the next day. This is what we got in February and going into March. You want to make sure your house is going to be comfortable. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling knows what to do to keep your house as comfortable as possible all year long. Now, they're offering a deal where you can replace that clunky water heater you have with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. With over 100 years of combined experience, they're the team that I trust. I've used them when I replaced a water heater, and I used them when I had to have my thermostat fixed. They did it. They came out the next day and took care of business. Visit them at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCO.com.
We actually opened the show with some Pistons talk after last night's game. Our head coach, Monty Williams, going somewhat viral, going off on the officiating. If you missed it last night, Pistons up by a point. Knicks miss a shot. Ball gets tapped to the corner. Knicks save it back in. Pistons grab it. Gets knocked away. It's loose again. Asura Thompson picks it up. And DiVincenzo dives into his leg. He loses the ball. Knocks Asura Thompson down. Loose ball. Knicks get it. Toss it underneath. Layup and a foul. And the Knicks, that was a winning bucket. And Monty Williams went off after the game saying, basically, our guy got tackled and there was no call. The league admitted they made a mistake. You start looking at this trend and this pattern. And maybe this is just what happens when you're a bad team is you don't get the respect. You don't get the calls that you deserve. But 2 games ago, they lost to Orlando when Paolo Banchero took like this shuffle step after he picked up his... Yeah, I mean, it was a clear travel. In a league that I guess there's no such thing as a clear travel. Like it's the one league in the world where that's not a travel. But here's the thing, it was. And in both plays, Jalen Duren had the principle of verticality, jumps straight up in the air with his arms in the air and gets whistled for a foul on both of them. In back-to-back games, he gave up an and one. And I mean, you could argue that's a judgment call, but the travel wasn't. The tackle wasn't. And Cade Cunningham shot his first free throws in 3 games last night. For a guy who has that ball dependent, has the ball that much. Anyway.
Well, the other thing, the league came out after the Orlando game and said, no, there was not a mistake, that was ruled correctly. It was not traveling. The league didn't come out and say about last night. The referee did. So I wonder if the NBA is going to have any kind of say in what happened there. Or is it just good enough that the referee admitted to the mistake after the game? Because I want the league to say something. I want the league to address what Monty Williams has said. Mm-hmm. And the multiple times that the Pistons have sent in clips with their disputes to the league. Is there something there? Because the league needs to answer for this.
Now, if there's ever been a season where we can endure and deal with a bad call that cost us a game, it's probably one when you're 8-49.
Yeah.
But I just hope it's not something that continues. You just want a fair whistle, and we'll survive. We're going to survive here.
Well, it's hard enough to win the game for the Pistons as is.
Oh.
They don't need the referees taking up for the opposition.
Yeah, and you're right. It would mean people would care more if the Pistons had a better record. But maybe this is part of the reasons for not having a better record is they're just not respected by the league and the refs. So they're a historically bad team. Maybe they're just a bad team if they got some calls that went their way or the correct calls were made. It took Monty Williams almost 60 games to finally tell everyone they've been sending stuff to the league, and he got mad, and he didn't even take questions last night. We had the Human Victory cigar in Darko. It's almost like Jalen Duren's the human salt in the wound cigar, or after they get screwed in the call. By the way, here's a foul on Jalen Duren. Just on top of everything that happens.
It's
right. You're Big O. Where are you? There you are. Hey.
Now that travel you got away with isn't enough. We're also adding a foul to this guy, and that tackle of Asura Thompson wasn't enough. We're going to give him a foul.
And Duren's on the bench going, I'm not even on the floor.
It's like, really? After all that?
But maybe this becomes a thing. Maybe this is what kind of they rally around here a little bit, and their head coach is going to pay a fine here, most likely. And then it seems like, you know what? We've been looking for a personality. We've been looking for something. This is it. This is what it's going to be for us.
So you guys agree?
This injustice that kept us from win 9.
Yeah. And Doug from possibly 2 wins in a row.
I know, right?
The bigger story, right?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Don't bury the lead.
Yeah. So you guys know and you guys agree that this league in the NBA, you need stars to win games.
Yep.
Their quote-unquote star is Cade Cunningham, who didn't shoot a free throw until last night. That was the 3rd game. The previous 2 games had not shot a free throw, and he takes it to the rim, by the way. How's that even possible? That's not star treatment.
No, it's not. And
I think he had 32 points after 3 quarters last night. Didn't score in the 4th quarter. But yes, he is nonetheless scored over 30 points. I think in both games at the Garden this year, he has scored over 30 points. Cade Cunningham's a good player in this league. And this is a bad team, but it doesn't mean you should punish good players on bad teams because it's a bad team. I don't care that the Knicks are, hey, they're turning things around in New York and they're hoping that this is a team that could do something in the playoffs because it's the New York market. Screw that. But we know this is what's going on.
Well, and the thing is, like you said, stars get star treatment. Our guy did go 1-1, and he is averaging over 22 points a game. So it's not like our star is some chump.
Yeah, but the rebuild hasn't gone anywhere. And then you look at Saturday with Banchero, one of the top picks in the draft, and Orlando's rebuild has gone much better, and he gets the call.
Wasn't there a call at the end of the Wizards game, too? And they suck.
You talking about that goaltend? Was that last year or this year? This season's been so long.
Yeah, I know.
There's multiple games where Doug was on the cusp of like a 2-game winning streak.
Well, that Wizards game screwed him.
Oh, that was
that was the midst of their 3 games there, and they won 2 of the 3. And the one they lost was in between against Washington, which they should have won.
Somehow they beat the Thunder.
Yeah,
right.
Sorry, Doug.
It's okay.
I had a question about the Fast AF.
Okay, the store, the Kang, a grocery store. Kang wants to come up with a grocery store called Fast AF where it's a membership, but if you're not moving quickly, if you don't check out quickly, if you don't get through the aisles quickly, if you're getting in people's way, you lose your membership. Membership is free, but you can be banned from the store if you're not fast.
This may shock you to hear me say this because I roll my eyes every time I see this at a grocery store, and I get a little bit pissed inside, but I just got to let it go because there's no point in turning into a Ken or a Karen in the store. Would Fast AF allow people to bring their dogs in with them when they shop?
Not unless it's a service animal.
All right. What about children?
Oof.
That's a tough one. I don't know that kids should be allowed.
No, and if they are, they cannot be impeding the progress.
21 and older.
Oh, Doug said so.
Matt McComb says, Kang, my wife and I are the opposite of Costco. Sometimes I want to browse. She's Usain Bolt in Costco.
Well, she's allowed. You're not. This is not a gender-specific store.
No, I mean, we can generalize.
I would adapt. I'll say it because sometimes when I go to Costco, I'm so overwhelmed by Costco. I can be slow, and I recognize it, and I move out of the way for everybody in this whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if I go to Fast AF, I recognize what the AF means and what the fast part means. I would adapt easily. I love the concept.
Well, if you need a case of 24 water filters,
well,
paint it out.
I was at Costco over the weekend, and I realized when I got home that there's a similarity with Costco and Target in that you end up buying something you just didn't expect to buy. It ends up finding its way in the cart.
Yeah, that never happens at Fast AF because
Not
that's
at
slow
Fast
down
AF.
because you got to start thinking, and you're not allowed to think.
Because I understand it as a grocery store terms, right? If I go to like Kroger, or if I'm at one of the other just flat out grocery stores,
you can't think.
I'm right there.
You can't. If you have to stop and think, it's too late.
And every store will be exactly the same setup, so you know where everything is.
There you go.
Exactly the same setup.
By the way, beer in the front. You don't have to go all the way to the back to get the beer. Put the beer in the front. Fast AF.
I mean, I'm
out.
not against it.
John at Lake Orion, I love Fast AF. No samples, no check writing, no employees to talk to. Where do I sign up? Jeffrey in Oxford. How many rounds of shopping do you get to develop your game plan? Can I get like 3 times before I understand what my path is? I'm in.
I understand.
That makes some sense.
As we're talking this out, should there be a designated like small area where you can pull your cart to the side where, hey, I do need a break for a second here to figure things out, and I get back into the,
I think so. A little pen corral
like
over there on the
shoulder?
side, where people are allowed to go. But if you're not moving,
so you're getting out of the way. Like you cannot get in the way.
The cart has to have a monitor on it that the cart has to be moving at a certain foot per minute, and if it's not,
or explodes,
you
die.
Do you get warned? Like if you're on your cell phone and you're like, I'm sorry, honey, what was it? 2% milk? Was it skim milk? What am I supposed to get? If somebody catches you, are you warned?
I don't know if they're
or is it automatically revoked?
So you might like this idea, Gator. I think there might be a sky judge involved. Now, every cart has a number, like a flag on it, like 42, 42, please move it along. Kind of a little, hey, encouragement. We don't rip your membership right away out of you, but we let you know you're kind of moving slow.
Like you're behind pace. It's like being on the golf course and having a marshal come up and say, you got to pick it up.
Yes.
Or your membership is revoked. Same thing happens to my wife. She hates going to Home Depot with me. She says, I walk too fast. She can't keep up. I'm like, hey, I know what I want. I'm getting in. I'm getting out. Next text. I'm a fast shopping female, and I'm totally on board with a grocery store fast AF. Don't set me up with any sample stations for sure. Also, I've encountered so many men shopping slowly. Mark in Auburn Hills. Fast AF needs a discount system based on your shopping speed. For example, you bought 10 items in less than 10 minutes, 10% off your bill, so forth and so on. Reward people for shopping fast AF.
I like a rewards program.
Yep.
I do like that.
What about, okay, so is Fast AF, is it all self-checkout or are there checkout lanes as well?
I think we have to provide a couple,
Okay. So if there's checkout lane, do we mind if you're going to use a checkout lane that there is a charge to use the checkout lane? You're going to get charged an extra $3. But that $3 goes towards paying a bagger who's going to get you in and out.
Well, our baggers are the fastest in the business.
Fast AF.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to charge customers more, but I do want.
But if it's to get me out of that lane as quickly as possible, and understanding that it's hard to staff at grocery stores,
and they'll get you out quick.
If
you have a lot of groceries, I get it.
Casey, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Casey.
All right, so I got another suggestion for Fast AF.
Yep.
So a few textures ago, you had somebody say, "Can I get a couple dry runs?" No, there's an app that you input what you're going to get, and it gives you a route.
Ooh, look at that.
Also, we have the carts from the Google stores that automatically check you out as you put the stuff in there. It tallies it up, and you check it out, and there are no lanes for checkout.
This is going very well. I like this a lot. You basically came up with the idea of ways for a grocery store.
Exactly.
Perfect, Casey.
Perfect. And it automatically, if it knows that people are going to be in your way to go a certain way, so it reroutes you to get you through faster and everyone through faster.
Yep.
I like it a lot.
Oh, man.
Maybe it links up with your phone, and there's like a lighting system in each aisle. So when you're going down that aisle, it lights up over here. Like, hey, it's 3/4 way down on the left side.
The
There
actual
you go.
item you're going after.
You're looking for those chickpeas? There they are.
Things are coming together for our idea here. 248-539-9797.
How much you want, King?
Are you in?
Yeah,
You
I'm
getting in?
totally in on this. I love it.
All right, Dan Campbell today, speaking about Jared Goff, said some things praising him. One thing he didn't say, probably by design. We will get to that today at 12:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Dan Campbell speaking with the media down at the Combine in Indianapolis. To me, Jared Goff is a winning quarterback. You can win in this league with this guy. You can't say that for a lot of guys. So I'm glad that he's here. I'm glad he's ours. You can argue that he's grown more than a lot of players we've had. If this is the whole quote, okay, and there's nothing else, and I assume if the part that I'm wondering that he didn't say was said, it would be in the quote, or it would be the story. There's nothing about his, and we hope to have him here for a long, long time. Now, I believe that's the case. And I don't know how to characterize my feelings with the Goff extension talk. I don't know if I would describe it as a hunch or paranoia, because I want him extended. And these are measured terms, and they're probably wise terms. Brad Holmes spoke about it last week. Brad Holmes basically said we got a plan. Doesn't feel like I don't know when's the plan going to get executed, I guess, is my question. When's a reasonable time to expect that if you're going to do an extension, it's probably this offseason. And if it's going to be this offseason, when? And when do you appropriately bring it up to Goff? When does Goff's camp get that information? And maybe we don't need to know. I'm not trying to make a thing out of not a thing. I'm just kind of curious as to why there's nothing more concrete on a timeline or anything.
Well, because you've got the full year before it's up. And I don't know if there's any advantage to doing it now or doing it after free agency, doing it after the draft. I mean, I'm sure you could come up with some advantage, but you might be able to come up with advantages for waiting, as well. So it'll get done when it gets done. I don't think there's a sense of urgency. It certainly doesn't seem that way from either camp at this point. And we're not hearing from Jared Goff's camp at this point saying, well, we should get a deal done. Yeah, I wish we had something done. I think both sides know that they'll get it done when the time is right.
Yeah, and I feel like the time is right is before March 11th, which is when the legal tampering period. I think you'd want to go into free agency with an idea of what your budget is, including how much money you've set aside for your quarterback. So I would think that would be March 11th. So that's like 13 days. 13 days. So I hope that we get some movement on this in the next 13 days. Am I wrong? Am I overstating? If March 11th is the legal tampering period, wouldn't you think you'd want to know what your budget is beyond next year when Goff's contract extension? Because if you're looking to talk to any free agents, is that what you want, right?
Well, it doesn't really affect this upcoming year. It affects years down the road because it's an extension.
Yeah, but years down the road, you might have a free agent or two that you're signing beyond 1 year. I know it's Brad Holmes' thing to only get the 1 year guys, but
yeah, and then you're also going to have more money in the salary cap because that's just what the NFL has been year after year after year. There's more money added to it. So I don't think there's a sense of urgency right there. I don't think it matters if you get it done before free agency or not. I just don't. I think free agency is about what you're going to do this year, and his extension is about the future.
248-539-9797. We're now over 1,200 votes on our question about spring sports in Detroit, what you're most looking forward to. 55.7% have said Stanley Cup playoffs. 19.3% said NFL draft. 18% said Tiger season starting. 7% said March Madness. Get your votes in and comment at DunGator971 on Twitter. 248-539-9797. Kang also brought up an idea he has for a grocery store called Fast AF.
Love it.
It is where basically it's a membership only, but your membership can be revoked if you don't get in and get out of people's way. I think the idea of having grocery carts that scan the items as you put them in the cart and total them up in front of you, and then you just swipe your card at the end and out you walk.
That's great.
It's brilliant. I think entering what you're going to get before you get there, and the app for Fast AF will map out how you move around the store.
That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm. No children, no pets, No free samples, no checks.
No frills.
Fast AF.
Just getting it done.
In and out. Let's go to Juan. You're on 97.1
Because you
ticket.
got S to do.
That's right. What's up, Juan?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. This is a great topic here. You guys always have good topics. So anyway, I'm listening here and I'm thinking, it's going to be a new endeavor, this fast AF. So we got to give people a little bit of a warning till they learn how to use it appropriately.
Yep.
So what I want to see is the carts that people are using to fix with a little speaker warning system. And if you're slowing down in the aisle, you're taking too much time, I want to hear that Jaws music coming on.
I like it. Yep.
Real low.
Yep.
Just like you guys do. And when you're out of time, I want to hear car shell, get out of the aisle.
Get out of the aisle. Yep. I hear
Get
you.
out of the aisle.
I mean, there's no reason to really stop a cart for more than maybe 5 seconds if you're getting something off a shelf, right?
Right. Plan ahead. Look, you're looking forward. You're looking down the aisle. Know what you got to grab when you go by it, and then get out of the way.
Big believer in it, Juan. Thank you.
Love it.
Doug, can you say get out of the aisle?
I could, yes.
Like
You want me to do it right now? Get out of the aisle!
Love it.
That sounds good.
That did sound good.
Ivory in Redford, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Ivory.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think it's important for them to get the quarterback thing together because, some teams might want to know what you're going to do at the quarterback position. They're going to hold everything they can close to the vest as far as what they're going to do with golf. But I think it's important, as I was telling the call screener, I don't know what they're going to tell free agents. Some free agents might want to know long term because the quarterback, as we know, is one of the most important parts on the field. And, I think they have a number. Golf has a number that his team has a number that they want to get to. And I think that for a few free agents, they might want to know what's going on in the future with their quarterback position.
You might be right. The one thing I got to keep in mind here is we're talking about the budget. They want to know how much budget, how much money they have. They're trying to re-sign a lot of their own guys to more than 1-year deals. The more I think about this, the more I think it's critical that they get a Goff deal done before March 11th. I really do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because it's, you might want to know, you're going to want to know, you don't want him going into the last year of his deal. That's not proper.
Why?
You don't want that for either side. I don't think.
Well, why?
I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Well, I mean, because
well, you don't get him cheaper. The big thing is the benefit. The benefit is you get him cheaper if you sign him now.
That's the theory, yeah.
And sometimes there's ill will and hard feelings if somebody's eligible for an extension and doesn't get it.
I would imagine you have a pretty good idea if there's going to be hard feelings if it drags on. I would imagine Brad Holmes has a pretty good idea of what the situation is. And if they want to wait, they can wait. Because there are reasons that you would wait. You don't know about injuries. That could really put a damper on things, of course. Injuries are huge. Maybe his level of play, all of a sudden it starts to regress. You don't know. I don't expect this to happen. I'd sign him. I'd give him the extension. But I don't think there's an urgency to get it done in the next 3 weeks as opposed to waiting till after the draft to get it done.
Well, we disagree. 248-539-9797. Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. Doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Doug to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. 3-leg parlay minimum required. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, we brought it up yesterday. You want to see Yzerman make a big move? After the way they were raving about the Red Wings during the ABC broadcast, wouldn't want to play that team. Do we want to make him even more not want to playable? How do I put that? Less desirable to playable. That's probably better. And add something big. It doesn't feel like there's elite names being thrown around, but can you go get yourself a Tarasenko or a Getzlaf or something like that? I don't know.
Well, Gensel's the other player, right?
That's who it was from Pittsburgh. Yeah,
he's hurt
Yes.
right now, if I'm not mistaken. But
He is.
He's a very productive player.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Also, the golf comments from Dan Campbell. I mean, it was a typical praise. There's a lot of praise, but they never talk about sort of. I haven't heard the comment that leads you to believe that there's a contract offer coming soon. I think there's a sense of urgency to get it done before free agency starts, March 11th, because it's probably best to know what your bankroll looks like going into, whether you're signing your own guys or other guys, beyond this year, what your bankroll looks like. And Kang's got an idea for a grocery store, Fast AF, where everything is done to get you in and out as quickly as possible. It's getting a lot of love here.
No dilly-dally.
Dan's in a truck. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how are you?
We're good.
Great. So my idea for the Fast AF is instead of the actual customer picking groceries, you literally just grab a scanner, so there's no shopping carts. They scan the items that they want. They go to the front, pay for it, and walk out of the door, and there's a loading dock that essentially the workers there are getting your order in as you're scanning everything and packaging it up for you.
I can see that getting bogged down.
You think?
Well, because if you got a bunch of people checking out at the same time, I mean, you're going to.
It's a lot of
now you're waiting.
employees. So you got a warehouse in the back. This is interesting. I'm not sure that it is as easily a sustainable model financially, because you got to employ a lot of people. Once you got drones getting all the food off shelves.
If I have to scan the items, why wouldn't it be faster to scan and put it in my cart? Isn't that faster?
I don't know.
So then you have the shopping cart issue. Then you have to get in the checkout line.
If I'm just walking through scanning things and then walk to the front and it's ready for me, how quickly can it be ready? There's an idea there, Dan. I don't disagree. I'm just not sure that they could get the groceries
faster than you would if you did it yourself, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're registering for a wedding or something, or
because it's whatever's fastest, I'm on board.
Just like pointing the scanner gun at stuff.
Yeah, but that'll get shipped to you at a later date. I mean,
I know that's what I'm saying. Yeah. This might be slower. We're trying to be fast here. AF.
Fast AF.
Yeah. It's a lifestyle.
248-539-9797. Jim, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good,
Thanks
thank
for taking my call.
Sure.
You know what? I'm not in favor of this idea. I'll tell you why. Okay, now I'm a guy that when my kids were growing up, there was a distinct difference between daddy shopping and mommy shopping. And those kids definitely never wanted to do mommy shopping. Whenever it was like proposed to them, yeah, you're going to go with mom to the grocery store, it's like, hell no, and they'd run to hide. So, no, I totally get it. I want to get in, get out, and be done with it. But the problem I have with this idea is you're not taking into account your senior shoppers. They do not move with the technology, and they do not move that fast. And so you're kind of blocking them out of any potential benefits of any savings, cost savings, or anything else. And you're cutting out a huge part of your potential customers because they won't attend that store. The other thing they have a problem with is that you're going to have people who are disabled and handicapped. They ain't going to move fast either. And you might even be opening yourself up to some litigation down the road for not accommodating the general
But you know what,
public.
Jim? Fast AF ain't for everybody.
No.
And it's a membership. And if you can't comply with the rules of the membership, then it's not for you.
He took us into the deep end of the pool, man. We're over here having fun, and he's...
Well, I'll say this. We do not discriminate towards anybody. You just got to be fast AF.
gotta be fast.
That's
Now,
it.
Can you help them along?
Yeah, we have sky judges, marshals, things like that. We're talking this thing out.
Can you
know.
account for somebody's age?
As long as they're fast, I don't care if they're 140.
Yeah, but if the 140-year-old's going to be slow...
Then he can't come.
Yeah.
He can't shop
Sorry.
here.
Perhaps we can interest you in the grocery store down the street.
It's called Slow AF.
Right.
Terry, you're next. Hi, Terry.
Hey, how are you doing? Going along with the concept of these slow shoppers, you get one warning. You have grocery store rangers, like a golf cart. People stop through. Tell them to get out of the way. We got, small amount of groceries. This guy here, they're going to shop through. And if you can't comply, you're out.
Through. They're going to shop through. I love the term. You got to let them shop through. Good for you.
Hey, all right, man.
So, 248-539-9797. Rick in South Lyon. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
On the golf deal, I just wanted to give you my opinion. If they waited till after the draft, is there an advantage to that? Just given to what happened in Patricia's last year with the edict to win now or you're done, and we had the third pick, if I remember right. We ended up taking Okuda. There was no mystery that we might be taking a quarterback because we got to win this year. You can't do that with a rookie quarterback kind of thing, and might have cost us a chance to trade back. The way Brad plays it close to the vest, could that be a part of it, you guys think?
I'm not sure I'm following.
So not signing Goff ahead of time. I'm sorry, maybe a quarterback drops in the draft was the key element to that.
Let's say
Maybe
Michael Penix is there. Michael Penix is available at 29.
Yeah, and somebody has an eye for him that maybe took their higher pick and grabbed a wide receiver. Now they're like, well, Penix is still there. I'm going to trade up and grab him. And they don't know that we're not going to take him because we haven't re-signed Goff.
Then you're literally the team they call. They call the team that they don't think wants him to make the trade. They don't call the team that they think wants him. They're trying to get in front of the team that wants him.
When we talked about the mock draft earlier today, there was a mock draft, a 2-round mock, and it had the Giants taking an offensive lineman with their first-round pick. And in the second round, they had the Giants taking Michael Penix. So I use this as an example for maybe the Lions could trade back in the second round with the Giants, because the Giants, if they really want a quarterback, they'd probably want to get that fifth-year option out of them too. So they might be willing to move up to the first round. I mean, I don't think there's any nobody's. I think it's pretty obvious the Lions want Jared Goff. I don't think you need to play any cat and mouse games about what are they doing? Are they thinking about taking a quarterback with 29? No, they're not. They're not at all.
And I got to just leave you with this. Cater saying fast AF ain't for everybody had me dying. You guys are hilarious.
Thank you.
Kang's idea. I love it.
It ain't for everybody.
It's not for everybody.
Okay, so here's a tweet from Kevin Seifert from ESPN. Covers the Vikings. This is Kevin O'Connell just now on KFan in Minneapolis. Tell me this is different than what we've heard out of the Lions. He's talking about Kirk Cousins. Says they've had a ton of dialogue with Cousins this offseason. Lots of football talk, some contract talk. Quote, I think Kirk wants to be a Viking. He knows we want him to be a Viking. Hopefully we can work to get there. Lions have said nothing even that committal, have they?
Have they said committal? They've said all the right things. The Lions
They've never said anything that committal, though, have they?
I don't know if they've said. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they've said anything that committal.
I think you can read between the lines and hear what Dan Campbell had to say today. They want him back.
Yeah. He didn't say as much, but O'Connell certainly said so. I'm just wondering. A little curious. Not a lot curious, just a little curious. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeff in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Jeff.
All right, Kang. So you got a great thing going here. I got to be your merchandise/branding specialist.
Oh, we need merch.
We need the coldest merch in the game. Like, we need stuff that's going to say, I do everything fast AF.
Well, not everything.
All kinds of stuff. Fast AF ain't for everybody. Just different stuff. We can really, really make this next level.
You got to get Harvey Keitel, Winston Wolfe from Pulp Fiction. He's got to be the guy that
he does get
everything
stuff done
really freaking fast.
Oh yeah, we can do some stuff.
Right.
Yeah, Gator, I like your line. Up front, fast AF. On the back, I got stuff to do.
I got S to do.
I got S to do.
I got S to do. Yep. And then underneath in small print, it ain't for everybody.
It ain't for everybody.
248-539-9797. All right, we haven't had a chance to talk about what happened with Cam Newton over the weekend. Weird story from a 7-on-7 football tournament. Additionally, concert announced coming up in Detroit. Gator, I want your take on this lineup. We'll get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Do appreciate all your ticket texts, Your tweets at DunGator971, the comments on the stream on Twitch and YouTube. A couple things here coming in regarding, first I want to start with this. Oh, no, I've lost it. The Red Wings need to extend Patrick Kane for at least one more year. He has brought a new dimension to this team. So do they need to extend him? And if so, when, I guess, is the question. There's 20-something games to go. Here's the thing about the NHL and about a player coming off injury. It is a physical game. But the real grind is the postseason. And I want to see Patrick Kane at 35, 36 survive the postseason first. Is that wrong?
I don't think it's wrong, and I think it's something that, maybe they've had. I would imagine that there's probably been a discussion, at least preliminary, to see the interest that Patrick Kane has in staying with Detroit. He's obviously been a great addition, point a game. His leadership is great. I think the team loves him.
I think that's becoming clear, the chemistry he has with this group of players.
So with all that being said, it's still a business. And for Patrick Kane, he's going to have one more contract maybe in the NHL.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a series of one-year deals that he ends up signing for the rest of his career. But he's played like he deserves it. He signed a one-year deal with the Wings for less than $3 million. And it was prorated, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So what does he get in the offseason for this team? I don't know. Does he get a one-year, $5 million deal? Would you do that? I think one-year deals are great. Do you want to lock him in for 2 years?
Maybe.
I don't know if you want to lock him in for 2, but I want to have him back at this point. And he's doing what nobody has done coming back from this injury. And maybe it's because the severity wasn't there for him like it was with the other players that had the procedure done. But clearly he addressed it the right way, took the appropriate amount of time off, took his time to get back, and didn't come to the Red Wings until, December or the end of November, whatever it was. And he looks like he hasn't missed a step.
No, and I think he, in the last week, really started to develop a Red Wing soul. And that comes from doing memorable things. And the overtime goal he scored to beat the Avalanche in a big game, came back and scored an overtime goal to beat the Chicago Blackhawks. To me, that is when a player starts to ingratiate themselves and really become, an outsider, any outsider. It doesn't have to be a guy who came from a rival, but you really start to grow your soul with our team. And that has happened in the last week. The team clearly has a chemistry. DeBrincat and he obviously have a chemistry that goes back, but it's going about as well as one could be expected, as probably exceeding most people's expectations at this point. So it certainly is something I would strongly consider. I just would like to see, the 35-year-old reconstructed hip make it through a postseason too. And I don't, I'm not trying to cast doubt on it, but it's just, we all know what the postseason like.
Well,
it is
very physical. Yeah,
it is incredibly physical, and they do say it's the toughest championship to win in sports for a reason. So, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Varn in Troy. Hi, Varn.
Hey guys, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I cannot tell you how quickly I dialed a number when I heard you read off that Kevin Seifert tweet. I think you probably expected me to hop on as well. I'll give you a little context. K-Fan is the official sports radio station in Minneapolis, and the guy who interviewed Kevin O'Connell, Paul Allen, is obviously the Vikings play voice, the equivalent to Dan Miller. See, I've obviously made clear how I feel about Kirk, but the thing is, he's probably the most polarizing athlete in Minnesota sports history, because for every person like me, who's part of the Cousins,
there's nobody else like you, Varn. There's people that might like him, but there's nobody that likes him like you.
Nobody loves
you. You
Kirk.
are one of a kind, my friend.
Yeah, but just hop into some of the Vikings group chats to see. But anyways, the point is, for every person like me, there's somebody who has that equal passion against Kirk. For whatever reason, he's like.
No, we know he's polarizing like Stafford was here in Detroit. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and so I guess the dialogue obviously you're trying to figure out the extension. Like Kevin O'Connell signed Kirk before his very first season. He signed Kirk that 1-year extension, and then he let it play. He didn't before Kirk got into his last year before free agency. He didn't give him another. Instead, they just waited a couple years to lower the cap hit. So how that relates to the Lions is that I guess I know you're trying to push the fact that they need to extend Goff this season, but they could take the option that the Vikings are doing with Kirk, which is wait until he gets into his last year of his contract and then wait until after that year finishes, because you never know what can happen, right? Like how obviously Kirk, unfortunately, the injury happened, so that might play a factor. But what I'm saying is they can wait a year. It doesn't have to be done this year for the Lions.
I mean, I guess I look at the Vikings as right now the 4th team in the division, and I don't know I want to follow their template. But at the end of the day, I do think there's something to be said for how much this guy is liked and respected in a Lions locker room. And I'm going to guess it would be popular if they did sign him back. But thank you, Varn, for the perspective. Much appreciated. All right, Gator, I want your take on this concert lineup.
Concert lineup, okay.
Yep. Coming to Pine Knob, September 15th.
All right.
The 2024 Outlaw Music Festival.
Outlaw. All right.
Featuring John Mellencamp,
okay,
who's 72 years old. Bob Dylan,
all right,
who will be 83.
Yeah.
And Willie Nelson.
Wow.
Who will be 91.
91.
Yes. So Mellencamp's the whippersnapper at 72. Dylan is 83. Nelson is 91. Will there be anyone under the age of 50 at this show?
Yes.
What percentage of the audience will be under the age of 50?
I think it's bigger than you think. I would guess about a third.
Wow.
Because
the rest of the fans aren't around with us anymore?
There's that. No, because the fans people that are fans of the three of them, they're going to want to bring, maybe they want to bring the kids, or they've, because they are such super fans of these guys that those kids, which are now big time, they're adults in their 40s and 50s, that they've grown up listening to music. They love it. So they want to see it. And it's an opportunity to perhaps see them for the last time.
You make the comments, do the parents want to bring their kids? As a parent, I will tell you, my kids, I want to take them a lot of places. That doesn't mean they want to go.
Right. But if you grew up, there are plenty of people that grew up listening to the music that their parents listened to.
Yep.
And appreciate that. And if given the opportunity, you want to see that artist live? Yeah, I could see that.
My kids have appreciated one artist, Seal.
Yeah. Right.
And I just found that out last week. Seal.
Apparently Seal bangs, right? Or slaps or fire.
It's
whatever
a banger. He said it was a banger. Yeah, he heard the song Let Me Roll, and he's like, that's a banger, Dad. And I'm like, really? You didn't think so when you were 7, but you do now. Okay, great.
Yeah, but you're also talking about some pretty influential artists there.
They are
influential. I wouldn't go. I'm not a big Bob Dylan fan. Willie Nelson.
Neither.
Not a big Willie Nelson guy. I respect what they've done in the music industry, and same with John Mellencamp. It's not my show that I would
they've
go
got
to.
staying power.
Well, that they do.
Mm-hmm.
But there are plenty. There are, millions of people that love that music, love what they've done, and would love the opportunity to go to see that show. And no, not all of them. Not everybody has to be an octogenarian that follows that. There are plenty of people that listen to music that was released, 30, 40 years ago, that are getting into it over the last 10 years. It's just music. Once you discover something, you like to go back in and find more information out. There are musical artists I never even heard of until 10 years ago that played in the 60s and 70s.
It's funny because now that you mentioned that, I can only think of one band whose music I listened to that was before my time, really, with any regularity, and it's Steely Dan. Although it feels like they're still putting out new music.
I have no idea if they're putting out new music, but
it seems like that
they're still out there.
They're still out there, but
the one thing about the tour is Fast AF will not be sponsoring the tour.
They will not be.
They will not be. Nothing against them. Legends in the game, but just not under the Fast AF umbrella.
No, that might be an HAF. high.
Yeah.
As,
Oh, would you be saying the word a lot, Gator?
weed?
Yes.
Yes. I think there
Is
might
this
be a
like
lot
the
of weed.
kind? Is this like the show starts at noon? And
High noon?
Yeah, and then Bob Dylan's on at
high noon.
Actually, probably invert it. Willie Nelson's on at noon. Bob Dylan's on at 2:30, and Mellencamp will wrap it up at 4.
No, I think this is. I think this is.
Everybody get to
your-
bed.
Denny's served at 5.
It's an interesting point. Like, what time do they start? I would imagine it's not too much earlier than you would expect. You know, Willie's lived this lifestyle a long time. I'm
What do we
sure
got
he's
here?
used to going on at 9 o'clock at night and playing until 11.
Oh, look at what day of the week this is. September 15th. It's a Sunday, school night. They're going to be up against football. Tough. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. To answer your question, Kang, yes. Kang, have you? Or I'm sorry, Gator, have you?
I have not.
The scuttlebutt coming out of spring training. Casey Mize was hitting 97 on the gun, but lost his control. Walked 2 with 2 outs. 23 pitches, just 10 strikes to get through 1 inning. His inning is over.
Did he get through the inning or no?
It's not clear whether he got through the inning. It looks like
Well, I can tell you that he did not.
He didn't make it through out of the first. Huh?
2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit and a walk.
See, McCoskey said he walked 2.
Well, he may have. I'm looking. It's weird. The ESPN box score. That's his line. It says 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 1 walk. But then if you look at team, it says 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, and 2 walks.
Yeah, and it isn't clear. I mean, he was touching 97, which is great, but 23 pitches, just 10 strikes.
It's all right.
First time out.
Give him
a
some
couple
time
years,
to find the control.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Len is next. Hi, Len.
Hey, Doug. I agree completely with you about getting Goff's contract taken care of. I know how I would feel personally after what he did last season for them to kind of be sitting on it. But as far as Goff's mobility, Tom Brady was also a pocket quarterback. And Goff's ability to read defenses and make good decisions is huge. And quarterback's the most demanding position on the field, and mobility is just one factor. Even the great Mahomes doesn't check all the boxes every game. I've seen him throw 3 interceptions and still win a game because the team around him is good. So I think Holmes' drafting ability is second to none, but his free agency acquisitions I question. Last year, when they had a couple of real good pass rushers in free agency and Bobby Wagner and some linebackers, he didn't do anything there, nor did he back just when Sweat and Young were available. So I don't know. I'd like to see him get this done. I think everybody from Mrs. Ford on down, including most of the Lions faithful, would like to see it get done.
I think you're probably right. I mean, if there is something that, if you're keeping track of every move that Brad Holmes makes, and I don't have the data in front of me, but I would suspect that he's had more misses in veteran acquisitions than draft, which is interesting. You have your strengths and weaknesses, but his strength appears to be the draft. And if I were to choose a strength, I would choose the draft.
Yeah, you'd rather be strong there, but of course, it'd be nice to hit on some free agents, and that really has been an Achilles heel for Brad Holmes, is not hitting on the free agents. And the guys he signed last year, 3 guys signed to the secondary, and 2 of them hardly played because of injuries. I mean, it's not his fault. It's not Brad Holmes' fault that they got hurt, but it just goes on that track record. And the third guy who did play looked like he regressed halfway
Perryman
through the
and
season.
Williams, the 2 receivers he got his first year. Neither of them did anything.
No.
He traded for Trinity Benson. That was a minor move, but he gave up, in retrospect, way too much draft capital to get him.
It seems Anzalone was was he a free agent signing?
Yeah, I
initially
believe he was.
So that's one that's worked out.
Yep.
But look, I don't slam the door and say you just can't pick out free agents. I think it's something that you just keep taking kicks at the can with. They've got plenty of money this year. There's plenty of quality free agents available. I'll still preach that they can be patient with signing a free agent and still get some really quality free agents towards the end of it after the initial wave of ridiculousness and cash has gone by. They'll be able to find some guys.
248-539-9797. Okay. So we talked about this briefly. Actually, let me push it back. We'll get to it. It's coming up. Let's get back to your phone calls. We've got a Stan. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, guys. I've been listening in and out this morning, but, one thing with Goff, I think they ought to pay him somewhere around $46-47 million a year. And, they ought to give him a 3-year deal for like $141 and option for the 4th year. And then with St. Brown, instead of paying him what he's due, like $1 million, $2 million this year, give him, $10 million signing bonus, redo his deal now, and give him $8 to $10 million this year, and then the same thing next year. He's getting 25 total right there for the next 3 years, and it still gives you leeway to, sign other players. And
but Stan, St. Brown is in line to get like a $20 million a year contract.
Yeah, well, the signing bonus, you take care of it in signing bonus. That's all I'm saying. Give him signing bonus. He's got it up front and he's got it ahead, and it doesn't necessarily strap you for salary. That's all I'm saying. You can pay him.
Signing bonuses get paid off in the course of the term of the contract.
I mean, it's actually paid off right away, but in terms of how it affects the contract, it's spread out evenly.
Yeah, it's spread out evenly
right,
across
that's
the
what
term
I'm
of the
saying.
contract.
If they work it that way, then they can still not cash strap themselves, and then they got them for the next 3 years.
They're not going to be cash strapped. I don't see it because the cap goes up every year. You can always restructure somebody's contract and find a cap space. They're going to be fine. But St. Brown is a deal you got to get done, an extension. St. Brown and McNeil are the two ones that are the two contracts that are staring you in the face, along with Goff. These are deals that have to get done, and they're going to cost you a lot. St. Brown deserves the money. So to think that you're going to be able to appease him with a signing bonus, I just don't see it. I mean, you're looking at like a 4-year, $80 million deal.
I kind of feel what happens with the cap is you can navigate it sort of at the beginning of your run. You can start to pay your players. You can move stuff around, but eventually you hit the wall and you can't afford Devontae Adams and you can't afford Tyreek Hill. And eventually, like right now, it's about to cost Kansas City either Chris Jones or L'Jarius Sneed, most likely one or the other. But it feels like the Lions are just at the beginning of this. So I don't think it's going to cost them anybody now. Eventually it will. Although it may cost them Jonah Jackson. I don't know. I think they're going to really try to bring Jonah Jackson back. So, but it may cost them Jackson. And I really don't want to do anything that weakens the offensive line. I guess the thing about Jackson you got to consider is he does get hurt.
Well, I think there's a big consideration there. So if they were to pass on Jackson but sign Onwenu, all right, and Onwenu is going to cost you more than what it would Jackson. But if they do that, then what does that tell you?
Well, it tells you you have a chance to be even better.
Yeah.
But where's that money come from?
It's there.
I don't know that it's there. If you can't afford Jackson, why would you be able to afford somebody who costs more?
You can't. I think you can afford Jackson. I think that they've got over $60 million in cap space right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's before they even consider restructuring anybody's contract. They've got money to spend, and the way the contracts are done, you can do this for a year. You sign some of these guys are going to be free agents. The signings, they're not going to sign to big time free agents on a 1-year deal, but you can sign guys to 2-year deals that don't cost you an arm and a leg. And if they do, maybe you front load those contracts. So when the contract comes up, it's not going to cost you from re-signing Penei Sewell or Aiden Hutchinson when those deals come up. The cap is always going up. That's a certainty.
Yeah, but it goes up for everybody. So everybody's pool gets bigger, and that it means you having more money doesn't do you any more good than others having more money because they have the same amount.
It's how you decide to spend the money and what you prioritize your players at.
But if you look at Decker, might need an extension this year. Amon-Ra, it might get an extension this year.
You'll have to make some tough decisions on players. And that's why drafting is important.
Yep. I don't know that going outside for a more expensive player is in their cards when we're not even sure they can afford their own guy.
Well, I feel pretty confident they can afford their own guy if they wanted to bring him back. I'm not sure they want to bring him back given that he has an injured history.
Well, that is true. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I don't know how many people saw the video of Cam Newton getting in a scuffle at a 7-on-7 youth football tournament. 7-on-7 quarterbacks, receivers, running backs, going against linebackers, defensive backs. Kind of one of the big off-season deals. I don't know if it's similar to 3-on-3 tournament. Probably not. 3-on-3 basketball doesn't get scouted by college people. 7-on-7 tournaments do. But was put on by a group. It was in Atlanta, Georgia. It was put on by a group called We Ball Sports. It's an apparel and sports media company. And they had under 15 bracket and under 18 bracket. Cam Newton was there, the founder of C1N, a program that participated. And in this video that went viral was individuals from Top Shelf Performance, which is a wide receiver training facility in Atlanta that had youth teams at the event. They approached Newton at the top of some steps underneath a We Ball Sports tent on Sunday. Newton was grabbed and a fist fight ensued. Two men shown fighting with Newton were both coaches for Top Shelf Performance and formerly coached with Newton, according to a source with knowledge of the elite 7-on-7 football. Cam Newton was absolutely fending for himself quite well against a number of people that were coming at him. But both teams had their programs removed from this tournament. And I'm trying to figure out if the genesis of this, is it adult? I mean, it's pretty much the genesis of this is adults ruining the time for kids. But I don't know what sparked it. And I don't know if this is parents ruining it. Was it parents or coaches? It sounds like this is between coaches. But you see a lot of times in youth sports, I'm kind of used to once a summer seeing some parents ruining the time for the kids. Once a year, I shouldn't say summer because it happens year round. And it's almost always in travel sports. It doesn't happen as much at the high school level where the adults ruin the time, but it definitely happens more in travel sports in my experiences.
Well, these were guys, I guess, that used to work with or for Cam Newton.
Yep.
So who knows? There's probably a pre-existing beef anyway, but we don't know. So it's hard to kind of judge this unless you know all the facts in it. What you see in the video is basically Cam having to defend himself against a number of attackers and does so. And then it's broken up by other adults. If you read stories about what was going on at that camp, I guess it was a chippy camp, 7-on-7, where the players that were on the field, they're very a lot of trash talking going on.
So here's the thing about trash talking, and then there was apparently a game between Top Shelf and C1N, and Top Shelf won it, heated game, lots of trash talk. So I'm coaching one of my kids' teams, and in practice, they talk trash to each other constantly, and they laugh and they joke, and they say things where I'm like, enough of that. And then they're all laughing and joking afterwards, and it seems to be just so much a part of what they do with each other. Then we'll get into games, and they'll start talking to the other team, and I'll have to say, hey, none of that. And yet I'll see the other team laughing and joking with them. And I just think that at their age, at some of the younger kids' age, this is just part of it. And they kind of know what they're signing up for. But I'm uncomfortable with it as the adult. So I try to make sure that the line isn't crossed as a coach of a team. Say, hey.
Well, it's different when you're coaching baseball as opposed to coaching a violent sport like football.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how. I mean, 7-on-7 can get pretty violent. Yeah, so.
I mean, there's contact and all that. So I don't know. It's different.
It's really weird for
ways
me.
That people coach or what they allow, what they don't allow.
There's like no reason. Remember that fight at the baseball tournament that broke out? I think it was out in Wixom last summer. The video went viral. It was really bad. And there's no need as a parent or coach that anything that happens should ever end up on the news. And other than the outcome of a game at like a high school state championship, there should never be off the field and all that stuff that I bet everybody regrets that fight out in Wixom last summer. Kang, you remember that? Viral video?
Yeah. when you're at a kids thing, a camp, any youth sports, how are you supposed to tell them to keep their emotions in check when they look over and see the adults fighting? Like, it sucks. It's sad because people, whenever we bring up youth sports topics, it's kind of not a good thing.
No.
Because it's always something kind of bad happening and people just getting overzealous, getting way too involved, getting mouthy. It's never worth it. And by the way, Cam Newton, it probably takes 4 or 6 guys to even go at it. That guy's huge. He's incredibly I think he looks like he's still in great shape.
Yeah.
His hat never even moved. He was tossing guys around like crazy.
Strange hat.
Yeah, but hey, I don't know. Whatever works, But
it looks like he's having to defend himself.
Yes, he is, and it's more than one guy coming at him. And I don't care the kind of history they have. You should never come to that.
I'm not faulting Cam Newton for defending himself, and I hope nobody is. I mean, the problem is that it gets to the point in the first place. Why do things have to escalate to that point where now it's a physical altercation at a 15 and under, and was 15 and under, and
it
also
was 18 and under too.
I was going to say 15 and 13, but was it 18?
Yep.
Okay, so you got
different age brackets,
juvenile groups of players out there, and it's I always wonder what the responsibility is of the people that make the hire in the first place. Hiring a coaching staff that'll cultivate that kind of mentality, that they allow for the trash talking. I think trash talking, it seems like there's a fine line that once it gets crossed, it's hard to go back to. And if it's whether some people just condone that behavior or not, I don't know. It's
a hard deal.
Parents get a bad rap at the kids' sporting events for a reason, because they're supposed to be the adults, and they're supposed to be the ones that can be the calming influence when things get heated. That the adult in the room has to step up and be the adult in the room. And too often we're seeing, because this is the age where everybody's got a camera phone and people want to be tough guys. I mean, we take enough calls of people. Remember when the Juwan Howard incident with the coach from Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
And people were like, "Oh, you can't put your hand on me." Like, the coach of Wisconsin wasn't there to start a fight. He was just there to say, "Hey, I want to talk to you about something." And then Juwan took it the wrong way, and everything went the way it did. And people called in and said, "You can't put your hands on me." And this is what's going on. This is what's being spoken to kids.
Well, I go back to that incident in Wixom. I think there's probably not one adult that was involved in that doesn't have major regrets over what happened that day. And yet in the moment when things get heated, what everybody needs in that time is a timeout. All right, timeout. Everybody back to their quarters. Let's settle down. Because I've been a part of some youth sports stuff where, as a coach, things got a little heated, okay? In the course of competition, that's going to happen, and that's okay. But you really need to just everybody needs to pause, step away, remember what we're here for, and we all agree nobody wants this to go viral.
Well, as much as I would say it's easy to just say you got to shut it down, but you got to want to shut it down. And I think the problem is there are too many people that are involved in coaching right now that don't want to shut it down. They want to be the alpha male. That's what they preach to the kids. You got to be the alpha male. You don't take mess from nobody. You got to stand up for yourself rather than, taking the approach of, what are we doing? Just relax.
Well, Cam, let me tell you something. I would also say it's probably not wise to attack Cam Newton, because Cam Newton was doing work, man. There were guys coming at him, and if you've never seen Cam Newton up close and personal, I remember the first time down on the field seeing Cam Newton going, this guy's a linebacker. In fact, he makes linebackers look small.
He's like 6'5", 250 and all muscle and athletic as hell. And he's having to, I'm sure in his mind, having to fight for his life because there's 3 or 4 guys after him.
And stepping to Cam Newton, not a smart move. Physically.
Well, whether it's smart or not, the fact is that he was having to defend himself in that situation.
If you're planning on starting a fight with him, it's not a smart move. And you think you might win, because Cam Newton's no joke. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Gator.
Doug.
There's one food my daughter wanted me to report to you about what the best food is and the worst food is in the dorms. Okay?
Okay.
The mass-produced food to feed thousands of students. Dorm food. Now, do you recall dorm food thinking it was good or bad?
I had 1 year of dorm food my freshman year in college at Central Michigan before I transferred out. That was the only year of dorm food I had, and it was fine. Yeah. I didn't think it was disgusting. I thought it was fine.
I've heard a lot of mixed reviews.
You could always find something.
A lot of mixed reviews. But my daughter said they get one thing right every single time. Let's see if you can guess what it is, okay?
Okay.
We'll get to that coming up today at 1:46. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Mock draft earlier today from CBS Sports, 2-rounder. Lions walked away in this particular mock draft with Braylon Trice, edge rusher, Washington in the first round, and Cooper Beebe, interior offensive lineman for Kansas State in the second round. But the more we look at the mock drafts that are coming out, I'm hoping there's not dramatic change between now and draft day, because I am loving the bucket of players that could be available to the Lions in the first and the second round. It's probably going to change, because it always does. It's unreasonable to think that 2 months from the draft, people doing mock drafts really have a sense of how it's actually going to go down. When the truth is, 1 day from the draft, we don't have a sense for how it's actually going to go down. But I'm finding it to be a good year to be picking where the Lions are picking for the positions that they need. We had a Twitter poll that just closed, and I want to get to the results of said poll. But Gator first. My daughter said, you know what? The dorm always gets this right. One type of food, she says, is the best all the time. Do you care to venture a guess as to what it is?
Tacos.
Kang, do you care to venture a guess as to what it is?
What do they always get right?
Yep.
It's a food, you said?
Yep.
I'm just going to go fries.
Okay. The correct answer, one of you nailed it. Tacos. And they always get tacos right.
It's hard to screw up a taco.
So she told me that yesterday, and I was laughing because Gator's favorite thing on the planet is a taco bar.
Love Mexican food.
Yes. And I have had bad tacos, but then I started asking her questions like, how do the tacos compare to Chipotle,
right,
Chella's, or Qdoba, or any place that she's gotten tacos from the past? And she said they're better.
Wow.
And I'm like, man.
What makes them better? They come hard shell, or they come in with the soft corn tortilla?
No, this is where you should have taken over the line of questioning, because I didn't get that far. I was just surprised that she said that. So then I asked her, what are the things that they don't get right? Dorm food.
Pizza.
Okay, you care to venture a guess?
Hamburgers.
One of you got it right. It's Kang. Hamburgers.
Well done, Kang.
Yep.
Hard to screw up a burger. And yet
No,
I gotta say, you can overcook it.
Just, just a dry piece of meat.
Yeah.
It's not good.
You're right.
So that's what's the latest on dorm food.
Do you remember what you liked best of the dorm food?
Well, you'll find this funny. It was in college where I started to realize that donuts for breakfast is not for me, because I would eat donuts a lot. And I'm like, it's too much sugar first thing in the morning. And I'm not sure if I've had 5 donuts since. I just don't eat donuts.
I
might have OD'd on donuts is what it might be.
This may come as a shock to you. In no way possible. But I used to get up to go for breakfast at the dorm.
That does come as a shock to me.
Because
at noon?
Well, no, the breakfast only served a certain time. It was like from 6 o'clock in the morning till like 10 o'clock in the morning, or 6 to 9 or something like that.
Nice.
So the first semester, I was going for breakfast quite a lot, and the breakfast was great because they had omelets, and they had or eggs or whatever, and toast, and cinnamon rolls and cereal. So you could always get up in the morning, and breakfast was always going to be solid, because even at its worst, you got cereal, whatever cereal you wanted. But then the second semester came, and I wasn't getting up to go for breakfast because I wasn't really,
not as much.
I don't think I had many 8 o'clock in the morning classes, or any classes I had. I valued sleep over getting
there
breakfast.
was a time in my life where I wondered, why did they start serving breakfast at 6 a.m.? Who's getting up at 6 a.m.?
Oh, people that had 8 o'clock classes.
Yeah, no, it would be me. Okay. So, Twitter poll, we asked Detroit, which spring sport, what are you most looking forward to, Detroit fans? Stanley Cup playoffs, Tiger season starting, March Madness, NFL draft. We got close to 1,500 votes. The number one answer with 55.4% of the vote is Stanley Cup playoffs. NFL draft finished second with 20%. Tiger season starting 17.8, March Madness 6.8. Well, there's a couple things about this. One is I'm not surprised at the results. The end of a season with a team getting in the playoffs is, there's premium on every game. We haven't had it in in 7 years. Tiger season starting. The Tiger season starts every year, and it's the beginning. Although it is really fun when the Tiger season starts, and everybody, unless your team is just horrendous, like pathetic, people still like to go if you have a 500 baseball team. The draft is always a big deal. March Madness. I mean, college basketball. I bet if we ask this question the week of March Madness before some of this other stuff starts, it might look different because people get fired up for it in the moment. I am stunned that it was 55.4%. The next closest 20%. I'm not stunned at the order. I'm stunned at how much. But I guess I shouldn't be because, like I said, we're a hungry, reinvigorated hockey audience here.
Yeah, and when we're thinking about the draft, it's the 29th pick. It's not like they had 2 first-round picks and one of them being a top 10 pick like they had last year. We're kind of excited about that, where maybe the gap is narrowed. I totally see it. It feels like everybody's on the Red Wing bandwagon right now. They're playing really well. 5 wins in a row. They're playing at home tonight. They're firmly in the playoff race right now. They've got an 8-point lead to make sure that they can stay there. We got the trade deadline coming up, a week from Friday. So there's a lot of interest in hockey right now. I totally understand why the gap is there.
Well, maybe you answered the question I was about to ask, Gator. So I asked you, Doug, what do you think that poll speaks more about? The play of the Red Wings or the recent play of the Lions? Because when the Lions were bad, you had a top 10 pick and everyone's Super Bowl. The Lions Super Bowl is the NFL draft. That is no longer the case.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought of it in those terms, and I think you're probably right. The draft was exciting, and we've trumped the hell out of the draft.
Because you have a good team now.
Yep.
The draft isn't our Super Bowl anymore.
It's important. It's no less important. Maybe in some ways it's more important. Trying to get over the top now. But that's a very good point. So Red Wings are starting Alex Lyon tonight in net, which shouldn't be a huge surprise.
And the rest of the lineup is the same that they had against Chicago.
Okay, so they're going to have the 10 double-digit scorers. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to the point now where I'm kind of expecting to win some of these games. The Chicago was second night back-to-back, first one at home, next one on the road, so those can be grinds. But there's a Washington team that's looking at this, like now we're kind of suddenly the hunted, right? I mean, Washington's trying to catch up to Detroit in the battle for the wild card. We're the hunted. It's not only 2 points we're trying to pocket, it's 2 points we're trying to prevent the Capitals from getting. Because they win this game in hand, slice into Detroit's lead. So how do we respond as the hunted for a change? Looking forward to it tonight. Rico Beard just made his way in studio. What's up, Rico?
Yes, I did. What's going on, gentlemen?
How you doing, sir?
How are you?
Good. You two are so fortunate what you're about to walk into right
What?
The weather?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little breezy, and it's only going to get colder, I guess, as the day goes on.
I don't know. All I know it's at 70 right now, and I've never been more envious to be either one of you.
Well, is it supposed to storm tonight, though?
Like midnight.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, right now it's just I went out on the deck to like cover up stuff because I thought it was going to rain earlier, so I'm overdressed, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't need a skull cap. What's going on here? Spring came early.
Yeah, it appears that way. It does appear that way. What do you got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to be shopping at the Fast AF store.
Oh, nice. You like the idea?
The test. I'm laughing because I was like, it's very similar to a real store that actually does something similar to that. I don't know if I could say that it's one of those warehouse club stores.
Yeah.
But it ain't the one that starts with a C.
Starts with an S.
Starts with an S.
They have a fast.
You put
no, Rico, this is Fast AF. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying you put an app on your phone and you just scan your items as you go.
You do.
It's connected to your credit card. So while everybody's standing in line to pay, every time I'm like, you idiots. And I just scan the card, pay, QR code pops up.
So here's the question.
Checks it, walk out.
Because
Nice.
I do that at Meijer. All right. But you have to, there is a line and they have to check that you paid for everything and you got to bag everything.
No, well.
You don't have to bag
it's in
though.
the cart.
Yeah.
So you just take the card out to your car, put it in the car. But it may be a line like if it's really busy of 6-7 people.
I
just
think
for them to check, they randomly check like 3 items.
The brilliance of this
Just look at
idea
your receipt, make sure you didn't forget anything.
is the idea of an app that basically is the ways of grocery shopping. You punch in what you're getting, and they will lay out the store map and show you how to walk through the store as quickly as possible, where you need to stop and what you're looking for.
See, sometimes when you go grocery shopping, isn't the fun is like something you're like, I didn't know this existed.
Well, that's not for the Fast AF
shop
crowd.
at Fast AF. That's not for you.
Yep.
That's not for you. It's okay. It's not for everybody.
So I'm getting discriminated already.
Well,
there's no
gonna be days.
discrimination. There's just
Gator
rules.
said it's not for me.
Just rules, man.
It's just rules.
Just rules.
Okay.
Just you
We have a
gotta-
society.
It's
But doesn't that hurt? Like if you have something there, like, oh, well, you know what? Wow, I didn't realize I needed
Then
some
get it
chocolate
fast.
covered.
You better,
just
then
grab
just
it.
grab it,
Grab it
put it in the
fast.
cart.
Just grab it and
There
then
are
worry about it
days-
later.
Marvel at it later. Yeah, right
As
now
much as
it's
I'm a
time.
fan-
You got to get in and get out.
And part co-owner of the first ever Fast AF grocery store, there are going to be days where I wouldn't shop at Fast AF, that I do want to take my time.
Yeah.
Better know what you want to eat. Let's just say that.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Did Monty Williams have his welcome to Detroit moment? Where all of a sudden he now understands Detroit versus everybody.
Yeah.
And now maybe the care factor now kicks in because I think he was just stealing money.
I think this team, which is in desperate need of a personality and sort of, a bit of a soul, something to rally around, this might be it.
Yeah. And was like last night kind of like their rally goose moment where maybe their fortune changed.
Who knows? Hey, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Red Wings look to make it 6 straight wins when they play the Capitals tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Captain Dylan Larkin calls this a really confident Wings team, sitting just 4 points out of third place in the Atlantic. The Capitals are one of the teams chasing the Wings in that wild card race in the East. They're currently 7 points behind Detroit, with the Wings currently holding down the first spot at 70 points. Alex Lyon in net tonight. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke this morning at the Combine in Indy. He credits Detroit's success to building primarily through the draft and then complementing the roster in free agency. We'll have more from Campbell coming up this afternoon. Pistons look to snap a 6-game losing streak. They play the Bulls tonight in Chicago for the second half of a back-to-back. Tip-off at 8 o'clock over on WWJ. And Casey Mize took the mound for the first time in almost 2 years this afternoon in Lakeland. He tossed 1 2/3 innings, giving up 2 runs to the Blue Jays, but his fastball did hit 97 miles an hour. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What a way to start an absolutely beautiful, wait a minute, February day? 70 and sunny? And we have a ton of things to talk about. We're going to do the Mr. Lions pageant at 3 o'clock. I have targeted. I'm going to offer you a suggestion, a contestant, if you will, who is almost like he was built in a lab to be a Detroit Lion. And as we kick off Combine Week, and as we kick off all of these relentless mock drafts and people seeing a name and then making it their form of confirmation bias, no, I'm going to give you what I think is going to be the winner of the Mr. Lions pageant, a.k.a. the official player of this show. And you have to tell me if you are accepting of taking this player at 29. We'll do that at 3. We are going to get to Monty Williams in a moment, but I'm bothered by something. I'm bothered. And I need a couple minutes on this. I didn't want to tell you about a pre-show because then you're analytical and you really think about things. I'd rather ambush you. It's more fun. So sickness has been going around left and right. I myself used some sick days for the first time in years, a couple weeks back. But is there any coincidence to Kenneth G. Cott calling in sick after it was well established it was going to be beautiful today at 10 a.m., where you knew it was going to be nice? And even Kenny was awake at that point. And he calls in 20 minutes before he's supposed to be here to screen for Doug and Scott. It is 70, 71, 72, and sunny. It is gorgeous outside. Now, listen.
I heard you mentioning something when I was walking into the studio to do the crosstalk.
Come on now.
I didn't give it that much thought because I guess silly me, I kind of took him at his word, but then it was one of those moments where you kind of stop and oh, gorgeous.
And again, I have no problem with time off. After football season, I begin to take a bunch of it. But let me offer a suggestion, and you will have to tell me if this is un-American and or illegal or an HR violation. Why can't we just have, if you want to call in sick under what we deem to be fishy circumstance, like you got a habit of calling in every time it's beautiful, or a habit calling in every time it's a Friday or a Monday, why can't we polygraph these people? Why can't we just bring in, Roberto, you said it, the old Howard Stern bit. Go get Ed Torian in here and let's get the lie detector machine. I want Kenny Cott on the stand.
Because there's no set days that you can take off.
No, I'm saying he just happened to pop a random Tuesday, 72 and sunny. He was fit as a fiddle yesterday. He was on top of his game. Now, if he was getting sick, it most likely would have started last night. Did you get a text?
No.
Did you get a text?
No.
For Roberto, forget it. He don't even keep his phone on. So then This morning, if you woke up, first of all, no adult who needs to be at work at 10 o'clock wakes up at 9:37 in the morning. Doesn't happen. Kenny Cott, after seeing the sun, seeing the forecast, and seeing the glorious day ahead, made a decision. I'm just asking. Yes, Roberto.
See, he did this wrong. If you're smart, what you would do is it's 20 minutes before he's supposed to be in, right?
Right.
What you do is you say, listen, guys, I took a nice hot shower. I got dressed. I really thought I was going to gun through it and make it, but I just can't do it. That's what you do.
Mm-hmm. He hit us with the, I've had a fever since last night. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Or you looked at the Weather Channel and you had a fever and the only thing that would fix it was a day off.
Guys.
Because I would say this because I know I've had it a couple of times where David was like, yeah, you just need to quit and go home.
That's right.
Where all of a sudden you start the day at 100. But, man, by 4 o'clock, you're struggling. Mike, I remember one time with you, I was just like, Mike,
day after
you're
the Lions.
sick.
Day after the Lions. If it wasn't the NFC title game, I never, and I worked from home that day, I never would have worked. Here's the thing. There are those with credibility with sick days, Rico, myself, David, and then there are those without, Roberto and Kenny. Now, the credibility, not even Roberto, had the ginormous plums to call in today. We all would have known. But there are people in this building. They got a weird habit of missing 10 Fridays a year. Sick. There are people in this building.
Now, that's funny because, at another radio life, I had so many days that I had never taken off.
Yep.
I was like, here's the deal. I'm never working another Friday this summer. So just so you know, you told me I got to take off all of these days. So every Friday, just book me as out.
And I've got thousands of hours of sick time
that
I'll never use. I take my time off. I'm unapologetic about it. Why? Because unless it's an act of God, it's like once every 2 years I'll miss time being sick. That's it. But Kenny, today.
Yeah, because I remember.
We think Kenny, people, I need an APB. If you see Kenny Cott on a patio today, you see Kenny Cott on a golf course, you see Kenny Cott at a NASCAR infield, we need reports of Kenny Cott today.
I mean, I know it's nice.
I don't know.
But I didn't think about that because I guess
look at it.
I didn't realize until about 11:30. I just thought it was nice out, but it was probably like 30 degrees until I stepped outside, well overdressed, and was like, "Oh my goodness, it's spring." But I didn't put two and two together until you just said that.
Now, Roberto, who, by the way, will be taking your calls.
Never mind. I mean, it's probably just a coincidence. I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, with first time last night, though, I saw a bike rack on the back of his car. I'm not sure what that was about.
You did not. Are you for real? Kenny got a bike rack on his car?
I can't see Kenny as a bike rider.
No, he did not. But I will tell you that it may not be a random Tuesday. If you look at the schedule, the sports schedule for Detroit teams, you have the Detroit Pistons playing in Chicago, but you have a team that will be playing at LCA tonight at 7 p.m.
Wings and Capitals. He's pre-gaming. Yes. Okay.
We should all just show up.
No, Hockey Elite. This is where we rely on our audience. If you see this man at a bar downtown, you see this man stumbling around in District Detroit, you see this man in seats at LCA. People, that's not Ruslav Gudis or whatever his name is. That's Kenny Cott. What was that cat's name we were trying to acquire yesterday? Rockney Gudis.
Rudko or something.
Right, whatever it is. Angry guy who plays for the Ducks. Listen, I just wanted to establish this before we got into our business today. I feel like one of our own has whored us out. We have been pimped. 72 and sunny. Wings have a home game. We asked Kenny, and he was evasive because we asked him yesterday, the Wings are hot as a firecracker. I go, when's the next time you're going to a game? Well, we'll see. And he sounded like Holland in the late years. And a day later, 72 and sunny, where he will be he could be at a patio anywhere in Detroit. Pre-gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we polygraph these people?
I don't think you can. Great. I think that violates a lot of rules.
But hold on. If you use your sick days when you're actually sick, no one has a problem with it. In fact, we say thank you because we don't want to get sick.
Right.
And if you use your time off, never a qualm. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do in this life.
What if you
don't
just
hoe us out?
Maybe we just need a new category of I got the time, and it's just I don't know what you call it, but just a 24-hour. I just don't care.
Okay.
I'm not coming in today.
If he was showing signs yesterday, there wouldn't be a topic. He was on fire yesterday. Kenny Cott was giving elite on-air content. Kenny Cott was fit as a fiddle.
It's funny that you say that. Yeah, I didn't put two and two. You two have sold me. You
Wings
and David
are at home against
you
the
have now
Caps.
sold me on this because I normally like to give you the benefit of the doubt.
And who upgraded their car flag confidence meter yesterday? Kenny Cott. And you know he got those tickets tonight. I'm just saying. I wanted to set the tone today.
I think we should have, Job should have, I don't know what you would call it, a don't ask, don't tell policy. I'm just taking today off. Don't make me lie to you. Are you sick? Don't ask me. I'm just taking today off. It's and you just leave it at that. You get like 4 of those a year. Where
I wish
you
it was
could
like
just take
phone
off.
a friend. And if someone calls in sick, you get one time a year where you get the polygraph and be like, were you really sick? And if you're wrong, they get an extra day off. If you were right, we throw them in the gulag or something. I don't know.
Oh, wait, no. If you're right, you get one of their days. If you're wrong,
yes,
you have to give them one of yours.
Hunger Game style.
Yep.
Little Hammurabi's code.
You know what? I don't think he's sick. Let's take the polygraph.
We just wanted to establish a theme today. You want to know why Kenny's not here? It's under, shall we call it, murky circumstances. So if you are a fellow Cott and you have taken a day off today because it's absolutely gorgeous, well, we don't care. We're proud of you. You don't affect our workday. Oh, but Kenny, oh, Lordy, if someone sees you at a bar in downtown Detroit today, or if we see Kenny, putting his nipples up on the glass like Jim Carrey in that movie. Oh, Harry, if we see that after a Wings goal tonight, oh, Kenny, you may want to take the rest of the week.
Radko Gudas.
Right. If you see a Radko Gudas lookalike at that game tonight, it's Kenny Cott.
And what did we talk about yesterday with the Wings? We talked about him throwing an octopus.
Oh.
He would have to be home to boil the octopus right now.
David, all I'll say is, God help him if our listeners locate Kenny Cott and his, band of merriment.
You don't think he would be stupid enough to get caught on the Jumbotron throwing an octopus on the ice?
He's Kenny. Do you really have to ask me that question?
You know what? Point well taken. Mike, you can just take this show to 6.
Okay, I got you.
I'm sorry.
Now, we have actual things to talk about, but I had to set the table there. Kenny Cott, APB. Downtown Bar, District Detroit, Watering Holes, LCA. Oh, Kenny, you better pull out your best costume.
It's to the point now where he would just have to take tomorrow off just to support this.
And I'll keep
You can't come back you can't show up tomorrow and be like, I'm okay. It was just a 24-hour thing.
I'll keep the caper going then.
He almost has to take off tomorrow.
Roberto, call Ed Torian.
He's got to take it off.
I'm sure tomorrow I'll be saying, and the Oscar goes to.
I mean, he's got to come in.
Watch, we're going to look like absolute bleep holes. The guy's probably in the ICU or something.
I was about to say, he's got to show up looking like Gator did 2 weeks ago, where you're just like, wow, yeah, you are sick.
72 and sunny.
Yeah,
Wings are at home.
Jeez, I hope he's not in the ICU now.
And he waited till 9:37 to tell us he wasn't coming in today. And by the way, he effed Doug and Scott hard. 20 minutes before their show. That's not even enough time for Kenny to get from the backwoods where he lives to the station.
Yeah, did he call from the car?
Maybe those tickets came through while he was on 696.
From the fish market.
Now you're making way too much sense now.
Oh, you're damn right.
Because it takes him forever to get here.
Wait till you hear the Lions pageant. Wait, you want to hear good sense?
Okay. So I guess yesterday was my day. Today is your day.
Right. Alternating day of epic takes. All right. Here's Rico.
You know what? If you want to be better, you want to learn the radio game better, either one of two things have to happen. You got to work with Mike Valeni because he's just dropping knowledge, or you got to get enrolled at Specs at LTU. Specs at LTU is easier to do because here's the thing. You just go to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program. So if you're looking for that career in radio, TV, or graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you out right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? That means you're going to get hands-on approach with expert faculty. So you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And remember, you don't have to wait until the fall. Classes are being offered year-round. Now, while you're there, enroll. Make magic. Go to ltu.edu/specs to learn more, and then enroll in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not up for debate? Kenny screwed us by calling in. And the most comfortable mattress on the market, it is the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. You're not going to believe we have something actually mildly interesting and entertaining involving Monty Williams. Going to get to that 3 o'clock. The Mr. Lions Universe pageant. I think I have found, as we begin Combine Week, and Lord knows all these mock drafts, I think I've found a player this show can get behind, this city can get behind, and he was built in a lab to be a Lion. I'll see if I could sell that to you at 3 o'clock. Apparently, ticket texts are flooding in regarding the Kenny Cott situation. So, David, if you want to read a few, and then we'll get to this audio.
Right now, Kenny has a golf club in his right hand, a Subway sandwich in his left, and a bottle of Admiral in his back pocket. Bill in Commerce. Tom in Flat Rock says, so Mike wants Ryan Woolley rules. Dude was never in on a nice day. Kenny has taken over for that.
I was about to say.
Come on,
I was going to ask
Ryan's
you
not
guys
here to defend himself. He's not. Come on.
I was going to ask you guys in the break, like, did he do this a lot? Because I just saw that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Kenobi.
I think the same guy just tweeted us, David. Go ahead.
I believe Kenobi is sick. It's probably the Budweiser flu. Guys, it's obvious Kenny is tailgating at LCA right now. Big game against the Caps. In Kenny's defense, my allergies are also acting up today because of the weather.
Listen, I don't have a problem with you doing it. You don't affect my life. But when one of us does it, now hold on a minute.
Wait. Text came at 9:30.
That's what I said.
9:34.
He didn't have enough time to get to work for Doug and Scott for him to send that text that moment.
From Petey, guys, I just left the landing strip. Kenny was bellied up this afternoon at the buffet, enjoying the talent on display.
And understand, if he texted us last night, I say nothing.
Dude, if you text us at 6 in the morning,
I say nothing. But when you get cute, now you play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Who you fooling at 9:34 in the morning when you are supposed to be? By the way, he is supposed to be involved in. Well, there is no pre-show meeting. The point is, he's supposed to be here for Doug and Scott, and to be here by 9:30 to partake in the festivities of planning a show. So even if he got here under the wire, which he can't because he I don't even know what he drives. I mean, it's like he lives out of that car. The point I'm making is it is a physical impossibility for him to have shown up on time today. He had no intent on coming to work. This was a premeditated caper. He knew it was 72 and sunny. He scored free tickets to Wings and Caps.
Not even smart enough to do fake coughing yesterday.
That's right.
Kenny, I didn't hear a thing.
Kenny was his best self yesterday, and he was on fire on the air.
Right. He even found Raskov Gudoff or whoever.
Roscoe.
Right. Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and he was like, this is the guy. He looks just like me.
All in.
And now, I didn't even notice the time until I just looked at my phone like, wait, whoa.
Okay.
Their show starts at 10 o'clock.
New segment for the show. If a listener finds Kenny today, they get his Wings tickets for tonight.
I can tell you what's going to happen. If a listener finds Kenny Cott today at that Wings game, Kenny will never get tickets from this station ever again. I will shut it down like my name is John Taffer.
No. If a listener finds Kenny will be begging and paying that. Don't take a photo of me. No, please don't take the picture.
Whatever Kenny offers you, I'll pay triple.
Someone says, leave Kenny alone. He just bought us another round.
You know, guys, we all know exactly where he is right now. It's Kenny with his hair washed and actually done and not in that filth cap. And he's partying, pre-gaming, and it's 4 hours until he goes into the stadium tonight. I find it impossible that he didn't text to call in, and it just happens to be the most beautiful day of the calendar year 2024. I will go on record as saying there will never be a day this nice in the history of our lives on February 27th in the state of Michigan. And he just happens over brunch to tell us he's not coming into work today. See, the people, this is the key. The people who are decision makers who are listening to this show right now, they're vibing with what we're saying. Because they too
sold me.
But they're victims like you are.
Yeah.
But the people who are the philanderers, who are these degenerates who falsely use sick days. They're the ones who think we're being mean. That'll be the great divide.
Because you get days, and it doesn't matter if you're sick, and don't come in. And
I agree with all of it.
Right. If Kenny, heaven forbid, is in ICU right now, or we're going to feel really badly about doing this.
I don't know about really bad. I'd probably feel somewhat bad.
Yeah, if we're like,
but hold on. How do you text at 9:34 for a 10 a.m. shift and then you end up in the ICU? Really?
Because you would already be there.
Or if he got hit by a bus on the way to the Red Wings game and then he was in the ICU.
Kenny, I am really trying to find ways, and I can't.
You are trying real hard.
I'm trying to, like, there has to be, like, maybe he was, but no. Because then you would get the text we would get text like from his girlfriend. Hey, Kenny is in the hospital, guys. Right. You don't know my number, but this is who I am, blah, blah, blah.
Here's a picture of his catheter.
Right. Here's Kenny, on morphine.
Can you imagine Kenny in a full body cast?
Right. Kenny had a nasty spill. He fell out the second story window.
Right. Like when Roberto got stuck in his deck that one time. No, seriously, people. Roberto got stuck between stairs of a deck patio. That happened. That is not hyperbole.
Now that you can't make up.
No.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
No, it was so bad. I just was like, please take your time getting better. That sounds horrific. I'm easy, but I'm telling you, the spidey senses are tingling here.
You were good because you picked up on that right away, because I probably went the whole day just thinking, oh, Kenny's sick, and we got in tomorrow like, you feeling better?
But then David and I had a confab, if you will, and it was like, wait a minute. Wings are at home against the Caps tonight. Huh. 72 and sunny. Kenny was more productive than usual yesterday. He was elite.
See, that's the other thing that gets me, because he wasn't fading as the day went. Because we've all been there where you're just like, okay, you know what? I think I can make it till 5. I can make it till 6. I'm not feeling great, but I think I can do this.
Time out. David, do we know? Oh, if this happens.
What?
What's Kenny's birthday?
It's in March, I believe.
I knew it was.
No, I'm sorry. It's in May.
Okay,
it's in May.
I thought it was. It was right around the corner. I'm like, no.
Yeah, we just made plans, so it's around the time we made plans for May. Yeah.
So what? Both hoe us out and just call in inappropriately?
No, there's some festival out on the west side of the state. I'm getting this tater tot eating contest. So
I'm sorry, what?
It's a tater tot festival, and I'm going to get in the eating contest. So we're all going. Me, him, and Evan.
What's this called? Hillbilly Fest?
Is Evan going to? All three of you are in the eating contest?
No, I'm going to be in the eating contest. It's a
You're
beer
gonna
and
be in
tater
the
tot
eating contest on the west side of Michigan.
Yeah, so Kenny's going to drink the beer. I'm going to be in the eating contest. Yeah, it's going to be fun times.
Could make so many jokes right now.
But we're not going to do that. Because what we're going to do is talk about Monty Williams.
You know what? We should probably
Guys.
What a classy show you put together.
I know, right?
If you see David on the west side of Michigan, stop and say hi.
And if you see Kenny from Beaver Creek, make sure to wave. Kenny, don't be at one of them bars or that Red Wing game tonight. Oh, boy.
You're right. You better be incognito. Yeah, because you know people are going to be looking for you. Put the octopus down, Kenny.
All right, let's get to business. I got some audio you're going to want to hear from Monty Williams. Just sit tight. Hungry Howie's, very simple. What's better than inappropriately using a sick day because it's 72 and sunny? How about a deal from Hungry Howie's where you can get your second pizza for 29 cents until the 29th? So right until the end of the month, you buy yourself a large Howie's special, you're going to get one topping pep, 29 cents, or one topping sausage, 29 cents. You buy a regular pizza, you get the second one for 29 cents. It is as good of a deal as you are going to find. Order now, hungryhowies.com, or download the app and start earning today. It is Hungry Howie's. All right, 3 o'clock, we're doing the Mr. Lions Universe pageant. I have come up with what I deem to be a player that has been built in a lab to be a Detroit Lion, possesses everything you want and need. No one's talking about him. And I wonder if I can get this show and its massive listenership on board early in the process with someone. So we'll do it at 3. But what I want to play for you now, because I know for most people, they assume Monty Williams was either a fictional character or a wax figurine from Madame Tussauds Museum in Vegas. Monty Williams is allegedly the coach of the Detroit Pistons. We're now 8-49. If you think I'm going to give you faux outrage because the league screwed them, you're insane. Since when is becoming upset about an 8-48 team losing a thing? It's not. Your team blows. You beat the Knicks, you're 9-48. You lose, you're 8-49. Don't care. No, what I care about is I find it utterly hilarious, almost as funny as Kenny taking a day off today. I find it absolutely hilarious that this is the moment Monty Williams wanted to go gladiator this year. We haven't seen this dude have an effing pulse all year. His rotations they make Izzo look like John Wooden. He has buried Jaden Ivey. He has done a horrific
Ivy got the Booker treatment last night.
Horrific job, right?
Final 14 minutes, have a seat.
So hold on. So pardon me if I find this utterly, in a morbid fashion, hysterical. So here's Monty. Now, did the league blow the call on DiVincenzo? Yes.
They came out like immediately and said, yeah, our bad. Sorry about that.
But hold on. Take a listen to this 37 seconds of fury. Here's what I've got to say. Do you know what's ridiculous and an abomination? A guy being paid $1.5 million per win this year. Get the hell out of town. You waited till now to show us that you're interested in coaching? You've been Casper the Ghost all year.
But see, I think that was just it, Mike. Last night may have been his welcome to Detroit moment.
Oh, let me hear this.
Last night may have been where he figured out that whole Detroit versus everybody. He lived it. He's tired of it. You saw that. This year is over. This year is done. But I think Monty finally realized I'm the coach of the Pistons. And I've been trying to do things the right way and the nice way. Maybe this lights the fire under him that this team now will have an identity. This team will now, you'll know what they're going to be about. Maybe this is that moment that they could catapult. Once again, this season's over. But going into next year, maybe now the care factor kicks in, the pride factor kicks in, because you get that little bit of us versus the world. It's what made the Lions, the whole grit thing that we got to be tougher and better than everybody else because we're not going to get any breaks. He had his moment last night.
Congratulations. I hate to break it to Monty. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about this ass team. No one cares. They never will. You don't have stars. You're not any good.
You don't have stars, Mike, but the things that people rally around are ridiculous when it comes to sports.
So you think
I remember there was a summer people rallied around a rally goose.
Oh, that was tough. I wasn't.
But it was like people really bought into this rally goose. And I wonder if Monty can take this and his players can see if coach is going to stand up for us and he's going to get fined, maybe we need to up our game, except for Jaden Ivey.
I was going to say, what's going to happen when he leaves this offseason?
I'm saying
there's
maybe,
no scenario this guy should return as head coach. None. He has done. He thinks that's the worst call of the year. This is one of the worst coaching jobs I've ever seen in my life. This man is doing inexplicable things on a nightly basis. He is railroading some of the younger players.
He is.
He has done a morbid job of trying to figure out whether Cade and Ivy can play together. So pardon me. Thank you for your Tony Award-winning performance on stage last night. Man, ain't nobody trying to hear it. You're 8-49.
Right. But
GTFO. See you later.
In the locker room, this could be that moment that changes it all starting from now until next year.
Look at his face.
This is one of those, like, remember, guys.
Look at David's face.
I can't. If I could predict the future, I'd be in Vegas. I'd be a rich man. But remember, at one point, what was it, 2 years ago, we were all about ready to run Campbell out of town. Lions were like, what, 1-7. Okay, looked like this man was in over his head. Then all of a sudden they beat Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, and things started to move along and things started to get better. And then they rolled that into the next season, and everything changed. He went from 1-7, a laughingstock, a joke. Oh my God, is this man gonna get fired in his second year?
Did he ever tell the Lions he didn't want to coach? And then tell him again?
No, but
then tell him again?
No, but he did tell the Lions, well, I'm glad you guys didn't. I was hoping you were thinking I was Matt Campbell so you would give me the interview.
Did Dan Campbell ever look largely spaced out during a 3-month stretch of a season?
No.
Monty has done himself no favors.
He
so
hasn't.
what you're saying I can't disprove. You can't prove it. It's an interesting theory.
It just because
do you understand at least my point of view?
No, I do.
I don't want to hear from this man.
I understand what you're saying. And the thing is, this season's over. But
why is it so warm in here?
All of a sudden, I turned it down.
Doug and Scott, what is wrong with you? They keep the studio at like 80.
They wanted it to feel as like it is outside. The problem is, yes, you have been just kind of sleepwalking your way through the season. And last night, to me, I saw that welcome to Detroit moment where now Monty can go put the buffs on.
Oh,
Monty
Christ.
can now go hang
This
out
again.
with J-Mo. Monty can go eat at the Coney Island and get his tab picked up.
Can Monty go to Metro and leave? David,
Never to return ever again.
You looked at him while he was doing his soliloquy. I have to. What is going on?
It's because on surface, I want to believe and want to go towards that direction with you. I really do. That he has won over Detroit, won over the locker room. But when they have so many other decisions between keeping Cade or Ivy, I don't think it's going to matter that he may have gotten the locker room. That locker room is going to look completely different next season. And so I don't believe it. I don't even care if he's won the locker room over.
I don't think, but they're not going to flip the locker room. My God, they hold on to pieces way too long.
I hear you, but the only thing I was excited about, last night was that he finally showed passion.
That's what I'm saying. The emotion, the passion, where all of a sudden he realized, wait, this isn't Phoenix, and I don't have, Devin Booker and a bunch of other superstars here. I got absolutely nothing. I got trash.
It took him 65 games into the season to realize that.
I don't think it's going to translate, though. What are we going to win now? 10 games this year?
Well, it's not about this year, David. What I'm saying is maybe, just maybe, we now have an identity for this team where, let's face it, we talk about Campbell and the Lions. They are all about him, and they exude his personality. Maybe now Monty can get people to play, and we'll know what the Pistons are. And you'll know what types of free agents and who to draft based off of what he's doing. I am hoping that this is the moment. I am. Because that was a lot of pent-up frustration that we saw last night for him to come out there and give the John L. Smith 37-second press conference. That he was just angry, and it was a bad call. So did get tackled.
Well, of course it is. Again,
and the NBA comes out and apologizes, which I've always said is the worst thing ever. Don't apologize because you're not going to change the game.
You're an 8-49 team.
Yes,
you're an
you are.
abject embarrassment.
Yes,
the
you are.
owner's an embarrassment. The GM's an embarrassment. And the coach has been an embarrassment this season. And you're in Madison Square Garden where the Knicks are on a playoff drive.
Yes.
You're never getting the call. So you can play the aggrieved and do whatever you want to do. My issue is, where was this fire early in the year as this team began a 30-game losing streak?
I'm going to quote a man who I highly respect.
Let's hear it.
And I think he is so smart. Michael.
Yes, Rico.
Mistakes were made.
Oh, perfect. You win. I have nothing to add. The defense rests its case. All right, Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There is a reason they move that much product. They stock all varieties of it in their warehouse, mile down the road. Whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, or anything in between, Northville Lumber's got you covered. They'll even introduce you to a certified Trex installer. So all you got to do to beat the rush and the price increases of spring, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get our minds on football. I think Rico's been very secretive about this production today, so I will await the music and whatever the hell RL Beard has for us.
Well, we are we. All right. Speaking of we, Mike, I just want to get this out the way. But right now, NFL teams, it's like they're listening to you. They're not going to franchise any of the running backs out there.
Why is that?
We don't pay running backs.
Yes. But I will ask you and David a question. Tony Pollard, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs are not going to get franchised. Of those 5 backs, if you're a general manager of a team, which one would interest you the most?
Can I hear them one more time?
Tony Pollard,
Yep.
Saquon, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs.
Wow. And I'm not allowed to say none.
You got to take one.
I have to sign one of these.
Got to sign one.
These stiffs.
You got a Super Bowl contending team. You're the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, well, the Ravens, it's unique. I could justify Derrick Henry there based on the physicality, the ground and pound style. If all things are equal, I would lean Pollard. Electricity, speed, big play hitter. I can draft a physical back in the middle, and I think he's the youngest of the group.
Yeah, I think between him and Saquon's
toast.
Well, Saquon would be my choice over Pollard. They would be 1-2 in my mind, though.
Take him.
Because you're talking about a Super Bowl caliber team, which means all I need is 1 year from you.
He basically can be your Christian McCaffrey.
Do you know where Saquon should go? No slander, no sarcasm. And I mean this. He would be perfect with Jim Harbaugh in L.A. Harbaugh wants to establish the run, protect his quarterback. Saquon in a Jim Harbaugh, Greg Roman offense would be really dangerous.
See, I like that idea. Mine was the Houston Texans.
Sure.
Young QB, young receivers, you upgrade, and he could also catch out of the backfield. That would help them out.
And with that one, it would be a group of running back because you already have Dameon Pierce would be there still. So
Devin Singleton.
Yeah.
So, you don't have to. Yeah, he doesn't have to be that guy. David, this one's for you. I'm not joking. 2 names, you were gone, rumored to be headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers for quarterback. One is Russell Wilson.
If God is real, Russell Wilson's on the Steelers for all the mean things you've said to me, Enrico.
No. I'm good on Russ. You talk about Saquon being done. Russ has been done for years.
I want you to endure a living penance every Sunday.
The other name is Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's too perfect. No.
Yes. That's exactly what
he was working out on a tennis court yesterday. He put that video footage out there.
Did he forget that he plays football on the football field, not on the tennis court?
You know what it is?
David, it's a start.
It's probably because of
Cousins is a consummate professional.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to think he's elite to tell you he's good. He'd fit in with that. The Steelers are a machine. They're just an organization that understands it. Yes, it would be great. I would just be so angry that David would get happiness. That's really what this comes back to.
And we probably still wouldn't win anything.
All right. Staying in your division, David, the Bengals going to franchise T. Higgins. Is this a short-term or possible long-term solution? Will he be a Bengal for life, or is this just something until we figure out, Nick, we're going to do this one more time with him and then let him go?
This is going to be a one-time thing here. When I looked up things and I looked at the contract and stories about the contract regarding Joe Burrow and how they basically baked in a franchise tag number to place in there because he's only getting a 27.5, I believe, is Burrow's cap hit,
right?
Which means they can fit T. Higgins right in there for 1 year. So that's all it's going to be.
I just think it's a negotiating tactic. If you don't sign a deal by X, the tag goes on you. And that's not what T. Higgins wants. T. Higgins wants security. We all know Burrow wants T. Higgins there.
Right.
I think they will have trouble affording him. I don't think it's a good idea to pay 2 receivers this way, but I don't think they'll allow the tag. That'll cripple them. But I think it's a negotiating ploy.
So you think that he's going to be there for a lot longer, and you're saying 1 year?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think they did it for a reason.
Something weird happened today, Mike. You're not on social media, so let me bring you up to speed.
Oh, please. Thank you.
David, you may have seen this. The Arizona Cardinals put a picture out there on Twitter. It was Kyler Murray.
Okay.
And it simply said, quote, our franchise QB. And it was just a bunch of graphics of Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Why do the Cardinals have to let everybody know that Kyler Murray is their franchise QB?
Because I think for about 18 months, they did everything in their power to tell you they hated his guts. I mean, how do you think stories leak out that he doesn't study and plays video games or forgot his playbook or, man, he's really short, even though he knew he was short when you drafted him? Like, he reclaimed a lot of the trust. He got to work this year. He was just fine. I don't have a problem with it.
No, it's unsolicited because it wasn't a fan. It was the actual Arizona. It's like the Lions saying, Goff is our franchise QB. Yeah, no.
Well, it would shut you up.
Well, that would.
I mean, just saying.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a question that he was there QB1.
It was just weird.
And I get what you're saying, Mike, but every time we brought up the conversation about them getting rid of him, there's no shot they can't do that. The cap hit would be too big, the dead cap. So he's their QB1.
Right. All right. Eric Bieniemy. He is now the offensive coordinator of UCLA. Is his career just a college coach? Is he done in the NFL?
Feels like it. I mean, I'm not trying to be terse and just give you a short answer, but it sure feels like it. Yeah.
Yeah, when I thought that he was going to get another chance to go back to the Chiefs and that didn't happen, college, yeah, I think he's done.
Okay. Dallas Cowboy coach Mike McCarthy will not be at the Combine this year. He's going to stay back. He's going to get his coaching staff together and work out what the Cowboys are going to do next. Is that a big mistake, and is the Combine important that coaches should be there?
No. You let your scouts do the scouting. You let your personnel people do the work. Now, interviewing of players, all that, it's different. But look, let's face it. Mike McCarthy doesn't make draft picks. Jerry and Stephen Jones do. I mean, McCarthy could be at the Combine all week and tell him, listen, I want this player. They'll be like, thank you for that suggestion. We don't care. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, Matt LaFleur, Sean McVay are also not going to be there. I think things changed in 2020 when everything went Zoom. And now you don't really have to be in there for the interview. You can be in your facility and you can still do every interview you need to do.
And I love what Brad Holmes said on that topic. He actually misses. Like 2020 was just all about the football and the tape. It wasn't this sideshow circus. I highly devalue the Combine. I think it's ridiculous.
You're not into the 3-cone drill?
No, I'm not into when teams ask, is your mother a hooker?
They have to stop saying that.
Like when they did that to Des Bryant, or like stupid questions, or hey, what about the Wonderlick?
See, I do wonder,
been proven to be stupid.
If he reached across the desk and just punched somebody, would that have been held against him?
I would have drafted him higher.
Because I would have done that. It would have been, okay, yeah.
Dez is your mom a prostitute.
Right.
Whoever, number one overall pick.
Yep. Whoever it was, I'd have treated him like PJ Carlesimo and just choked him out.
No, I feel like the NFL has gotten away with murder here. Where, I mean, they ask players wholly inappropriate questions on a number of fronts. It's a meat market. I mean, it dehumanizes players. And it's like, what's the value of this again? I have hundreds of hours of tape of me playing the very game you want to pay me to play. Yeah. Or here's me in gym shorts and you're treating me like a Wagyu cow.
It really does, because the most dehumanizing part is the fact that they don't have names. They're just numbers. You're DL7. Next thing, DL8. And it's like, I don't even have a name. I'm just, next. All right. NFL rule changes possibly coming up. One of the things they're looking at is the kickoff. Thinking about using the XFL kickoff, because it was just basically you kick the ball off, it goes out of bounds, and it was nothing. It was a ceremony. Now they're thinking of the XFL, which is this. The 10 players on defense on the kickoff team line up at the opposing team's 35, 5 yards away from the team about to get the ball. No one can move. Only the kicker and the guy set to receive can move until the ball is in the air and he catches it, and then all of a sudden, people can move. It works in the XFL because if you have the right person, you now can get kickoff returns. And by the way, the touchback will be at the 35-yard line.
No, to everything you said. Just get rid of kickoffs if that's what you're going to do. Hand teams the ball at 25. Let's play football.
Thank you.
That's absurd.
I know what they're trying to do because
I'm not trying to be a Richard
no,
to you.
No. That's why we bring it up.
I'm out. Just get rid of kickoffs if that's what you want to do.
I guess this is their way of bringing back some type of fun when it comes to kickoffs.
Well, they want to appeal
with less collisions.
They want to appease the NFLPA because keep jobs and all this stuff. Just get rid of the kickoff, okay?
You want to appeal to the NFLPA? Increase roster size. There you go.
Yeah, 53-man was always an arbitrary number. Finally, back in college, Mike, one of your guys.
Oh, who's this?
Jackson Dart Have you
Yes.
seen his new NIL deal?
No.
Jackson Dart is now doing advertising for Nicholas Air private jets. He has his own private jet.
I mean, we've jumped the shark. Like, Jackson Dart's a nice player. He's a good player. But
quarterback for Ole Miss, for those who don't know.
You're not Peyton Manning. But this is where we are. This is Rico's sport. Don't blame me. I'm an innocent bystander.
When it comes to NIL, you know what it pays to have?
Good lawyers?
No, a famous last name.
Manning?
Manning is one of the top players.
Sanders
is one of the top players. Can you guess the other top player? Famous last name, folks.
Well, he doesn't have a famous last name. I just know, based on what I've heard he's getting.
Who?
Mr. Aiden Childs.
Oh, no. Nothing compared to this guy.
Okay.
Last name, James Bronny.
Oh, I can't compete with that.
I know what I'm just saying. Like,
I just meant
famous last names means that you're guaranteed to start off at about 1.5, and I'm talking million.
We can discuss it off air. You've heard what MSU's new QB's getting, right?
I have no idea what you're talking
Okay, then. Good afternoon.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. And again, NBA on fire right now. Outside of Monty Williams crying, same game parlays, exclusive props, more betting markets than anyone. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets. Expires 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke this morning at the Combine in Indianapolis. He was asked about the most important part of it. Campbell also credits Detroit's success to building primarily through the draft and then complementing the roster in free agency, which makes this week's Combine very important for the Lions. There are 18 Michigan Wolverines at the Combine in Indy. That's the most of any school. Washington is second. The one Spartan with an invite, center Nick Samak. The Red Wings aim to make it 6 straight wins when they play the Capitals tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit sits in the first wildcard spot in the East right now at 70 points. Alex Lyon gets the start between the pipes. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Pistons look to snap a 6-game losing streak against the Bulls in Chicago tonight. Tip off at 8 o'clock over on WWJ. And Casey Mize pitched in a Major League game for the first time in nearly 2 years this afternoon in Lakeland, Florida. He went 1 2/3 innings, giving up 2 runs to the Blue Jays, but his fastball did hit 97. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, great to have you with us. Minus Kenny Cott, who we are almost assured hoed us out, called in sick on a 72-degree sunny day in February with the Red Wings at home. People, all I could say is if you see a Ruslan Gudas-looking MF at the bar or at the game tonight, Kenny, that better not be you. All right. Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. We addressed not only Kenny, but Monty Williams. I want to do something for Lion fans. I think this is the perfect day as we truly begin the combine. And I started thinking, because I heard Doug and Scott doing the mock draft, 17.6 or whatever. And I wanted to add some value. And that is this. Fans, this is not an insult. And I'm being very sincere. Fans don't know players. You shouldn't know players. You're busting your ass raising kids, paying a mortgage. Like, you shouldn't know who the star corner at Toledo is. Like, you just shouldn't. It's not healthy for you. Now,
so what are you trying to say about us?
Well, this is what we do for a living.
Okay.
I mean,
all
it's
right,
just
thank you for at least qualifying that.
It's a different burden of proof. And, like, I'll take it a step further. Doing Cash the Ticket makes it even more where you watch even more, right?
Right, because when you're like, oh, this guy, and I'm like, oh, yeah, because I saw that game, and then I feel like I'm a loser.
But I'm making a point is that it's not a bad thing not to know. What the bad part of it is when you attach yourself to a player that you don't know, and you get upset when your team invariably doesn't take them. That's just silly time. So here's what I wanted to do. I was on a quest last night to just find a player that would sync up with what Brad Holmes has talked about. Cornerstone. There's only a certain number of cornerstone guys that check the boxes and are the guys you have to covet. And I thought about the Lions and the culture they've attempted to build and who they are. Mm-hmm. What I have for everyone today, I am going to sell you on the first annual Mr. Lions pageant.
Okay.
I have a player that I think would be a home run at pick 29 that was built in a laboratory, very much in the same way some of your players have been built. From an attitudinal standpoint, from a work ethic standpoint, from a play style standpoint, from a physical standpoint. Checks all the boxes. So what I wanted to do was sell you on this.
Okay.
And I want to see if you can guess who it is as I get some hints towards the end. Does that sound remotely entertaining to anybody?
Okay.
Okay. Now, David, do we have some stupid music for this? No? Okay. What happened? Roberto putting... Why did you just put the Joe Louis fist up? What is this?
You said ridiculous music.
Okay. I'm not comfortable with it. All right, here we go. First of all, the player I am speaking about to win the first ever Mr. Lions draft pageant is all grit. All grit. As Kenny Cott put it, a sandpaper guy. You line up against this cat, you know You walk away from that matchup, you know who you played. All grit. Number 2, this player is versatile, can play multiple positions. Invaluable in today's game. So grit, versatility. Top to bottom, this is a football guy. We talk about Frank Ragnow, football guy. This is a guy who, by all measure, had no business playing in the bowl game. You know what he said? No. I'm here. I'm going to lock arms with my brothers, and we're going out winners. I'm playing. Football guy.
Okay, that just took a while. Okay, let's go.
Okay. This dude is corn-fed. This is just one of these Midwestern, big, nasty, meat and potatoes players. I mean, just emanates from a cornfield and just cracks heads. A quintessential Big Ten type, nasty, bruising football player.
I was about to say Cooper DeJean, but
it's okay. I love where your head's at here now. This guy is experienced. This is not an early entrant. This is a guy who played a bleep ton of football in college. He has been through the wars. You are getting a grown-ass man who would start from day one. Grit, versatile, football guy, corn-fed, experienced. Up next, low to no ego. There is no ego. It's all about ball. It's all about the team. It's all about personal sacrifice with this guy. You will never have to worry about this guy playing hurt. It's on tape. Very Ragnow-esque in that regard.
David, I feel like he's giving us a couple hints in here.
Oh, there are.
But keep going.
Let me give you another. Let's give you the physical. The player who I think should win the Mr. Lions draft pageant and be the player of this show, who we begin to advocate for, stands in at 6'4", 335 pounds of twisted dairy farming steel. The player who stands 6'4", 335 emanates from the Sunflower State. You don't know the Sunflower State?
No, I don't know the Sunflower State.
Let me just give you the name. The player I'm speaking of is Kansas State guard / tackle / football murderer.
BB.
Connor Beebe.
Oh.
Now, if you don't believe me, you can go watch this man. You don't need to waste your Saturdays like I do. You could just go to the YouTube, do whatever you like. Connor Beebe would walk in the door capable of playing both guard spots and tackle. You know what that lets you do? Bye-bye, Jonah Jackson. Bye. Farewell. Or you sign him. You line up Beebe.
And you know it's time for Decker.
Hey, Connor Beebe at 29. Grit, versatility, football guy, low ego, physical. I mean, this dude murders people. Just as you said about Nick Bolton.
There's only one guy.
Nick Bolton, this dude kills people. Connor Beebe is a destroyer.
Isn't it Cooper?
Cooper, Connor.
Yeah.
Listen, David, this dude's a football player. And K-State, you know the drill. There's no ego on that team. K-State will line up in the Big 12. They go to war. This guy would be incredible on the Detroit Lions. And I haven't heard his name yet. He's anywhere from the late first to early second. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. And it just, you can see him in a Honolulu blue and silver jersey. Talk to me.
I'm looking at this, Mike. I think that he would make it. He would fit the Lions. I like where you were going with that. for a while I thought, okay, he's talking Cooper DeJean coming in here because he fit all the stuff until you said, oh, he's physical. I'm like, no, that's not him. But Cooper could be the defensive back, kickoff returner type of thing, special fun player. But I do like where your head is at.
This is strength on strength, day one starter.
Now, it's one of those, he's not going to sell jerseys. It's kind of like when you got Penei Sewell, and it was like, okay, I guess that's a good investment.
You know who he reminds me of?
He turned out to be a very good investment.
Let me tell you who he reminds me of. David will know this because he was a Steeler. You'll know it because you're a nerd, and I mean that affectionately. And I only mean not that he's a Hall of Famer, but that he plays mean. One of the meanest offensive linemen I have ever witnessed in my life was a guy who played for the Steelers.
Pouncey?
Nah,
Oh, okay.
even meaner. And they drafted him out of, I believe, LSU, Alan Faneca.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Alan Faneca, you felt like you weren't going to come out alive. He would just choke slam people. BB is just nasty. And I can just, like, if I envision BB next to Sewell, and then maybe BB moonlights at center someday, or another guard spot, or a swing tackle, you're going to keep the continuity of that offensive line being a strength of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm drafting an interior guy, think about the weapon you have when he can play at least 4 spots on that line, but realistically, let's say left tackle's not in the cards. Both guard spots and right tackle.
No, it's funny because I'm looking at a CBS mock draft.
Where they got BB going?
To the Lions.
No.
2nd round pick.
Oh, okay. I feel better about
it. No,
So
they got him going at 61.
Oh,
so
my God. That'd be a steal.
This, you may have something here. Just like the whole Kenny Cott thing, Mike, you've opened my mind to some things.
Dude, he was built in a lab to be a Lion.
Not only that, but now Brad Holmes could trade back to get him because I don't think that there's going to be this great demand for him in the first round. So if you're sitting there at pick 29 and let's say somebody wants to grab that last QB to get that extra year, you want Bo Nix because he's still sitting there. You want Penix because he's still sitting there. You trade back with the Lions. They pick him up in the 2nd round plus get extra picks. The versatility that you have because your offensive line, when they were all together, you look like world beaters.
Like what I don't like is like when you're picking at pick 29. You know what I'll do? Let me save the rest of my
No. But let me just take a bow. This was good.
It's just
this. No. This would not where I thought you were going to go with this.
The listeners clearly agree.
It's an offensive lineman.
David, what was that? Your thoughts on Alan Faneca? Your thoughts on ice cream? Your thoughts on kid number 4? I'm gonna need that.
It's offensive linemen. Offensive linemen don't move the needle, but
they win games.
Guys, how do you feel about this? 248-539-9797. Because Brad Holmes is going to go offense with that pick. Brad Holmes loves to draft offensive players. Defense, I think Aiden was there, so you had to take Aiden. But he's shown more and more that offense is where he wants to go in that first round. The versatility, yeah, Jonah Jackson, you could let him go bye-bye. Or you re-sign him, and when it's time to re-up Taylor Decker, you can let him go bye-bye. You're restocking that offensive line. When they played together, that line was potent. They only had lost 1 game when they all played together. I like the pick. You know me. I like defense.
I know.
I probably would hope that you would either, like I said, Chop Robinson or the D lineman out of Texas if he happens to fall down to you. I would go that route. But I like this pick. I think it screams Lions, and it also screams Brad Holmes. So
they take Cooper. They take Cooper Beebe. Here's my feeling on it draft night.
All right. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love, including a draft. And now that football season is over, it gives me a chance to catch up on my favorite shows. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box,
all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. That means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, mock drafts. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds. Oh, hi there. Listen. In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. Rico, please. If you hire the right lawyer, you got a chance to make the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team have made insurance companies pay for almost 30 years. They are ready to help you, fight for you, and David himself is ready to speak to you personally right now. All you got to do, call 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. We're talking Cooper BB. Now, this is what's interesting. 2 notes. A, Rico has received multiple people sending him the Cooper BB highlight reel. TJ Lang correctly guessed who I was speaking of and endorses it. I want to know if you endorse it. I want to know if you understand that as much as I want an edge or a corner, what I want to do is keep the strength of the team a strength. I'm using free agent. I'm taking Brad Holmes' words here. I'm going to use free agency for need.
Yeah.
when you start to really distill it down to like who the best players in this draft are, I really believe after this combine, BB's going to rise up these charts. Look, no one cares about my team, but talking to my dad, I told him, Giants pick in the second round, 6th in the second round, BB. I turned the card in today. He's nasty. And he fits the profile of who you claim to be. The villains, right?
Yeah. Looking at
Rico watching O-line highlight tapes in a commercial break.
Right. Well, he's going up against Tavante Sweat, the big
Who's
D lineman.
350 for Texas?
Big D lineman for Texas. That if the Lions took him in the second round, I would be like, way to go. Yes. Yes. Because you're not moving him around.
He's active for a big guy.
Right. Except BB was like, nope, get away. Not touching my quarterback. No, I see you trying to go looping around. I see
I'm
you.
going to punch you in the throat.
Like, that's Sweat. Like, because a lot of times when you see the highlights, it's you versus Little Sisters of the Poor.
That's right.
I'm like, that's Tavante Sweat. And he can't get around you. All right.
And I just love that he played 4 positions. And again, if you think you've got a guy that is, we're talking like a creative player that you can make in the image and likeness of your team, Cooper Beebe is that guy. So I wanted to have some fun and just see, could this be a player that you could rally around as we hurdle into Combine Week and just starting? Because what I don't like is I hear these mock drafts and then I hear people attach themselves to players that I know they haven't watched.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why are you doing it? Because Todd McShay told you to?
You've been told, yeah.
Like, what does that mean? Like, I love the people who think Kool-Aid McKinstry is some fabulous player.
My goodness, I was about to say every Lions fan is saying, you got to take a corner.
Why? Because he's from Bama?
Kool-Aid.
Right, because he got a cool nickname? Here,
Yep.
oh, no. If you said to me, I like Kool-Aid because I think he's special teams, he can help us out, return punt. Hey, whatever. You know what I don't like?
But think about Lions.
I don't like watching him play.
Lions and Kool-Aid and Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Okay, then.
Yeah. The cookies, Jeff.
David, your thoughts? What do the ticket texters have to say about my contestant for the Mr. Lions pageant?
I've always said that Cooper Beebe has to be a Detroit Lion in every mock draft I've done. Got him in round 2, and I would love him in round 1. I don't know who's doing mock drafts. Interesting. Beebe at 29 would be a waste. He's a great prospect, not a first-round talent. He'll be available in round 2 or 3. Always somebody.
Now, the one guy who I did think that you were going with until you said the whole Midwest thing was it Troy Fatanu out of Washington?
Olafashano?
No, out
kid
of
from Penn State?
No,
the Washington kid.
Oh,
I thought maybe you were going there until you said Midwest. I'm like, okay.
I don't know. It's just play style. I was just having fun with it. It's just something creative for the people.
Whoever that was, maybe he saw the Kansas State games and he's saying BB's overrated. So,
go ahead.
My guess was going to be guard center Frazier out of West Virginia, but BB would definitely be a solid pick.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the kid for West Virginia, what's really interesting, that O-line is why Neil Brown was able to save his job. They returned 4 starters, including the kid that starts at center and guard for them. And again, if you value a replacement to Ragnow, if you think this is Frank's last year, well, what's the one position BB didn't play in college? Center. So I'm fine with it. I'm making a point. He spearheaded a unit where West Virginia did not out-talent people. They out-grinded people.
But see, this is where I like the BB thing because I do think that it will allow Brad Holmes to trade back to get him because I don't think there's going to be a high demand unless he blows up at the combine. He's going to be there late first round, probably early second round.
Get paid to take him, basically.
Maybe you got to get in before the Giants do, but you could take him and then maybe turn around and grab a center, and you really build that line on the fly. You bring in 2 young pieces that you can control for the next 4 years.
If you can get another top 100 pick from a trade down or something, that would be
ideal.
ideal.
Dave. All right, so David, for the streak continues. For the 20th year in a row.
Trade down.
I have been barraged with we need to trade down takes. Everybody wants to move down. Everybody wants to get bribed, still get the player they want. And
see, here's why I'm normally not that guy, but with the Lions picking so late in the first round, if there's a quarterback out there that you were going to get early second round, you take him in the first round, you get the extra year. And now that Lions pick gets a little tantalizing, let's move up to 29, or what's the Lions, 29, 28, get that pick.
Did someone say tantalizing?
So that's why I'm normally not trade down or trade up guy. But if a Bo Nix is sitting right there, somebody may say, yeah, I want Bo Nix to be our quarterback of the future.
David.
Speaking of that drop, someone says Mike's description of BB is giving me a fifth flag.
That's right. That's right. Listen, look, the people that create mock drafts, they don't know their elbow from their bleep hole when it comes to how teams view players. Look at Mel Kiper. He might get 3 total picks right. So the fun of this is just, look, we think we know the archetype that Brad Holmes wants to follow with the guys he gets. Look, Jonathan Smith, the new coach at Michigan State, has a phrase. Now, we'll see if it's any good or not. Low ego, high output. That's the type of guy the Lions want. Yeah. They want football guys.
As far as the mock drafts go, it's funny because, like, on one draft, I'm looking at Brock Bowers going 18th. I've seen some where he's going number 6. So, yeah, you don't really know.
I think the best you can do with a mock draft is a general range prediction for a player. But the idea that these guys, any of us,
anything outside the top 3 is all guesswork. Because that's normally, this guy, and this guy. And then after that, once the Raiders pick, they're going to screw everything
And it
up.
does seem like, I know it's early, but this week, couple reports already, it does feel like the Bears have settled on Caleb Williams, that Justin Fields won't be there.
I think they have, but now I think they also have to convince Caleb Williams not to pull an Eli Manning and say, I don't want to play here.
I wish he wanted to play in New York.
So that's the thing.
Hopeless.
And if I'm Chicago, I would keep the quarterback you have and trade that number 1 pick for like 3
first-round picks.
Yeah.
It'd be a Herschel Walker type deal.
It would.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls in a moment. David's going to calm himself. We got a football today coming up. We also have a coach at war with his players, and I am here for it. Lots to do. 97.1. Victor's Home Solutions, a first-class company, one that follows up when they say they will. They show up on time. They do the work, and they back it up. Oh, yeah. I mean, they will offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on any roof that they do. Well, I don't know if I need a new roof. That's what the 21-point roof inspection's for. And, oh, by the way, it's free. And, oh, by the way, they video it. Oh, and by the way, they go over the results with you. Can you find a cheaper option for a roofing company? Sure. Why the hell are you going to F around with your roof? Spend it. Take that 50-year guarantee offer and do the business. It's Victor's. Schedule your free 21-point video inspection today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you can make your appointment at victors.com. All right, we've got lots of news and notes. We have breaking news right now. Hold, please. Breaking news from the 97.1 The Ticket Update Desk. We have received a missive from the previously slandered Kenny Cott. Quote, "I have 100-degree fever, you bastards." Close quote. Don't be at that game tonight, Kenny. Mm-hmm. It's 72 and sunny. Mm-hmm. It just, you happen to call in sick today. David, you have, let me turn that off. Sorry about that, David. You have a quote from Brian Gutekunst, or whatever is it?
Yes, I do.
Whatever his name is.
We've talked on air and off air about how this is going to be a tough division next year. Well, one of your in-division GMs is going after the Lions here. Quote, "Around here, we've never hung banners for division championships, so it's never been about that. It's a nice starting point, but I think we're always looking for bigger things." This is when he was asked about chasing the Lions.
Say it one more time.
Around here, we've never hung banners for division championships, so it's never been about that. It's a nice starting point, but I think we're always looking for bigger things.
I think, David, I said it yesterday. Rico has said it multiple times. It's not us being mean. You don't get to be all pumped up when I say what you agree with and then be all mad because I have a different take. My whole point is I said you were winning the division, win a playoff game. No one's been more effusive in their praise of Holmes, Campbell, etc. Once Campbell, kind of got off his ass after 1-6. Here's my point. What I said yesterday holds true. If you think you own this division, you need to put the crack spoon down. The Packers are going to be a distinct problem. And I think you're about to enter a rivalry phase with this team that I don't know that we've ever had. Because in order to have it, both teams have to be legit at the same time for prolonged periods. I think it's going to be a war. And I like a little spicy right there. I like that little shot. Yeah. Good.
We don't hang divisional banners.
Good.
And it wasn't like.
And by the way, I have no problem with the Lions hanging a divisional banner. Let me state that.
It's been 30 years. They should do that.
The problem I had, you didn't do it at the game. You didn't share it with your fans who stuck with you for 30 years waiting to see that banner go back up. You did it on some random Tuesday in the middle of the day. Empty stadium. That's the only problem that I have. Share it with the fan base. That place would have been electric. Raising it up right before the Stafford walks in. While the Rams were getting introduced, you raised the banner. Just drown them out.
But it's not like with these two teams, there was no dominant side here. The Lions didn't dominate the Packers last year. One game they looked great, but they split the season series.
Well, early on, I was shocked at how easy the Lions went into Green Bay and got it done. But then the fans took over the Lambeau. I was like, what are we? How did you take over Lambeau Field? That's like sacred. And but even their ticket office had to come out and apologize to the fans and say, this won't ever happen again.
Those are the two most shocking things. It wasn't just that the Lions went there and won. It was the ease, and it's what happened here on Thanksgiving. Now, the Packers demolished you.
Right. That one I got wrong because I had that one locked up as a BOGO game. Oh, you're going to win. They're not that. And then, wow, love, touchdown. Wow.
Let's go to people. 248-539-9797. Mark is up next. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Mike, Rico. I've been waiting for you guys to do this topic because draft season is like my Christmas season. I love this stuff. But Cooper Beebe, absolutely approve. I was watching his tape about a week ago, and not only Sweat, but he went against Byron Murphy II, who, a lot of the people have mocked him to the Lions, and he just dominated him. I mean, you're talking about a guy who can lose a pass rush rep and has both the brutal strength and the technique to recover. I mean, I didn't see him lose a lot of reps. So I love Beebe. Awesome.
Mark,
I would like to say, though.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Rico.
No, Mark, I'll say this and I'll let you finish. Yeah, watching the highlights with him doing this against Texas, not North Texas, not Texas State, but UT Texas is back, Texas. And yet they couldn't get around this man. Yeah, I loved it.
No, absolutely. If I could throw my hat in the ring for the winner of the pageantry, Jonah Ellis, Utah, DN, son of Luther. Yep. Imagine him number 94, opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Now, you're working with a guy who's 6'2", 245, so a little undersized. But you want to talk about a pass rush tool belt? A lot of these guys, your Latus, your Jared Verse, they got like 4 moves that are going to work. Jonah has like 12 moves. He overcompensates for his size.
You know what I
He's
like?
a beast out there.
A, his daddy's on staff. But B, you know what I like players from Utah, fellas? Again, it's the same trait that the Lions covet. It's grit. It's toughness. Utah is one of those programs you just don't want to play them.
That weird thing they have with BYU and that obsession how they hate each other.
Well, it's a good in-state rivalry.
I like it because whenever you get that player's kid, he's been taught for years how to play this position. Whether he was just joking around with dad and dad's saying, no, son, if you're going to do this, line up right. You're going to do this, put your hands here, do that, do that. I always love it when you can get a player's kid who's actually good.
So the opposite of Marcus Jordan.
Yeah, but he was never good. But to me.
The opposite of the bad Ball brother.
Correct. Or the other Howard.
Lemoncello Ball or whatever his name is.
LiAngelo.
Right. He's playing in Mexico now.
The other Howard that probably won't sniff the NBA. But yeah, Brendan Rice is a guy that I think down the line is going to be a good receiver in the NFL. He's Jerry Rice's kid. So he's built a little differently than everybody else.
Let's get Cameron the final word on this and we'll get moving. Cameron, go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
So I am in full 100% agreement with you on Cooper Beebe. He is, like you said, he kills people. But if I could throw another name into the ring, if you will, it's another offensive lineman, Graham Barton out of Duke. I like his positional versatility. Potentially could play on the inside at center. Yeah, I think he's another good fit for this team. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, Cameron, it's fine. And I have no problem. You spitball, throw some names out. I did what I did for a purpose. And if you missed it, Odyssey.com rewind. It's just this idea that Brad Holmes clearly and Dan Campbell, they have an archetype of what they want in a player they draft.
Yeah, and they're really big. They're the offense. This team really wants to be one of the best offensive teams out there. Graham Barton, for what he said, 6'5", 315. He's projected late first round, early second round. So he would be there in that whole thing. But yeah, the fact that you played in the Big 12, you went up against a little tougher teams than the ACC.
And again, we can have fun, and I love this player. Watching him is fun. Reality is, are you open to taking an O-lineman high? And I think.
No, you're right. Because I think the show we probably have to do at what point, what's the position that'll just make your head explode and be like, are you serious?
Receiver. It would drive me insane.
and with the 29th pick, the Lions select Xavier Worthy, wide receiver, University of Texas.
I'm out. No sweat, same game parlay, FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already involved. Bonus bets back if the same game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. Same game parlays, good way to bet the NBA because sides and totals are very difficult right now. You want to play, just head to FanDuel.com. /ticket. That's FanDuel.com. /ticket. It's FanDuel. Make every moment more. 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right. Let's get a little football in the mix. Or again, David, you've been secretive about this today, the same way Rico was earlier. So what the hell? Is this a blitz? Is it not?
It is not football. So based off the conversation we had yesterday of Patrick Kane and the impact he's had on the Detroit Red Wings.
After Kenny slandered him the day he signed.
Correct. He's been a mid-season acquisition. So we're going to do the mid-season acquisition best move of Detroit sports history. And I love that music so much. I'm going to use that again. I love it so much. So I'll put this together so I'm sure the people will hate it. Let's start at number 10. Allen Iverson.
What?
Played just 54 games in Detroit and averaged 17 points per game and enjoyed the Detroit Lions.
And the only people who are happy we acquired Iverson were the people down at MGM.
And Joe Dumars.
What, are you insane?
I put that one on there for a fact because, of course.
Maybe the blackjack dealers. Like, are you kidding me?
We'll get to some of the greater ones. We're coming.
If that is in the top 10 of midseason acquisitions in the history of this city, I'd like to say we're in the bottom 10 in professional sports history.
That's
for
name recognition. That's for name recognition.
You not a big AI fan?
Not the one we got. Because the one that was stepping over Ty Lue in the finals, that guy was dead.
We got clearance rack AI.
Right. We got Goodwill AI.
Number 9 on the list would be David Price. David Price was traded for, hopefully he was going to bring us to the World Series again, but he did not. He went 9-4 with a 2.5 ERA.
No, but that's when you really thought that this team had got the final piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, pull up the pitching staff. How you didn't win anything with that staff is, well, something.
Number 8 on the list.
Okay.
Blake Griffin. He averaged 19 points per game in Detroit after the trade.
What, did Greg Kelser make this
went
list?
Went to the All-Star game in year 2, averaged 24 points per game, took the team to the playoffs, but they got swept by the Bucks. That's the last playoff appearance by a Detroit team.
Okay, I would move him to 9. I would have Price at 8 at least, but he's better than Iverson.
Here's what I will say about Blake. I never criticized him or the way he handled this. He was an absolute professional. He sacrificed his body. He didn't complain. Remember, that year, Jerry West was working with the Clippers. They brought him in, showed him his number in the rafters, Clipper for life, the whole bit. 6 months later, they trade your ass. He could have raised holy hell. I begged him to. I have no issue with Blake Griffin, but I will forever have a strong dislike for Tom Gores and SVG for allowing that kerfuffle to take place. Set the organization back years.
Now, remember, this is mid-season acquisition.
Yes.
This isn't someone being traded for in the offseason. Maybe someone signed during the season.
Because Ben Wallace, that all
Ben
happened
Wallace was
after.
in the offseason. Miggy was in the offseason, so they are not eligible for this list.
Let's hear it.
Number 7 would be Sean Casey. He wasn't around long, but he took the team to the World Series in 2006, and he was the first baseman before Miggy. Had a nice 2007 run there. He hit 432 in the playoffs when they went to the playoffs.
No, okay.
And if it's mid-season, went to a World Series, Blake got swept. All right, I'll allow it. It's gross.
Put him over the list.
Not
it's
Allen
not a great
Iverson,
name.
but
we really need to do better with mid-season acquisitions.
Okay, maybe this one's better because he helped take the Tigers to the World Series in 2012 and was a Cy Young candidate in his first full season as a Detroit Tiger. That would be Anibal Sanchez.
Yes. Yes. Yes, 100%. Career revival.
Yes, he did.
He was so good for several years here. I always liked him.
Yeah, year 2 and 3 wasn't the greatest, but whatever. He took us to the World Series and could have won a Cy Young. Let's jump into the top 5 here. Number 5, Chris Chelios. He was traded in 1999 to the Detroit Red Wings. They did not win a Stanley Cup that year, but he did help them win 2 Stanley Cups thereafter.
Yeah, yes. You know what's funny? What do you consider him more of? I mean, obviously, he played more time in Detroit than he did Chicago, but yet don't you still feel like he's a Blackhawk?
Well, he played 9 seasons in Detroit, so I think
That's what I mean.
I know.
But the Blackhawks seem to think that he's his, and he seems to think that he's like, yeah, well, I'll use that word one time, Detroit.
Okay, well,
all the booze.
And you can have him. All right, next.
Never come back. Number 4 on the list, and I didn't realize he was a midseason acquisition. It was years before they won the championship. They went back-to-back in 89 and 90, but they acquired him in 1982 for the Detroit Pistons. His name is Bill Laimbeer. He ended up scoring 10,000 points for the team, grabbed more than 10,000 rebounds, and helped them again win back-to-back, eventually.
What was the acquisition? Like, what was given up to get him?
A first-round pick. Back then, they didn't really value first-round picks in the NBA draft.
No.
So it was a Cleveland trade.
That's why they put the rule in, because there were some teams in the league in the 70s and 80s, they'd go 5 years without a pick. Teams like the Clippers basically would sell their pick every year, yeah.
Number 3 on this list, also going back to the Detroit Pistons, and I put him over Bill Laimbeer because they immediately won a championship with this trade.
Zeljko Rebraca.
No, that would be
Mark.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Never mind. You already said it.
That would be Mark Aguirre. They won that season when they traded for him.
Go ahead. You have strong thoughts about that.
No, Isaiah basically said, Isaiah started the super team. I want my boy here, my fellow Chicagoan. He brought him in, and that team flipped it around, won it. He was like stuck. I forgot what was he?
Dallas.
Dallas, yeah.
That's where Dantley went, right?
Yes, he was.
Yes. That was the famous Dantley just got screwed because he was the man here, and he's like, wait, what do you mean I'm traded?
And
I'm
to
leaving.
To the Mavericks?
Right. And
that was the sad cowboy hat era Mavericks.
Right. It's like, he got a ring, but it was like, yeah, I didn't. He left in protest. He's still angry about that to this day.
And Aguirre was a great scorer. So in his first full season, he took a step back to allow Dennis Rodman to then elevate, and they still won back-to-back.
Up next, your favorite Orlando Woolridge memories.
Number 2 on this list, Brendan Shanahan. 2 games into the 96-97 season, they traded for him, and we all remember what happened. They won back-to-back, and then won another one with him in 2002.
Do you know? All right, hold on. Do you know where they got him from?
Yeah, that was Philadelphia, wasn't it?
St. Louis?
No. Didn't they get him from Hartford? Wasn't that the ill-fated Hartford
Shanahan
period of time?
It was. 2 games at Hartford.
Right.
Yes.
St. Louis Shanny was different. Hartford's Shanny was sad. But shout out anyone who still owns the navy blue Whalers jersey from that era.
He probably,
those things are sexual. They make you go.
He had the Juan Gonzalez apartment in Hartford.
Phil Garner, flu-like symptoms.
And then I think you all can pretty much guess what the number 1 midseason acquisition was.
Very similar to Shanny. There's a jersey out there with his name on the back that most people don't own.
Correct. That would be Rasheed Wallace, who didn't even play a minute for the Atlanta Hawks before he was traded.
It was a stopover, and you gave up, wasn't it Mike James? And he came back on a buyout. Rebraca.
No, Lindsey was the one who came back.
Lindsey, because they told Lindsey, don't do anything.
We'll come and get you.
Enjoy your weekend.
Yep.
You can't play, but you'll be back on Monday.
They traded Rebraca. What else did they deal in that deal? Golly.
Chucky Atkins was in that deal.
They stole Rasheed Wallace, who at the time still was one of the elite players in the league. Stole him.
So Kenny Rogers wasn't a midseason?
No, I believe Kenny Rogers was signed as a free agent.
Oh, don't bring his name up to me, please.
Sorry.
Oh, that soft tossing goofball, and the Yankees couldn't hit him worth a
Beat
damn.
you in that series.
He had that junk on his hand.
The Greg Maddux special.
Oh, please. Yankees couldn't touch him. Sorry. I'm happy for you guys. God bless.
Yeah, we didn't win anything, though, so it doesn't matter.
David, come on, man. It was a World Series. Like that.
Well, I was sick and tired of hearing 84.
That was a magical time in this town.
Yeah, well, the problem was they went over and practiced at Ford Field, and you can't tell me that Lions were 0-16, and they did a publicity stunt because it was raining, and all the Tigers went and practiced in Ford Field. I'm like, no. Get away from this place. This is cursed.
Mid-season acquisition. What, James Wiseman didn't make the list?
No, he did not make that list at all. 97.
Every time you see Wiseman shoot.
97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Wings will try to extend their win streak to 6 games when they play the Capitals tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Washington is one of the teams chasing the Wings right now in the wild card race. They're 7 points behind Detroit, with the Wings currently holding down the first spot at 70 points. Head coach Derek Lalonde says teams like the Caps are playing desperate, and the Wings need to match that. Alex Lyon in net tonight at LCA. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke this morning at the Combine in Indianapolis, that is. He says talking with prospects one-on-one is the most important part of the event, and building through the draft is the main reason for the Lions' success. The Pistons will try to snap a 6-game losing streak. They play the Bulls tonight in Chicago for the second half of a back-to-back. Tip-off at 8 o'clock over on WWJ. And Casey Mize took the mound for the first time in almost 2 years this afternoon in Lakeland. He tossed 1 2/3 innings, giving up 2 runs to the Blue Jays, but he did hit 97 miles an hour on the gun with his fastball. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock. Good to have you. Odyssey.com. Rewind if you missed anything. We did the first annual Mr. Lions pageant for the player in this draft that is built in a lab to be a Lion. You can go back, listen, tell you who it is. We've covered a lot. I want to just mention something here. And I'm sticking with it because admittedly, I love baseball and I'm excited about it. And I'm stubborn. I can't let go of certain things. I can't let go of how inexplicable it is in my world that the Tigers simply don't try. And not with ridiculous players, not with these 10-year deals, not with, no. I'm talking about something that's like right in your face. And proof of what I speak of came out today, which is the player I really want them to go sign is JD Martinez. And if JD doesn't want your money, I'm not mad. You tried. And I always make the case, when teams try, you'll know about it. Because we'll always get the smart-ass listener. Well, how do you know they didn't make a phone call? I'll tell you how. You haven't seen a report. So JD Martinez was offered a contract by the San Francisco Giants, where Scott Harris used to be. More on that in a second. He turned it down. We don't know the financial terms. But here's what's interesting. It was said in every piece that was released on this, it's because he didn't want to go there. However, they did present a counteroffer to the Giants that the Giants politely declined. No harm, no foul. They tried, right? Mm-hmm. I thought it was interesting on multiple fronts, right? Yesterday, Bellinger signed, and it's way under market value. And I talked about, look, I would have offered JD a 2-year deal. I wouldn't have thought twice about it. He was on a 1-year, $10 million last year with the Dodgers. I think if he had his druthers, he'd go back to the Dodgers. He can't. They have a $700 million reason why. It's Ohtani. There's no way. There's no room. So I made the point, look, put a phone call in. If JD is like, no chance in this lifetime or the next, no problem. I'm not going to make fun of you.
Right.
But putting that bat in the middle of this order helps us win the Central. But you know what I thought was interesting? I thought about the team that pursued JD. Scott Harris leaves, and all of a sudden the Giants are big game hunters. You know who was in the final 2 for Aaron Judge? The San Francisco Giants. Do you know who was in on Ohtani? Didn't get him? The Giants. You know who went after Yamamoto and didn't get him? The Giants. And to a lesser degree, yes, JD Martinez. But here's my point. Scott Harris in San Francisco. They get no one. They don't try. We're going to find the next Mike Yastrzemski. And we're going to find the next dirtbag player. And we're going to just mine for gems. Harris leaves. They got mommy and daddy's credit card. Harris comes here. We go after no one. We do nothing. You will enjoy Canna. That's what you get. You will get 1 year of Jack Flaherty, who hasn't been good since 19. That's what you will get. And I just thought it was interesting because, again, we're trying to learn about Scott Harris a little bit, right? I think the one thing you can take out of this is he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. He thinks he's invented baseball. He thinks he's above all this crap, doesn't need to do it. And I just, look, it's okay to say I think he's a smart baseball guy. I advocated the hire, but I also don't have to agree with everything he does. I think it's nonsense to not read a report that the Tigers picked up the phone and talked to JD Martinez. Because you put that bat in the middle of this order. You're helping all your young guys. You're taking some pressure off Kerry Carpenter. You can still get him at bats. Rico, I mean, it's just...
No, it's funny because I'm looking at this and you're right. When he leaves...
They're shooting the moon.
Right, but when he was there, it was like, no, guys, we're going to be smart about this. We're going to be just like our counterparts across the Bay Bridge, and we're going to play Moneyball here.
And again, the report proves my point to you, that if your baseball team was actively trying to win the AL Central, you'd know about it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't take much. I can't understand the wisdom. I can't. Oh, well, Kerry Carpenter didn't hit a home run the last 2.5 months he played. You know what I call this? A real good insurance policy.
Yeah.
JD Martinez would walk in and be your best bat by at least 50 points in OPS. I know it won't happen. I know they won't pick up the phone. I know that they mock this line of thinking.
And even if he doesn't want to come back, kind of like with the Giants, you see, well, okay, if you pay me this amount of money,
right,
I'll come here.
And you don't have to say yes. You don't have to acquiesce to stupidity, but you try. That's where I really can't figure out how, as a business, you present a lower payroll than last year after we waited years for Cabrera's contract to die off, after we waited years for bad money to be off the
Mike,
books.
it's like this man hasn't been the same since that Erod debacle, where it just everything blew up in his face that day, and he had to explain what the heck just happened here. How did you not seal this deal? What do you mean you talked to everybody but him, and he didn't sign off on it?
Like, I'll give you an example. I have not made fun of the Maeda signing at all. I think Maeda is an innings eater. I like him. He's crafty. I don't have a problem with it. But why would you go 2 at 25 for Maeda, but you wouldn't do the same for JD Martinez? Now, if I asked you right away, we could take Canna and Maeda and throw them in the garbage, and I could have brought you JD Martinez for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
What helps the team win more?
JD, I'm with you.
It's just, I'm not asking them to have a top 10 payroll. I'm not asking for the ghost of Mr. I to descend upon us. I'm asking for this team to approach a league average payroll, not be $55 million under.
When you brought that up in the pre-show meeting, I really didn't realize the fact that, when he was there, they did kind of try to be the smartest guy in the room. But now that he's gone, they're going after all the big game. They're trying to go, and they're not getting them. But the fact that you keep hearing that the Giants are trying hard, and they're finishing second. They're the bridesmaids.
But at least they're trying.
But they are trying.
And again, we're all going to root for the Tigers the same way. We all want the same thing. We want relevant baseball, and we want to.
But in a division that's up for grabs, and you don't walk in there like most years. Tigers have no chance.
Like, I'll tell you what's really going to bother me. The JD thing is one thing. If Matt Chapman signs a 2-year deal, like Bellinger's deal is a series of 1-year deals. He can opt out at any point. So if he gets hot, he opts out. If Chapman ends up doing the same thing, that'll bug me. Now, that's a guy who had the worst year of his career with a bad finger last year, but he's a Gold Glove third baseman, a leader, and when healthy, pretty much a shoo-in to hit between 25 and 30 bombs. And instead, you chose Frankenstein at third. No, so that's and again, I'm not mocking Gio Urshela on surface. Right. He'll hit lefties. He's a good bench player. Right. But you chose an Urshela, McKinstry.
You chose to take yourself out of the bidding to get a guy that hasn't gone to any team yet. So you could have sealed the deal. You could have, hey, what do you need to be a Tiger? Talk to me. How much you're looking for? You're looking for years? You're looking for a number? What is it that you want right now?
And the reason I've planted a flag on the JD Martinez angle is this. I don't want the Scott bots to call me up and say, well, you're blocking this prospect, or I don't want to lock in a third base. Fine. Martinez is none of those. He could potentially be a 1-year deal at the right price point. I have a feeling if you called and said 1 at 20, I will straight double your salary. 1 year, need year. Who's that hurting? I want to win the division.
Right. You have the money. You got the capital.
But I know what this is. This is a bunch of light-hitting, walk-drawing, Moneyball-esque players. And while I have room for that, and I do appreciate the mathematics of it, and I appreciate the approach, I think you have to.
Moneyball only takes you so far.
Yeah,
if that's
you
the
have to
case,
do-
tell me how many titles did the A's win?
Well, right. You got to do both. That's my whole point.
Yes.
You know, and like last year, like for instance, right? Arizona has lots of nice younger players, and they make this run. But you know, one of the guys they go and acquire last year was a bat in Lourdes Gurriel, and it helped move the lineup up. Now, of course, Corbin Carroll was a force of nature. Look at the Rangers. The Rangers have good prospects. They still went out and went silly with Seager and Simeon. But like Rico, it's okay to supplement your plan. And they've shown no motivation to do so. That's hard for me to have good vibes about as we start the season. So I'm not going to, look, I'll throw the number. If people wanted to talk baseball, I'd be happy to do it with you. I just feel like we're getting played a little bit here. It's been a decade. And I know Scott Harris isn't responsible for anything other than the 18 months he's been on the job. But in his second offseason, with massive payroll falling off the books, what I what I got to sell my listeners is Kenta Maeda, the ghost of Jack Flaherty.
Oh, you know what you're selling your listeners on? New plane, new showers.
Oh, you're right. The loofahs down at Joker Martian.
Right.
Tube TVs, 248-539-9797. I just wanted to update that because it was like living proof of what we talked about yesterday. We can move on. Don't want to harp on it. Go ahead.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. I mean, look at today. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts, rugged SUVs, convertibles. Imagine if you had one today, you'd be styling and profiling. They've got all the wheels to match your lifestyle. Plus, right now, take advantage of the February Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT for $269 a month for 24 months. Did not stutter, folks. $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stopping to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's ride.
Hi there, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. We'll be out there next month for actually a few weeks, basically, for the NCAA tournament. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a massive screen and the biggest outdoor sports book on the globe at Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, real quick, before we get to our next topic, we got some ticket texters calling in, checking in on this. And there's no yelling or screaming. I just feel like this team's close to competing. I think the offense has been morbid for more years than I care to admit. And even with the young players, I think we're all excited about Colton Keith being the starter at second to begin the year. Even if the young players are good, you have to crawl out from being the 28th or 29th offense. Why is this franchise content with doing nothing? And why is Scott Harris given the leeway of a GM who's brought 3 World Series to a town? Why is Scott Harris being treated as a genius when, look, last year's product, they won 78 games and duct taped it together and figured it out. Yet all that payroll come off the books. You got a lower payroll this year than last year. You're $55 million below league average. And I'm sitting here groveling. I'm playing a banjo on a milk crate on the corner for JD Martinez. You know what I mean? That's how low the standards are here.
Yes, when you put it that way, it does sound ridiculous.
Help me, I'm poor. I'm begging for a 1-year, $15 million expenditure.
And you're sitting there with a ton of money. You're not even close to league average.
But they don't say nothing when they sign a pitcher who hasn't been any good in 5 years in Jack Flaherty. Go ahead, David. What are the people saying?
Yes to JD. Should have signed him 2 months ago. Should have went after Bellinger as well. Afraid that Harris and the Illich combo is never going to spend money.
Look, the Bellinger thing is not a hill I will die on. It is a tougher fit. I understand it's a longer commitment at a far higher price point. I'm not dying on that hill. I won't. I'll let Cookies do that. For me, it's been JD for a while. The Chapman thing, I know Cookies did that while I was on vacation sitting here with you.
Right.
I didn't mind it. I understood it because I'm never comfortable with this Frankenstein third base. It's not.
Be a real major league team. Go get a third baseman.
Right. It's not like you have one of a prospect that's even near ready.
Exactly.
So I understood it.
Yeah, where he's going to be ready about mid-season. So you know what? We'll buy our time. Just go get a real third baseman.
Chase Young is learning how to play third. He wasn't a third baseman by trade. They're asking him to try it and learn it. So, but my point is, the JD one is like me lowering my sword, lowering the standards and going, okay, if we're not willing to try this, then what the hell are we doing? Yeah. This division is there for the taking, man. It is. I want it. Go ahead, Dave.
I agree. Scott Harris looked like a complete fool with the Erod debacle, and he decided to show us nothing since then and go into the season with the lower payroll. I'm done with the Tigers. That is from Jay.
Jay, don't be done. They've got some young, exciting pieces that I think they're going to play decent baseball. Don't be done. But here's the risk they're running. What happens if they have another? It's almost like death, taxes, and a bad April. See, can this team get off to a decent start so we can have some vibes? But if they do get off to a bad start in April, if the offense sucks again, that's where it's impossible to hold this opinion like, oh, well, the offseason's fine. It's all fine. You're the puppy where the house is on fire. Everything's fine.
Right, because at that point, you're wondering, well, what did you do in the offseason? Why didn't you improve this team? How did you get off to another slow start?
That ain't going to be my reaction.
No.
From Brian, Scott Harris has proven he has zero interest in winning anytime soon. Brought up all the bad prospects and never brought up the really good ones. Harris is Avila 2.0.
That's not fair. You know, they've paid Keith. He's going to start the year at second base. He's a good one. I think Justin Henry Malloy comes up this year. Come on. Listen, Did we talk last year about, hey, we wanted to see the kids a little earlier because the season was slipping away? Sure. I don't have some huge issue that they wouldn't do it. I don't. But if I just want to supplement it. You know, Chris told me the rebuild was done 3 years ago. What's wrong with wanting to supplement this thing? Again, for all you Tiger lemmings,
Chris
I'm not
said you'd have District Detroit.
I'm not demanding a $200 million payroll. I'm not demanding a top 10 payroll. I'm not even demanding a league average payroll of roughly $150 million. I'm not doing it. But I am asking that you at least show us you care and show us you're trying. You can keep your shower and your team planes. The fans don't get to use those. You know what the fans want?
So 110, 120? I mean, the payroll.
Rico, something better than this. How about that? I don't even want to commit to a number. You know what I want? I want roughly 68 extra base hits between home runs and doubles from Martinez.
No, I like what you said. I would like a competitive April.
That's it.
To not just fall on your face coming right out the gate.
So, yeah, let me get Paul in the mix here. Paulie, how are you, buddy? Nice to hear from you.
I'm doing great, Mike. Rico, how are you, buddy?
Okay. What's on your mind?
Well, you know, I got to say, it's the first time a call screener ever asked me how to fix a kitchen faucet. I hope Kenny enjoys the game tonight.
That's the Roberto difference, Paul.
I'll tell you, it's something,
isn't it?
Anyway, I don't get it, Mike. I absolutely don't get it. I'm on board with JD Martinez. You're talking about one guy. I mean, one guy, and it's not going to cost you, $50 million. I'd even give him a 2-year deal. Let these guys percolate. We all saw how long it took Torkelson. It took about a year and a half. It's like, look, this guy is a proven MLB hitter. Hell, we're the ones that gave him his big shot. Houston gave up on him. We brought him here. He flourished, and he's gone on to be good, really good. So to me, it's like, what are we doing here?
I don't know.
I mean, it's like, you can't depend on these younger guys coming up and being, Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, Babe Ruth right out of the gate. It's not going to happen. This is the major leagues, man. It's tough, So no, I'm on board, man. It's like, make the call. The call.
I think that's all. And again, Rico always talks about this with Tiger fans having a way lower bar than I have. I'm basically asking you to just make a call, get rejected, let me know you care. That's how effing low the bar is. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't even care if you got her number. I just care that you tried.
Yep.
That's what we've been reduced to.
And in theory, you could have just asked her for directions, but it looks as if you tried.
That's it. Hey, man, look. I hope it all works out. I hope every Moneyball move we've made turns into an 850 OPS and the offense is top 12 in the league and somehow, Kerry Carpenter just becomes the next David Ortiz. Okay? But Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Or how about we just are at least 500
not
by
10
April.
games under at the end of April?
500.
That's fair.
Is that asking for too much?
No, but maybe. 248-539-9797. We've got an update on the court storming and the complete absurdity that is Duke. So if you hate Duke like we do, we're going to give you about 7 minutes on that. We have to. Dan Campbell spoke. We'll get to it at 5 o'clock. If your New Year's resolution was to lose a few LBs, well, if it fell by the wayside, IdealU.us can help you and help you fast. You could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. The John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta, they'll put you on the same plan that they got John on and get you on that road to success. How? You got to go to IdealU.us now. Sign up for the free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free, and they will coach you. They'll tutor you. They will get you on the road to results like they did for John. Go to IdealU.us. That's IdealU.us. All right, now, David, you did something I don't like. You got so excited to tell me some news that you couldn't answer the first question because you didn't finish reading the news. Now, tell me what you told me is real, that this player might actually be a free agent, and we can have a conversation.
It's possible. Jeremy Fowler is reporting Chiefs have informed L'Jarius Sneed they are prepared to use the franchise tag and are open to consummate a trade-off if no long-term deal is reached. Sneed is agreeable to the scenario, giving him a chance to talk to other teams while KC remains in play.
I mean, it's not even a question for me. But again,
he becomes instantly the number one corner.
Oh, there's not even a question about it. I would love him. But I have no idea if the Lions covet him in the way that we do. I have no idea. And again, if you get in the business of not only do I have to pay you as a free agent, but I have to give up capital to get you, that's a different conversation.
It is, but there are some players that's worth it. There's some players that it's the cost of doing business. And if you want a lockdown corner like Sneed, you may have to give up some capital in order to get him. That's when you ask yourself, okay, what's more valuable, Sneed or that second or third round pick that you were going to use?
Let me ask Lions fans. Let's just have some fun for a second. Would you be accepting? You don't have to be thrilled, but would you accept if the Lions went bold? I have no idea if they covet Sneed, but they made Sneed a $100 million corner. He's the biggest allocation of funds in this offseason by 3x. Everybody else you sign will be players you've kind of heard of or might know or don't know, but the guy, the numero uno bold swing that Brad Holmes took was L'Jarius Sneed. Move Sutton right over to being the 2 that he belongs, and you get yourself a dominant corner that's used to playing press, that's used to playing man, that's used to knowing the defense is blitzing and not having a lot of time. His anticipatory skills are fantastic because the key to the blitz as a corner is you play it different because you know the ball's coming out quicker. Like, it in my mind, it makes sense. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking. I wouldn't be mad in the least.
He's 27.
Oh, he's in his prime.
Right.
In his prime. And he's a winner.
Yeah,
I like
would do
the pedigree.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I would. Because that's one less thing you have to worry about. And yeah, I'm not worried about giving up draft capital because he is one of those people that it's worth it. And I know we did the whole thing about your Mr. NFL Combine guy. But if you told me that at pick 29, the Lions could get L'Jarius Sneed, yes, I would take it.
But here's what it comes back to.
So if that meant that I had to trade the number one pick to get him and throw that in there, yes.
What it comes back to for me is I have 0% faith they would ever do it. They aren't going to be splashy. So David can ask the question. We can have fun as sports fans. I have no belief it's real. None. I just don't think they're ever going to do that. I think they'll pay their own guys. But until or unless I see Brad Holmes going to free agency, and not a B-lister or a C-lister, I mean A-lister, then I don't have to believe it's real because he has no track record of doing it. None. And a guy like Sneed's going to require a 5-year term, large guarantee, and to be the highest paid corner in football. Those are things I don't think Brad Holmes and the Lions are willing to do.
Oh, it was fun for about 4.5 minutes.
We played the hypothetical. Hold on now. We played the hypothetical. We all got our opinion out there, and then I wanted to give you the Robitussin. It was time for the medicine.
Right. Yeah, you know what? I really want this to happen because
you dreamt about mom letting you take the car, and now the reality came in. It ain't happening.
Or it's, you can have the car. There's just no gas in it. Thanks. And it's on a flat tire. Oh, great. Sneed to this defense is one of the, I said either defensive line or secondary. I prefer the line. I would prefer Chris Jones, but if you could get Sneed, you absolutely do. And if you have to throw in draft picks, yes, but it will be a 5-year deal. You splashed the cold water on me. You have other players because the Lions, to me, want to kind of take care of their own first.
You know where he's going to go? Tell you right now. Here, he'll go to Chicago. They got a ton of cap space. They can pair him with Jalen Johnson, and it could be a nightmare. Or he'll go to Washington.
See, I think that he would end up going to either one of the teams that constantly keeps losing to the Chiefs in the AFC.
I don't think the Bills would ever allow it. I think the Chiefs will send him to the NFC. They don't want to face him.
Okay, they're fine. You'll throw a chair.
The Niners. Shanoris, Bedoris, Lenoris, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, just so people know the numbers, because you just might not be aware. Highest paid corner right now makes $21 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll want 22.
Well, the fact with Goff and Amon-Ra sitting on the horizon, you're probably not going to spend them. Even though the cap went up, I still think you could afford all of them if you were very creative.
What about Aiden in 2036?
Don't care.
No, that's my whole point. I only look at the next couple of years. The best GMs in the league are able to tabulate and retabulate and reallocate and do everything they need to do.
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. You got to start looking past the division now. By taking Snead away from the Chiefs, in case you have to play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, guess whose uniform he's wearing? Yours,
right?
Not theirs.
Here's the other thing. I play in a division now if I'm the Lions. And I know I got Justin Jefferson and Addison. I got 17 different guys on the Packers. And we can be pretty well assured the Bears' best receiver won't be DJ Moore for very long. Right. You're in a division that requires you.
They may have a Rome Odunze sitting there.
I'll buy you season tickets.
Or I was going to say Malik
Neighbors.
Yeah.
But no, you get my point. And think about what quarterbacks are coming to this division. Now, if Caleb Williams pulls an Eli Manning and doesn't want to be in Chicago, but work with me. Caleb, a good chance. Obviously, Jordan Love is here, and then the Vikings are doing something. It's either Kirk Cousins or they move up and get a QB.
Or even go past the division, Mike. When you look at the schedule that they have, the first place schedule, you got to go up against Dallas.
Yeah.
You're going up against San Francisco. You're going to be playing, I think, the Rams. You're playing a lot of top receivers. It would be nice if you had that lockdown guy.
And think about it. Aaron Glenn, with the way he wants to blitz, Snead lives that with Steve Spagnuolo as his coordinator in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm bringing 7 guys. You got no help. You good? I'm good.
Tell me something I haven't done before, Coach.
So it just allows you, and again, I have no belief they'll do it. But if David or you ask me the question, would I do it? The answer is yes, because what I think the Lions lack, it's the high-end playmakers on defense. Offensively, Amon-Ra is a superstar. We have him. Jahmyr Gibbs Montgomery, those are impact guys. Laporta, impact guy. I want to add this guy to the list, and people will laugh at it, but Penei Sewell's an impact guy. Okay? Those are difference makers up front. That dude is built different. Defensively, who is a true high-impact superstar player on that defense? Who?
The only one who I think has the potential, and a lot of people won't like it, I think it's Branch. I think Branch has that potential to be that hybrid corner safety, just kind of knock folks out, that old school type of football player. I just hate the fact that he can't put his mouthpiece in.
And I think if you get Aiden some help, it could be him. The point I'm making is you are 2 players short. You're 2 impact superstar players short on that defense of winning anything of consequence. Not just a playoff game or not just a division. If a guy like Snead becomes available, I just treat it the same way, no matter what sport, no matter what team. I just feel like it's malpractice not to check in, make a call, see what the parameters are.
Because, yes, once again, folks, if I told you got Snead for the pick 29, would you not take it? Yes, you would. So if you got to part with your first-round pick in order to make this happen, goodbye. See ya. I'll drop it off at the airport. You can pick it up in Kansas City.
And with that said, there's a 0% shot that they do that. So, and again, we can talk about it. We can say how we want it to be. and then we owe it to the listeners to tell you how we think it's going to play. I would never be able to get on the radio and tell you that's what
we can make this happen. We got Xavier Booker into the starting lineup. We can make this happen. We can speak this into existence.
My reaction to Xavier Booker not playing the last 15 minutes.
But you know what? That's okay. Because then Monty Williams said, hold that. I can do better. Jaden, have a seat.
Yeah, Odyssey.com rewind. We gave you a segment on Monty Williams. He erupted last night. And it's like, dude, don't pretend like you care now. You've been nowhere for 60 games. You've been a Madame Tussauds wax figurine for 60 games. You're paid $1.5 million per win. Now you're going to erupt at 8-49? Spare me. And Enrico's right. Icing Jaden Ivey. Oh, that's really helping the future of this team. You're right. Great. Oh, we're not going to try to develop. We're going to try to win.
Jaden Ivey gets a call from Booker. Hey, so you at the end of the bench too.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. It's $150 if your bet wins, whether it's a quick bet, live same-game parlay, props, you name it. FanDuel has got you covered. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings will try to extend their win streak to 6 games when they play the Capitals tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Washington is one of the teams chasing the Wings currently in the wild card race. They're 7 points behind Detroit, with the Wings currently holding down that first wild card spot in the East at 70 points. Head coach Derek Lalonde says teams like the Caps are playing desperate right now, and the Wings got to match that. Alex Lyon in net tonight at LCA. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Pre-game show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Get that car flag ready, Mike. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke this morning at the Combine. He says that talking with prospects one-on-one is the most important part of the event for him, and building through the draft is the main reason right now for the Lions' success. Pistons going to try to snap a 6-game losing streak. They play the Bulls in Chicago tonight, the second half of a back-to-back. Tip-off at 8 o'clock over on WWJ. And for the Tigers, Casey Mize took the mound for the first time in almost 2 years this afternoon in Lakeland, tossing 1 2/3 innings, giving up 2 runs to the Blue Jays, having some command problems, but his fastball did hit 97. There we go. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, fun fact, albeit morbid, the Lions' loss in San Francisco may have killed caller DJ. He's been nowhere. We need to do a wellness check.
No, remember he did call and said he had to take like 2 weeks off.
Okay.
He stayed out in San Francisco and he just needed to get his mind right.
Just want to make sure one of the legends in the game did not leave this earth due to a football team blowing a 17-point lead.
No, that's Kenny.
I feel like DJ died of a broken heart. He just peacefully went away in the sleep. And that's it. DJ, we love you. Please let us know you're alive. All right. Rico is into something here, and I want to support him on this. Because if there's anything I hate more than Michigan, it might be Duke. In fact, it is Duke. This court storming thing, can we just bring this up? Because Jon Scheyer today has gone to the next level of aggrievement. If you're unfamiliar with this weekend, Wake Forest at home beat Duke. And they had a court storming. Now, depending on the video you watch and who you believe, and I think a lot of this you can see what you want to see. The whole point is, Filipowski, who is one of the better players in America, he's going to be a lottery pick, was injured in the court storming. And Jon Scheyer, head coach Duke, after the game, really took after his mentor, Coach K, and sounded like a whiny bee. So the whole thing was, we have to ban this. We have to end these stormings. This is unacceptable. It's a danger to society. Jon Scheyer even went as far as to say, back in my day, we waited 10 seconds before storming the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it was a collective eye roll from people like me. I just believe two things can be true. You could say it sucks that the kid rolled an ankle or whatever happened. But don't sell me that all of a sudden fans are terrorists and they're out here to kill fans.
I can't believe how many players. You have to ban this immediately. No, you don't. Jay Billis, this should be banned immediately. Why?
Look, I like Jay Billis. I genuinely do. I think he's an outstanding, not a good, not a great. I think he's outstanding calling games. But there is no one. And I interviewed Jay Billis before, and you thought you'd get someone a little bit looser in a podcast form. There is never have I encountered someone more self-important or more serious at all times than Jay Billis. So I just take what he says on some of these outrage matters and I kind of put it to the side. But Jon Scheyer raised the stakes on this.
Mm-hmm.
This is where Rico is going to land the plane. Take a listen to this.
Yeah, Scheyer. The problem is between Scheyer and Filipowski, they can't get the injury right of what was actually injured. Filipowski had a bag of ice on his right knee, and Scheyer comes out talking about Filipowski's ankle, which leads you to wonder, guys, you're making too much out of this, okay? He didn't die. If you saw the video afterwards, it was very Paul Pierce-esque. The only thing missing was a wheelchair. They had to each grab a shoulder and get Filipowski off the court. And you just felt so bad for this kid. But now it's almost like, yeah, he doesn't have a significant limp. He's just kind of like, yeah, Filipowski's like, yeah, I'm good. But according to Scheyer, he's still questionable for the next game.
He's, quote, still not himself.
Yeah.
Close quote. Yeah. Here's my question to you guys.
They're milking this.
No, they are. Duke, the only people who play the aggrieved as good as Duke is Michigan. Like, the court storming thing. Are we really at a point where we're going to ban? Like, I always go back to Bama, Tennessee. Tennessee hadn't beaten Bama at Neyland Stadium in 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
They win a 52-49 classic.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take away the fans storming the field.
Mike, let's bring it even more local. So I told David.
U of D, the single man court storm.
Oh.
How could you take that man's joy away?
Right. And ban him for life and arrest him? Because some people are calling like either you ban this or you have to start arresting people. No, it's college sports, and it's what we love about college. And Mike, this is where you and I will be on the same page.
Yeah.
You may call me, whatever you do, Mr. Media Mogul, but I don't even like Michigan. That's not a news flash.
I've heard that.
But you can't take away when they finally beat Ohio State on that November Saturday.
The Snow Angels. The
they
emotion.
ran out
Yes.
there, and 110 fans all poured down on the field.
Yes.
And that's a moment that kids and parents and grandparents, right, that was a moment.
Yes.
And I can't take that away from you because you earned it. You deserved it. You celebrated with the team.
It was pre-cheating.
That's college sports. You need to have that type of emotion. So my thing is this. You got to be prepared. If you're playing Duke, call it a Duke tax. Or if you're playing a top team, have some extra security there to make sure you can kind of keep the kids off the court so that the people can get back to the locker room.
So let's ask the question. Are we at a point where this stuff should get banned? I understand that maybe I'm flying by some legitimate points because I am like so tired of the PC, everyone's outraged at everything all the time or offended or like, basically, why don't we make a list of all the things that make college sports great and just get rid of all of it? That's where I feel like we're at.
This is one.
This is one where I'm going, wait, this has been a thing for 40, 50, 60 years. Why? Or are you on the other side of this and you go, no, like many things in life, this has outlived its usefulness. Society is different. People are different. And this shouldn't happen. I would love to know where you're at, whether you're a college football or college basketball fan.
If you disband this, you might as well get rid of the NCAA tournament because this is when you beat Goliath at home and your student sections want to go out there and celebrate with you. I've seen Northwestern knock off Purdue 2 years in a row, and everybody comes out of the stands. It's fun to watch. For Purdue, yeah, it sucks because you don't want to be that team that gets beat and have everybody celebrate around you. Win the game. But you can't take this away because it's one of the things that makes college sports fun. I know we argue back and forth, Mike, and I know you're saying, look, it's starting to turn more and more professional. I will die on this hill. You cannot take this away. You cannot take court storming or field storming away. It's what makes college sports different. It's like tailgating.
We get into all this crap Well, MSU did a successful job of taking that away.
I'm sorry. Sore spot, David.
It is. Sorry.
I'm going to flag myself.
It's still real to me, damn it.
I know.
So,
Mike, you'll be tailgating at Hubbard Hall.
Right. We get the outrage points here, and it's like a 48-hour outrage. And you sit and you listen to people get super upset about this stuff, and you're like, are you going to feel that way in a week?
Mm-mm.
Are you going to feel that way in a month?
No.
There's no way these people who get bent out of shape about court storming can believe what they're saying.
No, but I think it went to the forefront because two people.
Duke.
It was Duke, and then it was Caitlin Clark earlier this year. And it's like, okay, you got to do something because our stars are now getting injured.
David, cue up the Caitlin Clark video because I remember watching it. That was over a month ago. And I remember watching it, and then there were two angles. And I'm like, that's not nearly as bad as what was reported. It when it first happened, it was like, oh my God, Caitlin Clark murdered.
Yeah, it was like, I believe it was like some girl had her phone in her hand and she was
running on. Yeah,
she was recording herself running on and went right smack into Caitlin Clark.
Right. From one angle in the way they reported it, you would have thought it was like a hit.
Correct.
And then the other angle, you're like, nah, that's a dope on their phone.
Let's just say I was looking for her to be nominated for an Oscar.
Okay.
No. Filipowski needed the Paul Pierce wheelchair.
Yes.
Who else? Dwayne Wade. You needed that wheelchair.
Do you know the
And a
story?
towel.
Do you know the story that was discussed around the Paul Pierce wheelchair?
No.
What he may have had to go and do?
Yeah, I thought I think I know what you're saying. Yeah.
No.
Just an old wives' tale from back in the day in 08. 248-539-9797. David, get the ticket text in order. We'll get to the people. I just think, you know what, and I admit my bias, the fact that it's Duke complaining, I really don't want them to get their way. I just get so tired of them.
It's not even Duke. You cannot do this because this is one of the things that makes college it's part of the pageantry. That when you like you said, when Tennessee knocks off Alabama.
Want a fun one? How about earlier this year, football season, and don't knock it, work with me. It was an old Big 12 rivalry that had been taken away by conference realignment. And it was a sold-out stadium for the first time in 3 years. Mizzou was at home hosting Kansas State. And Nevis or Revis, whatever that kid's name is, the 300-pound kicker, he kicked the longest field goal in SEC history to beat him at the gun. Great game, great kick. Fans run out on the field. Everyone who's sitting on the hill at Folsom Field running down. It was a scene. It was fun.
I remember how angry you were, I think, when Kansas beat, was it Texas or Oklahoma 2 years ago, because you had money on the other team, and it goes to overtime. But that's fun. Here's the thing. I would love that if all of a sudden in East Lansing, congratulations, you just beat Ohio State, I would expect everybody to run out on the field.
I'd run on the field if we stayed within 17. I'd be the U of D fan. It'd be a one-man party. I don't remember the last time we competed with Ohio State.
Who's that at the 50-yard line? That's Mike.
Is that Mike? Is he driving the Spartan Chariot? We lost 34-17. I don't care.
Out there with a golf cart looking like Marshawn Lynch.
Closest we've been in years. Whee! I swear to God, man, I don't remember the last time we haven't lost by 50.
Right, but I'm saying it's one of those things that if that happens, man, you should be encouraging guys, everybody, out on the field. Let's go.
248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Planet Fitness. You can leap into fitness with Planet Fitness because right now to the end of the month, because it's a leap year, they got a special deal for you. 29 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment. You too can join Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. That's how you'll feel when you're done with your workout because after your workout is done, you can then go over, if you got the Planet Fitness Black Card, and go and sit in the hydro massage chair. You're going to love that. That's a little bit more. But right now, 26 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment. All you got to do is head over to your local Planet Fitness right now to get signed up. But this deal, it's going to end after the 29th. So 29 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment.
Head over to your Planet Fitness right now, or you can go online at planetfitness.com. Hey there. For decades, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical supported the community, and as a proud partner of the Lions Radio Network, they want to honor the team's best season in 32 years. Now, through the end of the month, a couple more days, you mentioned 97.1, you get half off the installation of a new high-efficiency furnace or a whole home generator from Generac. That's right, half off. Installation excludes prior orders. Mastercraft supporting Detroit for over 40 years. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. I have to tell you, I did something unfair to Rico. We were having a conversation before I said, boy, we were talking about something. I was talking about a certain television show that's played out. And then he made an example about a show, and I said, yeah, boy, and have you seen this person lately? Well, hell, I can just say, did you see Simon Cowell lately? You see the picture that came out this week?
Oh.
Man, he's got to sue his surgeon.
Oh, no.
It don't look like Simon Cowell no more. It looks like Simon Cowell got bit by a zombie. It's some bad work. That's all I can just tell you. Look, man, I don't know what to say. I'm just going to get old and be old. You won't see me walking around with the frozen face. I don't know what to do. Simon Cowell had some bad work now. Yeah. So, yeah,
What is this?
I had said that to Rico, and then David's like, on you. And I'm like, oh, commercial time. Rico almost spit his drink across the room.
Right. So all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, he's not quite
cat lady, but wow. Tough. Back on task.
He ain't quite Nicole Kidman, but he's getting there.
Okay. Court storming. John is up next. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, John.
Yeah, I turned on the radio and I heard you guys talking on my way home talking about a conversation that's happening about stopping letting the college kids rush the court in the field. And I just called in real quick. You know, after the pandemic, in 2022, I think Alabama played, I think it was Tennessee. I could be wrong, but Alabama lost.
Yes.
The fans rushed the field. And I'm telling my wife, this is the part of sports I miss. And I really think after that fanless period we went through with the pandemic, it's a part of the game I really appreciate. And it would really, really upset me if they stopped letting these kids
John, that's the 52-49 game. Tennessee hadn't beaten them in 15 years. That was the Bryce Young, the field goal.
Right.
Yeah. It was magical.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, take away Christmas morning from you. Why don't you? Thanks, fellas. Have a good
Got it, Johnny. You too. I admit I overreact to the college stuff because I feel like everything's going the wrong way for what I enjoy.
But what I don't understand is the overreaction of people. Well, you have to ban this. It's like, no. We don't ban driving because somebody got into an accident. We don't say, you know what? No more driving ever. We have to get people off the roads. Cars are a detriment to society. We don't do that. So why are we doing that? Because you had two players. Somebody bumped into them. Oh, lawsuits are going to happen. What lawsuits? Seriously? This is the outrage that I saw nationally. I just couldn't believe. Like, this is one of the one things that I will die on a hill. You cannot ever get rid of because it's one of those moments, Mike. I still remember, like, the last time I saw something was MSU when they beat number 1 Wisconsin, and Drew Neitzel had the three-pointer that bounced all the way around the rim and finally went in. Yes. Or in 2000
Bro, that was like 07.
Yeah. I'm just saying. But,
I know. I'm not even mad at you.
No, because I guess they've reached the point at the Breslin Center, like, they don't rush the court anymore. Like,
well, it's because we don't win any big games.
Even if they did, they
I'm sorry. That was a cheap shot.
It was.
It's 70 and sunny. There's no room. There's no room for negativity today.
You just couldn't let me have this, could you?
It's my bad. I'd like to apologize. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. What's up, Jeff? And Jeff.
Hey, how are you guys doing this afternoon?
Hey, Jeff. What's up?
So this court storming goes back farther than you think. So I'm cleaning out my dad's house today. Just so happens, and I look at his college scrapbook. He played small college ball in the East Coast. So in 1953, there's 3 seconds left in this game, and he hits the winning bucket. And the picture that is cut out in his scrapbook, he's on the shoulders of some guy on the middle of the court, and there's like 400 students out there. And they're having a great time. The article is amusing because, it's written in 1953. So you can't ban this. I've been up at MSU and they beat Notre Dame with the last, the fake field goal. All the kids go out in the field. I've been at Michigan when they beat us in 2011 or 2012, and the students there went out on the field after the game. So you can't do that. You can't ban this. This is fun. This is college. This is excitement. This is different than pros.
Right. If you're going to ban this, you know what? You got to ban, the walk through campus and all the different rituals that people do before they go into stadiums, because now you have become a professional team and it's no fun.
And see, you just stumbled on something. And I know we're talking the court storming. Did you see Sean Miller, former coach of Arizona, head coach of Xavier?
Yeah.
Who, by the way, have you heard some of the whispers there?
Yeah.
He's already got a little bit of a handshake deal with a certain Big Ten university.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
well, the funny thing is,
rumors Ohio State,
but no, the funny thing is that the current coach that's there now, he may be making that job a little harder. Hey, I just knocked off 2 Big Ten teams.
I'll avoid it.
But go ahead.
The reason I brought it up, there's a changing dynamic in college sports. See, like when Rick Pitino ripped his players, all the pearl clutchers, the Doug Karshs, oh my God, you can't speak about amateur athletics that way. Well, they're not. You wanted the money, right? You wanted to be pros, right? Welcome to being an employee. You're going to have a lot of things that are not fun said to you. So Sean Miller basically went out and just said, this effort's a joke. If this is what you're going to get, you will never play here. I will ensure you never play here. Oh, now Sean Miller's up against it. And I'm going, no. You know what I like? I like coaches going to war against their players. You know why? Because they've had enough of the entitlement. See, there's a different way to watch college sports now, and I can't figure out if I'm comfortable with it. I used to like it where I never viewed them as kids, but I viewed them that they were a part of the university. They made a choice to go to a school. All jokes aside about Tennessee and bags of money.
Right.
But they were a part of that community for one reason or another, whether it was the position coach, the head coach, they're a legacy recruit, whatever it is, man. Grew up a fan. Now they are mercenaries. They are NFL players. Do you know what I have no loyalty for? NFL players. I don't care if you play for the Giants. I root for the helmet, not you. If you play like ass, I want to shoot you out of a cannon. I launch them to Nebular. But now I find myself doing that with college, where I'm actually enjoying some of these coaches that are not afraid of the blowback, and they're going, you know what? F this. This is a clown show. This kid sucks and is making $100,000, and I've had enough.
And I think the reason why you feel that way as well is because kid may not be there next year. So you're not invested in this kid.
Why do I care?
Right. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's just go ahead and move on from him and bring in somebody else.
But it feels dirty.
Right. The kid has a career at your school, lasts about as long as a stick of fruit striped gum.
Underrated. But every color tasted the same. It didn't make any sense.
Kind of like Roberto. Best 10 seconds of your life.
That's not, that's.
Whoa, that's a flag, man.
Judges, look at Roberto.
No. Unfair. Churlish. All right, let's get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Dial 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or visit naturalwaylawn.com to take care of all your incoming lawn needs. Look, if you wait for the crabgrass to appear or the dandelions, it's too late. Call Natural Way today. Have them get that first treatment of the season out there and take care of your lawn all summer long. It is easier to prevent the problem than fix it. Natural Way, their professional application, their custom-tailored solution to your yard will get you the best results. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. It is Natural Way. Thank you very much for that. Listen, elevate your driving experience at Moran Buick GMC. The 24 Sierra Crew Cab Elevation, 2.7-liter Turbo Max engine, 4-wheel drive, heated power seats, and a whole lot more. 24-month lease, $295 a month, $25.95 down. New stock arriving daily, easy online ordering system at MoranExpress.com. And remember, certified service, you get the free loaner, and you go about your day. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, we'll get to Rieger down at LCA momentarily. Wings, Caps. See if the Wings keep this thing rolling. Toronto's not out of the question. I know it's a lot of work to do, but I just want the story to keep rolling, man. It's a hell of a lot of fun. David, ticket text, and then we are out of here. What do you got?
Regarding Duke and the corn storming.
Okay, try again. Corn storming.
Duke crybaby player stuck his foot out when fans stormed the court. Watch it. He loses the game and can't accept the fans' joy. The Duke injury sounds like the fake whiplash from a car accident. My neck and my back. That is from Glenn.
Well, yeah, the fact that after the game he had no limp, but he literally had to get carried off the court. And then the coach comes out. I don't know if he's quite right yet. And it's like somebody forgot to tell Filipowski, act like you're injured.
I'm not saying get rid of court storming, rushing the field, but do it when it's actually meaningful, like the Auburn returning the kick to beat Alabama type stuff, not for just beating a regular team.
Yeah, but you're Wake Forest. It's been a rough go of it. You
And
got
it's
Duke
Duke.
coming in, right. And remember, those two teams, at many points, that's been a big rivalry. That's a landmark win for that program.
Duke is one of those things. It's like, yeah, Purdue. You beat Zach Edey and Purdue. You're rushing the court because we just beat the number one team in the nation.
Those schools are also so close to each other. All those kids from each school probably know each other, grew up together, whatever. So, of course, they want to storm the court.
What is the spread going to be on that game?
I don't know. I'm thinking probably 9.5, 10.5.
Oh, Jesus. No, I would need like 17.
Okay, but I'm being realistic.
I am too. State at Mackey is
It is.
It's a
but
terror
Mike,
dome.
they have to balance it out.
I watched Cassius Winston lose by 40.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a terror dome at
Oh, no,
Mackey.
I remember I was like, oh, okay, I can't wait. I got off the plane and you walk past the bar in the airport and I had to stop like, I guess I don't need to rush home.
No.
This game is over.
Yes, David.
Oh, man, this was just the coach of Duke being a sore loser.
That's right.
Tell him to put his big boy pants on and shut up.
If you missed anything, Odyssey.com Rewind, including our first annual Mr. Lions pageant, where I have started draft season with what I think is the singular most quintessential Lion player in this draft. You can go listen to that. We had a lot of fun with it. Just something creative, just something to tuck away in your draft prep. Also, you know what's interesting here? And then we'll get to Rieger. We have for a while been like, what would be a good place for Justin Fields? Atlanta. Mm-hmm. But the more I think about it, you know what could be interesting? Could that be a place for J.J. McCarthy?
Atlanta?
Mm-hmm. Mobile enough to be dangerous. Rocket arm. You have the rookie salary scale. They have all the weapons that are there, and it doesn't require Atlanta to move up or give up anything to get said player. And you get rookie salary scale.
I see what you're saying, Mike. I need to see more.
Oh, I know.
From JJ, because this is going to come across. But is he that big of an upgrade than Desmond Ridder? Because when Desmond Ridder came out of college, he had all the accolades. And it was like, I can't believe he slipped down to the second round.
But I warned you, male pattern baldness. Are we going to Rieger? Speaking of baldness, Rieger, how are you?
Oh, my God. I'm going to shave it, damn it. How dare you?
Oh, please. How are
it
you?
only looks bald in certain lights, okay?
Yeah, the daylight.
Just
and moonlight.
So I have some great stuff to report to you guys. Do you know how, like, when Woj and I are on remote here at Little Caesars Arena and the Pistons are playing and there's nobody here, and you guys are always like, you could be at a McDonald's. We can't hear any fans. You will not believe the scene 2 hours before this game. Now, have you guys heard of Michael Sauna, by the way? Do you know who that is?
No.
Oh, well, apparently he's some dude that has collaborated with the Red Wings, and the line is out the door for his merchandise outside of the arena store. And then people are just congregating on a gorgeous day outside the arena.
Absolutely.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, like,
this
is going to be an unbelievable place for a playoff game.
Keep the train rolling. We are on to Toronto. We do not stop at a playoff spot. This is Rieger. They can do this.
Don't you get the feeling, and this might be a little cocky, a little arrogant, but I'll say it anyway. Washington played yesterday, second game of a back-to-back. Don't you get the feeling that you just expect to win today? Like, that's what this team has done to me. I expect them to win every time they play.
And I have no problem with it. So what, are you leading Wings? Are you leading the party, or what are we doing here?
We got a little Wings, and we're only on for 45 minutes. And I want to get to something Dan Campbell said at the Combine today. And he was asked about regrets of the NFC title game. And I thought his answer was really interesting, which will lead us to a topic. So Wings and then Campbell, too.
All right. And in the words of David, tremendous Wednesday and a good night to all.
Oh, my goodness. What
See
is
you,
that?
Rig.
See you again.